There's nothing this world loves more than a good mystery, and there's few mysteries quite as tantalizing as the tale of the infamous lost colony of Roanoke. Originally a settlement of over 100 colonists, the English returned 3 years later to their North American colony, only to discover it a mess of overgrown weeds. Curiously, farm implements and even rifles were left laying on the ground, and strangest of all were the words crow and croatan carved into a tree. But what exactly happened to this near mythological lost colony? Let's travel back in time and find out. The year is 1587 and Governor John White makes landfall in the northern tip of modern-day North Carolina with 117 colonists, 97 men, 17 women, and 9 young boys. This site is not White's first choice, however, as he originally planned to land on Chesapeake Bay further north, which would eventually become the site of the first successful British colony, Jamestown. Ship Captain Simon Fernandez, though, refuses to sail north and forces White and his colonists to set up shop here in Roanoke, originally meant to be a pit stop so the ship could pick up a previous 15 men left there 2 years ago. The location becomes permanent when the colonists are forced to offload. As far as the 15 men they had planned to pick up, there's no sign of them, and instead the colonists find signs of a massacre, an inauspicious start for the new colony. For White, this is his second trip to Roanoke, and for the British, it's one of several faltering attempts to settle in the New World. In 1578, Queen Elizabeth I tasked Sir Humphrey Gilbert to sail to the New World and discover lands that had not yet been claimed by the Spanish in order for England to make her stake. On an initial expedition, Gilbert located some suitable sites for a permanent colony, but on his second expedition, his ship was lost in a shipwreck. After his death, his half-brother Walter Raleigh then took over the task of finding lands to colonize and planned to scout for locations ranging from Spanish Florida to the Arctic. Would-be Governor John White is on Raleigh's second edition, which makes landfall with a garrison of troops in Roanoke in 1585. Their job is to set up a fort from which British power in the New World could be consolidated. And after making contact with local Native Americans, relations are initially good. The Roanoke and the Croatan tribes both proved to be friendly to the British, and representatives from their tribes sailed back to England with John White and are introduced to Queen Elizabeth's court. These men would be given the English names of Wanchese and Manteo, with Manteo becoming the first baptized Protestant Native American. Unfortunately, back in the New World, the commander of the British garrison quickly soured relations with other native tribes and led 2 separate campaigns against native villages within a matter of months. Having thrown the proverbial stone into the hornet's nest, the British fort soon found itself under constant attack, and when Sir Francis Drake passed by the area on one of his explorations of the New World, the men in the fort rushed to the ship to be rescued. So great was their haste aboard that they left 3 men behind who had been on an expedition out in the woods. When the British finally returned back to the colony later in the year, they discovered the fort completely abandoned, and the 3 men who had been left in the woods were nowhere to be found. Sir Richard Grenville, who had been in command of the first expedition, then decided to leave another 15 men behind to guard the remains of the fort. He gave them 2 years' worth of provisions, and then promptly left for England again. It was at this time that John White made landfall in Roanoke, hoping to link up with the 15 men who had been left behind 2 years earlier. To the surprise of nobody, the men were missing, and they too would never be heard from again, having likely been killed by the natives. Despite the hostile locals, ship captain Simon Fernandez nonetheless forced the colonists to stay where they were, and 9 days after landing, colonist George Howe was killed by American Indians while crabbing along the shore. White did not wish to further antagonize the locals, however, and he went to great lengths to repair relations. He did this by using Manteo to help him make peace between the colony and the Croatans, who lived nearby on Hatteras Island. Unfortunately, though, Wanchese had soured on the British during his time in England and saw the future arrival of British colonists as an invading force. Legend says that he had participated in the attack on the 15 men left behind the second time on Roanoke. Needless to say, relations with the locals were tumultuous, though the Croatans proved friendly enough thanks to Manteo's intervention. Where the previous 2 colony attempts had failed, though, the third began to flourish. Rather than bringing along employees or military troops, White had brought families who had a personal stake in the land they were fighting to cultivate. The success or failure of the colony would mean their own personal success or failure, and thus they had ample motivation to make the attempt work. Soon, the first English baby born in the New World arrived, when on August 18, 1587, Virginia Dare was born to Eleanor Dare and Ananias Dare, John White's daughter and her husband. The colonization attempt was hopeful, and things seemed to be going well enough. There was one major problem though. The colonists had arrived too late to plant crops and were in dire need of fresh supplies. In order to secure the colony's future, John White left the New World behind to sail for England, hoping to be back by the new year with supplies. Yet when he arrived back home in England, John White returned to a world on the verge of war. England was facing off against the Spanish Armada, and every available ship was needed to fend off the far superior Spanish Navy. For 3 long years, White was unable to return to Roanoke, but finally in 1590 he made the voyage back across the Atlantic. Upon his arrival, White was initially hopeful. From a distance he could see that the housing had been established, and the protective walls made of pines had been repaired. He became worried as they neared the shore though, when he saw no signs of activity or smoke from fires. As his rowboat made landfall, his worst fears were confirmed. The colony was abandoned. The entire fort was overgrown with grass and weeds, and guns lay strewn about throughout the village. Chests within which valuables were kept and had been hidden in holes in the ground were broken open, and their contents of precious books, pictures, and personal belongings lay spilled across the floor. Curiously, valuables such as jewelry had been left behind, as had been all the extremely valuable guns and farm equipment. Whatever had happened to the colony, looting by the natives seemed to be improbable. White had instructed his colonists to leave behind a sign in case of emergency, a cross carved into a tree. Instead of the cross though, White would famously discover 2 other carvings, the first being the letters C, R, and O etched into a tree, and another being the full word Croatan. Upon discovering the carvings, White believed that the settlers had been forced to abandon the colony and moved with Manteo's people, the Croatans, on Hatteras Island, a theory he was unfortunately not able to prove when an approaching storm forced him to set sail back to England. With failing health, White never got a chance to return and rescue his colonists, and he died 3 years later. Theories abound as to what fate befell the colonists, but most believed that John White's original hunch that the entire colony had moved to Mateo's people are probably correct. This is because as part of White's secret code, the colonists were to etch the location of their travel in case they had to leave due to an emergency, and the addition of a cross would signal that the move was in response to a dire emergency. The word Croatan was however discovered carved into the wood of a defensive palisade that had been erected to supplement the colony's defenses, meaning that the colonists had clearly been under some threat and preparing for attack. In 2013, an expedition to the Native American settlement on Croatan Island discovered the remains of a European rapier, along with the barrel of a gun, lead shot, scraps of copper, and a piece of drawing slate with a lead pencil. This would lend a great deal of credence to the theory that the colonists had simply moved south with the Croatan people and assimilated into their population. In the 1700s, the discovery of Native Americans with gray eyes who claimed to have been the descendants of white settlers helped confirm the original version of the events. While the British artifacts could very well have been the results of trading with English colonists later on, the discovery of buried trash pits also lends credence to the theory that the Roanoke settlers had made their move here rather than starve alone in the cold winter or face innumerable hostile tribes alone. The trash pits showed an abrupt change in diets from fish and turtles to deer and birds, which could hint at the natives hunting using European guns which the colonists provided. Despite hostilities against the first 2 settlements, native tribes were well known to be extremely accepting of outsiders, and over the centuries of the New World's colonization, many former English colonists who joined with native tribes refused to return home and chose to stay with their tribes. The theory that the Roanokans had simply been absorbed in the Croatan tribe is the most likely to be true and the most plausible, while other theories claiming that they were simply massacred could also be true but is more unlikely. Had there been a massacre, then upon White's return, there should have been remains to be found, and yet White and his men discovered none. The disappearance of the colony of Roanoke is likely far more mysterious than it ought to be. All evidence points to the fact that the colonists simply faced starvation and hostile neighbors, and so they moved to the only friendly tribe in the area and made their home with the natives there. Wild theories, however, continue to abound, and our favorite, as usual, involves aliens, because of course it does. In the alien theory, the entire colony, to a man, was abducted by aliens. During our own investigation into the alien theory on Roanoke, we were unable to discover any plausible motivation for why the entire colony was spirited away by alien forces, and whatever the aliens' motivations, it was definitely not because human brains are delicious to eat. So rest easy, and don't worry, because the mystery of Roanoke is nothing more than a bunch of settlers deciding to move in with friendly natives rather than face starvation, and definitely not that they were abducted by brain-eating aliens from the Zeti Reticuli star system. Trust us, there's no pending alien threat to harvest your tasty, delicious brains. And to get your mind off it, you should go camping alone in the wilderness and tell no one where you're going. There's a good chance that there's a killer lurking in your home right now. She's probably watching you from some shadowy corner of your house, even as you watch this video. Don't bother looking over your shoulder. She's far too stealthy, and in fact, she's probably already struck. Without you even knowing it, she's already injected you with a deadly cocktail, and now you're as good as dead. If you live anywhere but Antarctica, then you're probably well acquainted with the mosquito. These flying insects are the bane of all humans during the spring and summer months, and they can ruin anything from a day at the lake to a backyard barbecue. But in many cases, they'll do more than just leave behind an itchy bump, as mosquitoes are also one of the leading disease vectors in the natural kingdom. In fact, mosquitoes are considered by many to be the deadliest animal to have ever existed, and some scientists estimate that they may have killed as many as half of all humans that have ever lived, all through the spread of various diseases and parasites. The mosquito of today is no exception, and reports of deadly West Nile virus have popped up everywhere from Canada to the United States to across Europe. You can't run, and you definitely can't hide. Mosquitoes will look for you. They will find you. And like a revenge-fueled Liam Neeson, they might just kill you. The best part, with global warming heating up the earth and changing the climate, the northern latitudes that mosquitoes can show up at have been steadily increasing for years, and the longer warm seasons all around the world have given mosquitoes even more time to do what they do best: breed by the trillions. Soon, any argument that global warming is real or not will be moot, as we'll all be too busy trying to climb out from under an avalanche of disease-bearing mosquitoes. But why do mosquitoes even bite in the first place? And why does it seem like sometimes you get covered from head to toe in bites that refuse to stop itching for days, while your friend remains somehow untouched? Well, this might just come as a surprise, but mosquitoes primarily feed on nectar, the natural juices of various plants and fruit juices. And in fact, the male mosquito does not bite animal hosts at all, sticking to an all-vegan diet that complements his modern yoga-fueled lifestyle. Male mosquitoes, it turns out, are rather peaceful individuals and have no wish to harm any other living beings, content to gather all their sustenance from fruits and plants. See you at the smoothie bar, Mr. Mosquito. Female mosquitoes, on the other hand, are hell-bent, rampant, bloodthirsty succubi that kill in the millions, all in the name of procreation. That's because before a female mosquito can lay her eggs, she needs to obtain proteins only found in the blood of animals. When a daddy mosquito loves a mommy mosquito very much, he gifts her a package of sperm, which she holds onto in order to develop eggs, and then the mommy mosquito flies away to drink the blood of dozens of innocent victims, leaving a trail of death and destruction in her wake. Many human relationships follow a similar pattern. Only by acquiring fresh blood can her body get the proteins that she can't get from plant nectar, which in turn allow her to rapidly develop a brood of eggs, which she then fertilizes with the male's sperm package. While the exact process varies depending on species of mosquito, because nature hates you and wants you to know it, so of course there's more than one species, ultimately the female will find a source of water or moisture in order to deposit her eggs. There, her job is done, and she flies away to do it all over again. Unlike many species of insects and animals, mosquitoes breed as often as they can, and once again scientists have confirmed that this is because nature hates us. On their own though, mosquitoes are quite harmless, even the females who do all the biting. When a mosquito bites, she is kind enough to inject you with a topical anesthetic, which numbs the immediate area of the bite. Then she injects her needle-like proboscis deep into your flesh, an instrument so finely tuned that today scientists are replicating its construction in order to make pain-free syringes. However, like a sloppy first-time kisser, the mosquito's saliva ends up spreading all over your body tissues, and this triggers an immune response from your hyper-vigilant immune system. The body then produces histamine, which is aimed at increasing blood flow to the area, so that more white blood cells can hitch a ride to the site of the intrusion. But unfortunately, the histamine also messes with nerve cells in the vicinity, which causes the intense itching associated with mosquito bites. Some people's immune systems, however, don't even react to mosquito saliva, either because their immune system is incredibly lazy and can't be bothered to do its job, or because it's grown tolerant to the saliva after identifying it as a non-threat. You can always identify who these lucky individuals who don't react to mosquito bites are by the way they constantly ask, "There's mosquitoes in these parts?" When you show up looking like you've developed the measles after a 2-day camping trip. Try not to hurt them, no matter how much they deserve it. On their own, mosquitoes are pretty harmless, just like sharing needles amongst drug users, triggering an AIDS crisis in inner-city populations around the world. Decades ago, though, having mosquitoes fly from victim to victim and biting each is a great way to transfer diseases. Though the mosquitoes use your blood to create its offspring, which we have to admit is pretty metal of them, there's bound to be microscopic portions of blood and all other things it contains left in its proboscis, which is then injected into a new host when the mosquito bites again. This makes mosquitoes the world's #1 disease vector, year, with between 725,000 and 1 million estimated victims a year. Most of these victims fall prey to malaria, which has been haunting mankind for millennia and still infects an estimated 200 million people every year, killing 600,000. This officially makes mosquitoes the deadliest animal on Earth, surpassing even the total kill count of humanity. By comparison, the US Civil War, the deadliest war in history, killed approximately 620,000 in 4 years of fighting. That means every year mosquitoes kill the equivalent of a 4-year American Civil War. While medicine constantly improves and access to healthcare is expanded around the world, global warming is believed to only increase these figures even into modern first-world nations like the US, where the medical bills for treatment alone will probably kill you before the disease does. So how do mosquitoes find their victims, and why do some people get bit more than others? Well, mosquitoes are capable of identifying their victims by sight given their very large compound eyes, but they're only able to see in shades of white and black. This is why individuals with darker clothing or darker skin tones are more likely to get bit than those without. They stand out better against the lightly colored sky and thus serve as a beacon for hungry mosquitoes. If you want to reduce your chance of getting bitten, then we recommend that you wear lighter colored clothing, which will definitely put a cramp in the style of any goth community that doesn't want to die of malaria. However, mosquitoes also hone in on their prey with their delicate antennae, which can sniff the air for various scents your body gives off. One of those scents, and a virtual dinner bell for mosquitoes, is that of lactic acid, which is the same acid that builds up in your body while you exercise. Its scent can leak out through pores in your skin and linger in the air, which a hungry mosquito will follow back to the source. This is especially attractive to mosquitoes because typically large amounts of lactic acid means that an individual has been moving or exercising a lot and has an increased blood flow, which will bring delicious blood closer to the upper layers of their skin. Carbon dioxide, however, also attracts mosquitoes, and every time you exhale, you're throwing up a neon sign that says, "Get your dinner right here." Surprisingly though, it turns out that mosquitoes do have their preferred victims, which might be why you're the only one in the group that gets eaten alive every time you go camping. Individuals with type O blood are basically a delicacy for mosquitoes and preferred over other blood types. There's also a genetic component which scientists have not yet identified, which causes mosquitoes to prefer you over other people, and thus lead to more bites. That's right, something in your genes literally calls out to mosquitoes to come dine on you. You can thank your parents for that one. However, there are other factors that draw mosquitoes from one individual to another which can be controlled and help reduce the likelihood of being bitten. These include the presence of abundant skin bacteria, so if you don't shower, expect to get bit more often, as well as heavy breathers. Individuals with high body heat and pregnant women are also more attractive to mosquitoes. So how do you avoid being bitten and dying to a horrible disease or parasite? Well, first of all, forget any of those scented candles you so often see for sale in stores. They have been proven time and time again to not work except in closed-in areas with no air circulation. The reason why should be obvious, but basically, even a slight breeze will disperse the smoke produced by the candles and dilute it in the environment enough that it basically becomes useless. You can forget even harder any homeopathic candles you bought from Etsy claiming to use natural remedies to keep mosquitoes away. Not only do they not work for the same reason as traditional repellent candles, but they also don't work because homeopathy is not science. Instead, spray yourself with good old-fashioned man-made chemical repellents, applying a thin layer every 90 minutes for best results. However, after what you learned here, the best way to avoid being bitten is to never exercise so you don't produce any lactic acid at all, becoming a motionless blob because any muscle movement produces lactic acid, and also stop breathing. The carbon dioxide in your breath will alert mosquitoes to your presence. Alternatively, you could use the same principle as that used in the common bear attack avoidance technique of simply being around someone who runs slower than you and just hang around people who breathe heavier than you, are pregnant, and exercise a lot. The best mosquito avoidance technique may just be to camouflage yourself in the middle of a mosquito buffet, looked over by the dozens of hungry mosquitoes on the prowl for someone more delicious than you. They had cut their way out of their own tent from the inside, their personal items and even a fresh meal perfectly laid out and ready to be eaten. They fled in a panic, mostly shoeless and some without socks, and none of their cold weather clothes despite the temperature being negative 13 degrees. A few hundred yards away, 2 bodies were found. Several hundred yards past them, 2 bodies were discovered under a tall tree, clothed in only underwear. One of the bodies had a 3rd-degree burn and a chunk of flesh from the right hand was in its mouth. All the bodies found were covered in bruises, cuts, and scratches. The rest of the bodies wouldn't be found until months later, and the shocking details only deepen what's the greatest mystery to ever come out of the Soviet Union. Late January 1959, and a group of 9 college students and recent grads are embarking on a trip of a lifetime. The group is made up of experienced hikers and skiers, but they've plotted a route that no Russian had ever taken. The trip would take them on a 16-day trip across the Urals and through the territory of the native Mansi people. It would be a grueling ordeal, exposing the group to bitterly cold temperatures and high winds, but the route avoided the dangers of trying to cross the mountains in winter by sticking to the lowlands. The trip would require great endurance, but the group of young Soviets was well prepared for the ordeal. The Ural Polytechnic Institute Sports Club had sponsored the trip, brainchild of Igor Dyatlov, who could have no way of knowing that his name would go down in infamy as he dreamt up the expedition. Right before leaving, however, the university administration mysteriously added a new member to the expedition, Semyon Zolotaryov. At 37 years old, he was 15 years older than most of the rest of the group. A hardened World War II veteran covered in tattoos, Zolotaryov cut an imposing figure. His inclusion to the trip is never explained by the university, despite suspicions that Zolotaryov is actually KGB. On January 23rd, the group leaves for Sverdlovsk, their jumping-off point for the expedition. Using personal journals and one communal journal discovered with the remains of the tent, investigators are able to piece together a very detailed picture of what happened in the days leading up to the mystery that would claim all their lives. Photos recovered from the group's cameras painted a perfect picture of a young group of happy-go-lucky college students and grads out on a grand adventure. As the group nears Sverdlovsk, Yuri Yudin has a painful flare-up of sciatica. The crippling pain forces him to abandon the trip, much to the group's dismay. Yudin hugs his friends goodbye, having no idea he's just cheated death. On January 28th, the group heads off into the mountains. They're never seen alive again. 8 days after the group's expected finish date, frantic family members and loved ones begin calling the university and the local bureau of the Communist Party. Search parties are immediately sent out, assisted by local Mansi hunters. Fellow students, prison guards, police, and even the Soviet military join the hunt for the missing trekkers. 5 days later, one of the search parties stumbles onto one of the greatest mysteries of the 20th century. The group's tent is discovered on February 26th after following their ski tracks for a full day. The tent is above the tree line on a mountain the Mansi called Kolatsiakal, or Dead Mountain. It's partly buried in the snow, and most mysteriously, all of the group's equipment is still neatly laid out as if they'd just settled in for the night. Ski boots and equipment is stacked by the door to the tent, and even food is laid out as if it's about to be eaten, completely untouched. What's not found is a body. Even more mysteriously, the tent had been slashed open on one side. Police wonder if someone slashed their way in for some reason until a seamstress visiting the police station where the tent is stored stuns investigators by pointing out that the tent was cut open from the inside. That would explain the missing bodies. But what in the world would cause 9 healthy, strong Russian hikers to slash their way out of their own tent, apparently in such blind terror that they left behind all their vital cold weather clothing, including boots? Further investigation of the scene revealed the trackway of the hikers as they made their way to the tree line below. The prints clearly showed that almost all of the group had not put on their boots as they fled the tent, and some were walking barefoot. The prints continued for several hundred yards until they vanished at the tree line. There amongst the trees, 2 bodies are discovered under a tall tree. The bodies lay next to the remains of a small fire, and yet mysteriously they are only clothed in their underwear. Even stranger, 12 to 15 feet up in the tree, investigators find bits of torn skin and clothing on the trunk, along with some broken branches. One of the bodies has blackened fingers and a 3rd-degree burn on the shin and foot. Inside the mouth is a lump of flesh bitten right off the right hand. The other body has burned hair on one side of the head and is wearing a charred sock. Next, investigators find 2 more bodies back up the slope facing the direction of the tent. It's clear these 2 were trying to make their way back up to the tent. A 5th body is found a few days later, also apparently trying to get back to the tent. This one is found with a small fracture on their skull. All of the bodies, however, are covered in cuts, bruises, and scratches. Investigators are now assuming a homicide has taken place, yet none of the evidence points to the presence of anyone not from the original group. No murder weapons are found, and no signs of foul play. Toxicology reports come back clean. Investigators hope that the discovery of the 4 missing bodies may help shed light on the mystery. They would be wrong. As snow begins to melt, a Mansi hunter discovers the remains of a makeshift snow shelter 250 feet from the tree where the 2 burned bodies were found. Inside the shelter is bedding made out of branches, along with black cotton sweatpants missing one leg and the left half of a woman's sweater. Authorities begin to probe the snow in a search for the bodies, and soon discover the 4 missing bodies buried under 10 feet of snow on a rocky stream bed. One of the bodies has a head injury so severe that pieces of bone have been driven into the brain. 2 others have crushed chests and multiple broken ribs. One has a hemorrhage in the right ventricle of the heart. Another is missing its lips, and a third is missing its eyes, tongue, and part of the upper lip. The medical examiner remarks that the injuries would be similar to what would be expected if the bodies had been found at the scene of a car crash. The bodies are also discovered to be wearing pieces of clothing removed or cut from the 5 bodies discovered earlier, indicating these 4 survived longer than the first 5 found. Greatly deepening the mystery, several of these clothing items emit very high levels of radiation, and a radiological expert testified that as the bodies have been exposed to running water for several months, the original radiation levels must have been much higher. The investigation is abruptly closed on May 28th. The original intent had been to determine if a homicide had taken place, and whatever happened to the group of 9, it was clear they had not been murdered, at least not by anything human. Independent investigations are immediately launched, with dozens of different theories offered on what exactly happened to this group of seasoned hikers in great physical shape up in the Ural Mountains. What could have possibly caused 9 people to cut their way out of their own tent, flee into a raging blizzard with no cold weather gear or even shoes, and then be discovered with high levels of radiation, broken and mangled bodies, and third-degree burns? Theories fly wild and free. One investigator discovers burn marks on several trees and concludes that some sort of heat ray was used on the hikers. He backs this conclusion up with reports from locals having seen strange balls of light in the sky in the area. The very last photo in one of the group members' camera is of strange flares and streaks of light against a black background, though this is common of the final photo taken with a film camera. The possibility that the group was attacked by a Yeti is also raised, as one of the other group members' photos shows a dark hulking figure amidst some trees, yet no tracks except for the groups are ever discovered. Perhaps the Americans did it. Why was 37-year-old Semyon Zolotaryov attached to the expedition at the last minute by the university? His service record contained large gaps indicative of someone who is likely in fact working for an intelligence agency such as the KGB. Could the group have run afoul of CIA operatives or American mercenaries after a deal gone wrong with Zolotaryov? The most popular theory, however, is that the group inadvertently wandered across a test of a secret Soviet weapon. It's believed that some sort of missile launch went wrong and rained debris down on the tent, forcing the group to flee. That would explain the third-degree burns discovered on 2 of the bodies, and perhaps even the presence of a potential KGB agent, perhaps attached to the group to monitor them as they passed through a secret military testing site. Yuri Yudin, who was forced to abandon the trip due to his sciatica, would go to his death claiming that the group was removed from the tent at gunpoint and killed, either by American CIA agents or the Soviet military. Now, however, we finally know what really happened on that fateful night in 1959. In 2019, the case was reopened for investigation, and Andrei Kuryakov, a prosecutor, was put in charge. Using photogrammetry from the original investigation's photos of the scene, his group was able to better estimate the real location of the tent several hundred feet from where it was originally believed to have been located. This would prove crucial to understanding what happened that night. This new location placed the tent on a much steeper section of the mountain. Weather reports from the night in question show that the winds had been gusting up to 65 miles per hour, with temperatures at minus 30 degrees. Photographs from the hikers show that they had cut deep into the snowpack at a right angle to the slope as they pitched their tent, trying to shelter themselves from the incredibly strong winds. What would normally be a smart survival move would prove to be fatal. The group's cutting into the snowbank had inadvertently weakened the entire snowbank. As the blizzard raged, additional snow was heaped into the structurally weakened snowbank. Sometime in the evening, the snowbank gave way, and a 3-foot thick slab of snow slammed into the tent from above. With up to 1,000 pounds of snow smashing down on the skiers, immediate injuries would have been severe for those in the most unfortunate locations inside the tent. The incredible weight would have also prevented the group from getting most of their gear. But even more importantly, the sudden shift in the snow would have triggered an instinctual fear familiar to every mountaineer in the world: avalanche. This would explain why the hikers cut their way out of the tent and fled into the night, downhill and toward the tree line. The suddenly shifting snow would have appeared to them as the beginning of an avalanche, and their only hope of survival would have been amongst the trees. There was simply no time to retrieve any clothing or cold weather gear. The group eventually took shelter under the cedar tree where 2 of the bodies were discovered. They built a fire, but somebody was forced to climb up the tree to find dry branches nearer the top, explaining the skin and bits of clothing found on the trunk. With massive wind gusts, however, no fire could warm the ill-equipped group, and it would not have taken long for 2 of them to succumb to hypothermia and die. The third-degree burns discovered on the body could have been from a desperate attempt to get warm, or from falling over into the hot coals after death. The flesh discovered in one of the corpse's mouths was likely the result of delirium, the individual biting savagely into his own hand. The 7 survivors then cut the clothes off their 2 dead comrades, explaining why they were found in their underwear. The group now split up, with 3 of them, likely the strongest, heading up the mountain to the tent to attempt to retrieve their cold weather gear and supplies. And at this point, the group likely realized an avalanche was not coming, but in the driving snow and dark of night, there would have been little hope of them finding their way back to the tent. Thus, the 3 froze to death on the slope of the mountain, only a few hundred yards from the salvation of warm clothing. The other 4 decided to build a snow survival shelter and huddle for warmth, likely to wait out the night and seek out the tent in the morning. However, the group hit yet another stretch of bad luck, as the spot they picked to dig lay right above a stream. This particular stream doesn't freeze in winter, and instead hollows out a deep tunnel under the snow and ice through which it flows. As the group dug down into the snow, they accidentally breached the tunnel, causing it to collapse. The 4 fell into the stream below and were buried under 15 feet of snow, the crushing weight of it causing the injuries areas discovered on the bodies. From here, scavengers discovered the bodies and ate the various missing parts of the corpses' faces. This still left the mystery of the high levels of radiation though, but that too could be solved with some background info on the skiers themselves. One of the skiers had actually worked at the site of the world's third worst nuclear accident, the Mayak nuclear complex. An explosion of radioactive waste had spread a plume 200 miles north into the East Urals. The hikers had even helped with the cleanup, and one of the other hikers lived in a village inside the contaminated zone itself. High levels of radioactivity would thus be likely amongst the personal clothing of both these individuals. The explanation had not satisfied everyone, but to date remains the most realistic and plausible explanation of what happened to the 9 hikers on that fateful night in the Urals. Ultimately, the only people who know the truth tragically died in the prime of their lives, and if the Soviet government was truly involved, then they've kept the secret of their deaths for 60 years. You're out shopping with your 5-year-old brother. It's been a long day and he's getting antsy. Thankfully, he's distracted with a little ball you got him from the vending machine. He's happily bouncing away, so you turn to the clothing rack and look at some shirts. You find one in the right size and turn around to take him to the cash register to pay, but he's not there. You only turned your back for a second, but he's disappeared without a trace. Seconds feel like hours as you frantically scan the area. Worst-case scenarios run through your mind. Then, you see a little ball roll out from under a nearby clothes rack, followed by a little hand reaching for it. He was hiding, and all's right with the world, save the scalding he's about to get. It only takes seconds for someone to disappear, and most of the time there's a simple explanation. That didn't happen for the people in this video. Some of them were young and anonymous, but others were old and had powerful enemies. One even disappeared twice, but they all have one thing in common. They vanished and were never seen again. Number 8. Owen Parfitt. Owen Parfitt was a man who had lived an interesting life. Or at least he believed that, and he'd be the first to tell you. He claimed to be a pirate, a ladies' man, and an adventurer. But in the 1760s, he was an old man who could barely walk and lived with his sister in Shepton Mallet. This sleepy town in southwest England was the last place you'd expect a mystery to be found. But mystery found Owen Parfitt one stormy day. Owen liked to spend his evenings sitting outside, but needed the help of his sister and neighbor to go get into his old chair on the front porch. After securing him in his chair for the evening, his sister went inside. The only people around were some farm workers down the road. As the sky darkened, Owen's sister came outside to bring him in away from the lightning, but Owen wasn't in his chair. There'd been no sign of a struggle outside, and Owen hadn't made any noise. But there was no sign, and a disabled man certainly couldn't disappear on his own. Owen's sister approached the farm workers and neighbors to search the neighborhood, but no trace of him was ever found. Many rumors circulated around Shepton Mallet about where the old man had gone. Some say that he was taken by the devil to fulfill an old debt. Others said some old pirate enemies had kidnapped him in revenge. In 1813, a skeleton was found nearby, making many people sure the mystery would be solved. But medical experts identified it as a woman's skeleton, and Owen Parfitt's last adventure remains unsolved to this day. Number 7. Barbara Newhall Follett. One of the most famous people to ever disappear without a trace, Barbara Newhall Follett became a household name when most of us were still in middle school. The author of the novel The House Without Windows, she burst onto the literary scene only at 12 years old. A homeschooled and reclusive young woman, she had a troubled home life and felt that she'd already reached her life's peak by her teens. When the Great Depression hit, she was forced to move to New York and work as a secretary. There, she met Nickerson Rogers and was married by 18 years old. Their marriage soon hit rocky waters, and she believed her husband was cheating on her. They fought, and on December 7, 1939, she stormed out of their apartment with only $30 on her. Rogers assumed she'd be home shortly and waited for her, but he would be waiting a very long time. It was 2 weeks later when he finally reported Follett's disappearance to the police, and 4 months before a missing persons notice was issued. Because the bulletin used her married name, Follett's disappearance didn't attract much attention. Follett was never found, but her mother Helen never stopped searching. As the years went on, she became more suspicious of Rogers and accused him of being involved in her daughter's disappearance. Although she demanded the police investigate Rogers, no evidence of foul play was ever found. Barbara Follett's disappearance remains unsolved, and the girl who was thrust onto the national stage early had managed to disappear into thin air. Number 6. Keith Reinhardt. Keith Reinhardt was a sports reporter who was tired of the daily grind. He had dreams of opening up an antique shop and decided to move to the quiet town of Silver Plume, Colorado in 1988. His old friend Ted Parker lived there, and he was looking forward to the proximity to another man who loved the outdoors. But tragedy and mystery would follow Reinhardt and Parker as they settled into their new life. Reinhardt opened up his antique shop and hoped his wife would join him soon, but he soon learned that his building had a dark secret. The previous owner, Tom Young, had vanished a year earlier, with his body found 10 months later along with his dogs, both shot to death. One day, not long after the gruesome discovery, Keith decided he would climb to the top of nearby Pendleton Mountain, the site of the bodies. He visited Ted, who assumed his friend would back out when he saw how hard the climb was, but Keith Reinhardt made his way up to the mountain regardless and never came down. Those who saw him before he set out said he carried no supplies. Helicopters searched the mountain for signs of him for days, but no sign of Keith Reinhardt was ever found. A search of his business found that he'd been collecting news reports of Tom Young's disappearance and had been writing morbid poetry. Some locals suspect it was a suicide. Others say he planned his disappearance to escape debts and a failing business. Others say that whoever killed Tom Young had claimed another victim. But Keith Reinhardt has never been found, dead or alive. Number 5. Ray Gricar. Working in law enforcement will earn you powerful enemies, and one Pennsylvania district attorney might have found out that the wrong way. Ray Gricar was a veteran lawman, serving as Center County District Attorney for 20 years. He was ready to retire in 2005, planning to step down after the end of his term, but he never got to serve out that last term, and instead became the subject of one of the most mysterious disappearances of the 21st century. On April 15, 2005, Gricar called his girlfriend Patty Fornicola to let her know he was coming home only minutes away, but he never returned home. And soon she called the police. Even though he was only missing for hours, he was a prominent citizen, and the police sprung into action. The next morning, they found a disturbing sight in a local parking lot, his red Mini Cooper, with no sign of Ray Gricar. There were no signs of foul play, but if Gricar had left on his own, he made sure he couldn't be found. His cell phone was still in the car, but his computer, keys, and wallet had been taken. There was no sign of foul play, and many suspected suicide. Gricar's older brother Roy had committed suicide in 1996, and the car was found in a similar position to Roy's on that fateful day. His laptop was found at the bottom of the Susquehanna River months later, missing its hard drive. A damaged hard drive was found months later, but it was badly damaged and not giving up its secret. Gricar's daughter petitioned the court to declare him dead 6 years later, and his fate remains unsolved. A man resembling him was arrested in Utah, but was eventually proven to not be Gricar. Wherever Ray Gricar went, he took his secrets with him. Number 4. The mystery of the Bennington Triangle. Rural southwestern Vermont is one of the sleepiest locations in the U.S., but in the 1940s it became a place of terror. The Bennington Triangle is an area of small towns surrounding Glastonbury Mountain, now a popular hiking area. It was 1945 when the disappearances started, with 74-year-old Middle Rivers. A local hunter, he was with a group of 4 on the mountain when he got separated from the group. Locals combed the area, but all they ever found was one of his rifle shells. Rivers knew the area well and was an experienced survivalist, but he was never seen again. He was followed just over a year later by college student Paula Jean Weldon, a sophomore at nearby Bennington College. She went for a hike on the nearby trail seen by many locals. An old couple hiking reported seeing her on the trail ahead of them, but when they reached her location, she had vanished without a trace. The FBI got involved in the case and a reward was offered, but much like Rivers, she vanished into thin air. It was 3 years later when the mystery of the Bennington Triangle struck again. Elderly veteran James Tedford was riding a bus back to his home at the Bennington Soldiers' Home and was seen on the bus at the last stop before Bennington. Somewhere between there and home, he vanished. His luggage was still on the rack, his bus timetable still on the seat, but James Tedford had inexplicably vanished. He was followed by 8-year-old Paul Jeffson, who disappeared from his mother's truck while she got out to feed the pigs. She was gone for an hour, and when she returned, Paul was gone. No evidence of him was ever found. 53-year-old Frida Langer was the last to disappear only a month after Paul, having disappeared after returning to her campsite for a change of clothes. Her body was eventually found almost a year later after an exhaustive search, the only victim to be found, but no cause of death could ever be determined. The Bennington Triangle had claimed its last victim, but its mysteries were never solved. Number 3. Joseph Force Crater. A powerful judge facing a career-ending scandal may have been an enemy he couldn't outrun, or found an unconventional way out of his troubles. Joseph Force Crater was already a household name in New York before his disappearance in 1930, having risen to the rank of state Supreme Court justice. But he had a history of corruption, including a mysterious withdrawal that many suspect was a payoff to the Tammany Hall political machine. He used his position as a bankruptcy receiver to get a huge profit, leading many to accuse him of money laundering. Was this what led to his disappearance? Crater and his wife Sheila were vacationing in Maine when he received a mysterious call that led him to drive back into the city in a hurry. He He promised his wife that he would return by her birthday, but his behavior in New York aroused suspicion. He combed his courthouse files, he carried locked briefcases out of his office, and he had his file clerk cash 2 massive checks, almost $80,000 in today's money. Crater had dinner with friends that night and planned to see a Broadway show, but afterwards accounts differ. Some of his friends say he left in a taxi, others say he walked down the street, but no one thought anything of it until he didn't return to Maine. His wife frantically called his friends but got no answer. The police weren't notified until almost a month after he disappeared, and the disappearance of Judge Crater became national news. The police interrogated many women in Atlantic City who Crater had been involved with, but none knew where he had gone. An investigation was inconclusive to declare Crater alive or dead. Did an old enemy take revenge on Crater for his corruption, or did he escape and take on a new identity? A possible break in the case came 85 years later when a recently deceased woman left notes claiming that Crater had been killed by a corrupt NYPD officer on the orders of Murder Inc. She gave directions to where he was buried in Coney Island, but no remains were found. Number 2. Tara Calico. The disappearance of Tara Calico is one of the most haunting unexplained disappearances. Not because of what we don't know, but because of what we do. Only 19 years old, Calico was fond of riding her bicycle along New Mexico State Road 47. She often rode with her mother, Patty, but Patty stopped riding because she thought a driver was stalking them. Patty warned Tara to be careful, but Tara wasn't worried. On Tuesday, September 20th, 1988, Tara didn't return from her ride. Patty went out searching for her and contacted the police. They found pieces of her Sony Walkman, and witnesses said they saw her on her bike ride, closely followed by an unknown driver in a pickup truck. A chilling break in the case came almost a year later, on June 15, 1989. Across the country, in Port St. Joe, Florida, a photograph was found in the parking lot of a convenience store. It showed a young woman bound and gagged in the trunk of a car next to a young boy. The woman who found the photo of the 2 kidnapping victims said she saw a windowless van driven by a man with a mustache. Police were unable to chase the van down. Patty identified the woman in the picture as Tara based on a scar on her leg, and the boy was initially identified as the missing Michael Henley. But the New Mexico boy's body was found a year later near where he disappeared, having died from exposure after getting lost. The boy in the picture has never been identified, and Tara Calico was never seen again. Number 1. Solomon Northup. One of the most famous missing person stories in history, Solomon Northup's tale became a best-selling memoir and an Oscar-winning biopic. But what happened to him after remains a mystery. Northup was a free-born black man living in New York in the early 1800s, but the southern states didn't care about that. When Northup, a traveling musician, went to Washington, D.C. to perform in 1841, he was drugged and kidnapped. He was sent to New Orleans, where he was sold as a slave. For 12 years, he was sent from one owner to another and treated brutally, until he met a Canadian worker who heard his story and got him legal help in New York. Upon his return to New York in 1853, he published his memoir, 12 Years a Slave. But the years of hard labor and beatings had taken their toll on Northup, and he was reported to be a drunken and depressed man. Although he found a second career as a speaker on the brutality of slavery, he often faced violent crowds opposed to his message. By 1858, he had disappeared off the map, and not even his wife or children knew where he was. Many speculated he'd been killed by his enemies who wanted to silence him, or had been kidnapped again and sold into slavery despite being an older man who would be of little use on a farm. A more optimistic rumor is that he couldn't stand doing nothing while others were in slavery and he left to join the Underground Railroad. Or maybe while drinking to escape his horrible memories, he simply met his end by falling into a nearby lake. Solomon Northup's words impacted the world long after he was gone, but the man disappeared without a trace. If you've seen our previous shows on the dark web, you should know now what you can find there and how to find it. As you know, the dark web can be accessed through what's called the Tor browser. Once you're in, you should have complete anonymity, meaning no one can track your IP address. What kinds of things can you find there? Well, as you also likely know, the dark web is full of people selling illegal things such as drugs. But there have also been reports of people even hiring hitmen through the dark web. People might also go there just to talk to other people about their illness, their strange habits, their darkest secrets. Today, we're going to unravel something a little more mysterious. In this episode of The Infographic Show, can you really order a mystery box from the dark web? Let's first explain a phenomenon known as unboxing, as not all of you follow the same trends. Around a decade ago, people would appear on YouTube literally taking things out of boxes. This might just be people unboxing tech products and then explaining how that product works, reviewing it, playing around with it. This became such a hit that companies would soon start doing their own unboxing videos or sending their products to popular channels to be unboxed. It's not all about how-to videos though. One of the most popular channels is Ryan's Toy Review, in which a 7-year-old kid opens toys. Simple perhaps, but Forbes reported that this channel made in the region of $11 million in 2017. We bet you wish you'd have come up with that concept. But for some people, the thought of watching people take things out of the box and talk about what's inside is quite dull. But what if what was inside the box was a little more exciting than an iPhone iteration or a miniature plastic Tyrannosaurus Rex made in China? That's where today's focus comes in. You see, a new trend is people allegedly ordering mystery boxes from the dark web and then opening them up on YouTube or other video platforms. As you can imagine, what's inside is generally not suitable for 7-year-olds and often doesn't come with a digital personal assistant. The media tells us that in 2018, hundreds of YouTubers have been unboxing stuff they bought in marketplaces on the dark web, and millions of people have been tuning in. Just search for this on YouTube and you can find lots of videos, mostly containing young men expressing their shock while taking things out of boxes. "Oh my god, there's blood on it," one man says in a particular video while a car baby chair is being taken out of the box. The question is, how real is all this? Could you not just set that up from your own home using ketchup-bloodied props or bags of baking soda you bought from the brightly lit supermarket? The Australian media tells us that indeed people anonymously sell these boxes on the dark web, and they go for anything from $100 to $1,000. Those boxes have included girls' backpacks, bloodied screwdrivers, and at times they've even been empty. In another video on YouTube, one unboxer finds a note that reads, "Dear friend, life is a mystery, a very, very dirty mystery. At times you never know what you are touching or what you are leaving behind." He's then told to wear gloves while he opens the box, and he subsequently takes out the contents. Those contents are a bag of white powder, a tool with a biohazard sticker on it, and a CD. He plays the CD and he hears children's voices, through which he hears the sound of a voice saying, "I see you." Scary? Well, that depends on your disposition, and perhaps if you can suspend belief, because maybe all of this is just fiction. But the fact is, if you have a look in the dark web, you can certainly find these mystery boxes. Have a look if you don't believe us. The fact this is possible is rather unnerving, given that the box is untraceable. There is likely a very small chance that something horrible could turn up in a box, rather than a Hello Kitty school bag. Mashable tells us this: although a lot of this may sound alarming, there's also a strong possibility that some of these unboxing videos are faked as means of getting views and obtaining ad revenue. Yep, Mashable, we think most people are aware of this. It seems fairly obvious to most of us that if someone really did buy one of these boxes on the dark web and then video the contents being opened, if those contents could lead to a criminal charge or at least start a criminal investigation, then that video would not appear on YouTube. Sometimes the opening of these boxes is called the Deep Web Challenge, but one must always be skeptical regarding how challenging the unboxing really is. Perhaps the biggest challenge is acting shocked, shamed, surprised, disconcerted, while making some creepy form of entertainment. Now we go over to Reddit, where one person writes this in the intro of a long piece of writing: "I don't know why I didn't realize a clear majority of these videos are fake and staged for the scare factor, but I didn't." Lo and behold though, when he finally gets around to purchasing a box, he is shocked to find something that chills his bones. It's a book, he says, that contains photos of the house he grew up in. Each numbered page contains a Polaroid, photos of places, things, but one page, he says, contained a picture of a mask, handcuffs, a gag, and a bottle of some sort of drug, it looked like. He sees his own parents tied up, himself as a kid. Oh, and then he throws the book away and he sees a hooded figure looking through his window. It turned out by ordering this box, he got his parents killed. What this is, of course, is an old trope used in horror movies, wherein an added bit of realism is used in the form of skepticism, i.e., I don't believe in the boogeyman, but then this happened to me. It's basically the campfire ghost story, and the best ones use realism to get you listening and then throw in the scare. Other stories have appeared on Reddit that are similar, and it seems that some people believed the tale. That is terrifying. I would contact the authorities right away. Wish you the best and please keep us posted, writes one person after reading writing a wicked tale of a mystery box. We can only congratulate the writer of the post and hope that he or she has a great career in fiction writing. Are we being too skeptical? We don't think we are, but that doesn't mean that some of these videos are well made, well acted, or well told. We agree with this person writing on Quora. The whole idea behind the mystery box is a scam. I've watched many videos on YouTube about mystery boxes, but later come to the conclusion that no sane human being will be willing to buy a piece of garbage. That's not to say that you can't buy a mystery box on the dark web. We haven't ordered one at the infographics show, so we can't say for sure. We can, however, go on videos and research and conclude that people are unboxing to create an audience. It's a show, nothing more and nothing less. Sure, you can find media, mostly of the tabloid ilk, all over the world talking about YouTubers opening these sinister boxes. Videos guaranteed to freak you out, 100% genuine, and that you won't believe are real. But those media are just getting on the bandwagon and generating their own audience. You might also accuse us of doing this, but at least we're trying to give you an informed piece of entertainment. We're calling these videos out as fake, but at least well-made videos for the most part. This isn't to say, of course, that you can't find white powder, often grown in Colombia, on the dark web. It doesn't mean you wouldn't find that in one of these mystery boxes. One very real journalist writing for the independent newspaper did explore the dark web and did buy illegal things. But when he talked about mystery boxes, he was too skeptical. There were dozens of videos with millions of views, yet there was something that didn't seem quite right about them, he said. The contents of the boxes seemed to fit the stereotypes of the dark web so much that it seemed staged. What did he do? Well, he tried to order a mystery box, of course. Finding one wasn't that easy, and he had to do a lot of searching. He writes that he finally found one trusted vendor willing to sell him a mystery box. He not only sees that others that had bought such a box gave them a thumbs down, but the seller wanted around $1,500 for the box he wanted. That's a bit out of the price range for a journalist. So he asked the advice of someone who has written 2 books about the dark web and has spent years going through it to see what she could find. Her name is Eileen Ormsby, and a quick search will show you that she is certainly an expert on the dark web. This is what she said to the journalists. Mystery boxes are just silly. The ones on YouTube are primarily total hoaxes invented by the YouTubers themselves for the clicks. She did add, though, that now such boxes are popular, no doubt someone is taking advantage of that and selling them. But they're just full of junk. They don't contain murder weapons or possessed dolls. It's all just a great big hoax, as we said. During her investigations into the dark web that lasted years, she failed to find many of the gruesome things that supposedly exist in this place. While arrests have been made of people doing horrid things in the dark web, it's not something all over the dark web as we're sometimes led to believe. As for mystery boxes, the only mystery to us is how some people believe these videos are real. The date is December 5th, 1945, and 5 American Avenger fighter bombers take off from an airstrip in the Naval Air Station of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The weather is crystal clear, and blue skies greet the pilots as they rise to cruising height. Below them, the tropical Atlantic is light blue and calm. It's a picture-perfect day. The 5 aviators are experienced combat veterans and have hundreds of combat flight hours under their belt each. The Avenger aircraft they fly are fresh off the production line, equipped with all the latest flight gear that the U.S. Army industry can afford. The planes plot a course east, flying for 46 miles to execute a few practice bombing runs at the Hens and Chicken Shoals, a naval proving ground. Then the planes will fly east for 67 more miles to reach the Bahamas, before flying north for 73 miles and then turning back for Florida. The planes plot a triangular flight path across the Bermudas, which will end with them back home. As the flight heads out to sea, though, the lead pilot's compass starts spinning out of control. Commander Charles Taylor carefully checks and rechecks his equipment, but can't find a reason for the compass malfunction. The other pilots radio over that they too are experiencing strange equipment malfunctions. Taylor radios back to Fort Lauderdale and informs the tower there of their equipment malfunction. Even more troubling, he reports his location as being over the Florida Keys, which should be impossible as he and his wingmen have flown due east for the last hour. The tower radios back, informing Taylor to immediately turn north and head for Miami, but only if he's sure he is really over the Florida Keys. Lacking modern radar and IFF transmitters, the tower is as in the dark to Taylor's position as he is. Suddenly, Taylor spots a mysterious silver saucer-shaped craft directly in front of him. The craft appears to have accelerated toward his plane in the blink of an eye. Looking inside a small porthole cut into the craft, Taylor spots the face of a Zeti Reticulan alien waving back at him, licking his lips in anticipation at the delicious human brain feast it's about to gorge itself on. At the same time, miles beneath the Atlantic Ocean, a fire crystal that once powered the now sunken city of Atlantis hums with energy. The Atlantean relic, damaged in the Great Catastrophe that sunk the legendary city beneath the waves eons ago, is still functional, but severely damaged. The fire crystal releases a burst of energy that bores through miles of water and into the sky, incinerating Taylor and his aircraft. Except the Atlantean fire crystal is too late because Taylor and the other planes with him are suddenly overtaken by a shining, whirling vortex of Triforce energy, which teleports the pilots and their aircraft to the year 3451 AD. Arriving in our distant future, Taylor lands his plane to find a planet ruled by Bigfoots, a planet of the mythical apes. The Bermuda Triangle has mystified humanity ever since the disappearance of the now legendary Flight 19. But for as long as the myths surrounding the alleged mysteries of the Triangle have persisted, so too have the debunkers, who have worked far harder than any human should have to try and convince the people that Atlantean fire crystals and sea monsters and alien spaceships and time vortexes don't really exist. Now a scientist has finally pulled the curtain back on the truth behind the Bermuda Triangle, and his discoveries, all backed up with scientific evidence, have shocked many. Well, in truth, they haven't shocked many people at all. And that's because scientist Karl Kruszelnicki has at last revealed with empirical evidence that the only mystery surrounding the Bermuda Triangle is that there never was a mystery to begin with. Much like conspiracy theories surrounding JFK's assassination, the mental programming of male models to become elite assassins for the fashion industry, and the moon landing, it turns out that good old-fashioned human ignorance, a whole lot of misinformation, and an appetite for mystery is mostly to blame for the Bermuda Triangle alleged weirdness. Take the legendary disappearance of Flight 19, for example. In our opening scenario, we told the story as most conspiracy theorists tell it, and yet there are very many glaring errors even before we get to the aliens, fire crystals, and time vortexes. The weather, for example, was not crystal clear, and there was moderate cloud cover that impeded the pilot's sight at times. The waves below were cresting about 15 meters, hardly calm skies for a pleasant afternoon flight. The pilots themselves were not combat veterans with hundreds of flight hours between them, but rather 4 of them were extremely inexperienced and on what would have been one of their first training flights. Commander Taylor himself was also quite the controversial figure. He was known to be a heavy drinker and in fact had shown up that day quite hungover. Also, he had a prior history for getting lost and having to ditch his plane, having done so twice already. Clearly not the best navigator in the world, which maybe helps explain why he drifted so far off course. The fact that the airmen were not flying brand new Avengers but rather well-used aircraft probably also explains why Taylor's compass malfunctioned, which only exacerbated the problems with Taylor's poor navigation skills. And there was, of course, only one recorded malfunctioning compass, not 4, which further decreases the mystery of the disappearance. Taylor's pilots had, in fact, repeatedly postulated that they had accidentally flown southeast, not southwest, as Taylor believed. Several pilots even repeatedly suggested that they turn west, though Taylor insisted that they fly east instead, taking them further out to sea. One of the pilots is even thought to have broken formation and headed west, albeit too late to save himself as his plane ran out of fuel. From established facts alone, we can already see how many elements of the Flight 19's disappearance have been misunderstood or misrepresented by conspiracy theorists. With a factual account of the disappearance, it doesn't seem like much of a mystery at all. Taylor was irresponsible, took off with a malfunctioning compass, and then led his flight deeper out to sea instead of turning west as he should have done. Heavy cloud cover likely obscured views of any recognizable land masses and added to the difficulty in navigating. Mystery solved. Taylor got his men killed due to an error of judgment, and certainly didn't need the help of extinct Atlanteans or space aliens to do so. There is, of course, the popular follow-up to Flight 19's disappearance, the disappearance of a search and rescue aircraft sent to the same flight path that very night. Once more, depending on which conspiracy theory website you read the story on, the disappeared plane either vanished into thin air or was spotted being followed by UFOs, or became the victim of another Atlantean fire crystal. Yet in reality, the alleged sudden and unexplained disappearance had several witnesses who all reported a fireball crashing into the ocean. The next morning, plane debris in an oil slick was discovered. Clearly, this was the work of UFOs trying to throw investigators off the scent. Except the PBM Mariner aircraft, which had been dispatched to look for the missing flight, already had a nasty reputation for randomly exploding, which on a top 10 list of things an aircraft shouldn't do is right at number 1. The aircraft had already earned the nickname of Flying Gas Tank by its pilots, and after the disappearance of the search and rescue mariner, the Navy grounded all of its mariners and eventually replaced them altogether. So an irresponsible commander with a faulty compass showed up to work half drunk and led his men far out into the sea to crash. And the search and rescue aircraft dispatched to find any remains itself exploded due to its poor construction. For some, this is still not enough to convince them that aquatic Bigfoots in cahoots with the space aliens aren't firing Atlantean fire crystals at our planes and ships. Since the mid-1970s, Lloyd's of London has been attempting to convince the unwashed masses that there's nothing weird about the Bermuda Triangle. Lloyd's of London is a maritime insurer who has insured ships heading out to sea since the 17th century. Every time one of their insured ships goes down in an accident or bad weather, they lose a significant amount of money. Thus, Lloyd's of London keeps one of the world's most detailed records of all maritime accidents around the globe. The area known as the Bermuda Triangle is a very heavily trafficked sea lane. Cruise ships routinely cross through the triangle, bringing thousands of tourists to the Bahamas and other tropical islands. And giant cargo ships cross through the waters en route to ports in the Gulf of Mexico. A ship wishing to dock at the southern U.S.'s largest ports, such as Mobile, Alabama, must cross through the triangle on its way to America from Europe, Africa, or even Asia. All of this heavy ship and air traffic is bound to result in a large number of shipping accidents and lost ships. No matter how advanced our modern technology is, some estimates say that we still lose 24 ships every year, completely vanishing along with their crews. The ocean is still a wild and very dangerous place for mankind to tread, and occasionally it likes to remind us of that fact. When you concentrate large amounts of shipping traffic through a narrow corridor, such as the Bermuda Triangle, it's expected that from time to time there will be a headlines-grabbing disappearance. Yet, after scouring its records, Lloyd's of London was able to prove to the public that this part of the world suffers shipping accidents and losses at nearly the same rate as anywhere else on the planet. In fact, they've been trying to tell the world at large this since about 1974. And in completely predictable fashion, most people continue to call it fake news. The deep state, in this case a literal deep state beneath the waves known as Atlantis, is clearly to blame. Briefly, another theory, which was at least scientific in nature, was proposed for the loss of ships and planes across the triangle. This theory states that massive releases of methane gas, frozen beneath the first few layers of soil at the bottom of the ocean, could be responsible for sinking ships and dropping planes out of the sky. Such a large release of methane could in fact create a swarm of bubbles directly underneath a ship, which would destroy its buoyancy and cause the ship to immediately sink. Imagine one huge bubble slowly rising to the surface, with a ship at the very center of it when it breaks the surface and bursts. With no ocean underneath it, the ship plummets into an empty air cavity, and the ocean crashes down above it, immediately sinking the ship. In a very similar way, this is what theorists propose happens to ships in the triangle. The methane, however, can rise for tens of thousands of feet, and when it comes into contact with superheated jet exhaust, it can explode. The resulting explosion could damage jet engines and cause planes to fall out of the sky. The theory is actually completely plausible and very realistic, except scientists say that the last massive release of undersea methane in the area occurred about 15,000 years ago. It turns out that the only real mystery surrounding the Bermuda Triangle is why there's a mystery left to begin with. The facts and the data have been publicly available since the mid-70s, and prominent scientists have debunked the entire mystery routinely over the last several decades. In the end, it seems people simply like having a good mystery, and living in a world with no mysterious circumstances, alien spaceships, and Atlantean fire crystals may be too boring for some. It's the Middle Ages, and a man is sitting in a cell awaiting one of the worst punishments the world has to offer. Even for those brutal times, he's been sentenced to be walled up, alive, for the crime of breaking his monastic vows. He brokers a deal with those who want him dead. If I can write a book in just one night, a book that contains all human knowledge and outshines the majesty of our great God and our great monastery, can I forego this terrible punishment? His captors agree, knowing full well that such a task is impossible. But the monk gets to work, scribbling frantically from morning until evening, and the clock strikes midnight and he knows he cannot finish this book of knowledge, so he prays, not to his God, but to the fallen angel, Lucifer. "Help me finish this book," cries the monk, "and you can take my soul." Lucifer, not one to pass up such a great deal, agrees, and he finishes the behemoth of a book for the man. As a note of gratitude, the monk adds an illustration to the pages of the book, which is a sketch of the devil himself. That's the legend anyway. We'll get around to seeing just how true that could be. Let's go back to the year 1648. It's the last year of what's called the 30 Years' War, a war that involved many European states and would claim millions of lives. What was it all over? Well, religion for one, and of course, power. In July that year, the Swedish army had overcome the army defending the city of Prague, a city located in the modern-day Czech Republic. What they found in a monastery there was something no man had ever seen before. They discovered a book, an old and spectacular book, something so big that it could hardly be picked up. It contained the full Latin Bible. It contained tales from ancient history, and it also contained the vast knowledge of medicine. Was this the book that the monk had written when in cahoots with the devil? One thing for sure is that it was, and still is, the largest illustrated medieval manuscript ever created. And yes, inside it was a drawing of the devil. The book became known as the Codex Gigas. In Latin, that simply translates to giant book. A giant it is, too. The 320 pages are made from vellum, which is a material made from animal hide that was often used for writing on. Believe it or not, it took 160 donkeys to get enough hide to create the book. The total page count is unknown, as many pages went missing throughout history, and today only 310 remain. Still, quite the feat for a medieval scribe, especially if forced to write this book in just one night. The Devil's Bible is 36 inches tall, 20 inches wide, and 8.7 inches thick. It weighs about the same as many of you folks watching the show, weighing in at 165 pounds. Suffice it to say, when the Swedes saw this thing, they were blown away. They'd seen nothing like it. No one had in any country. It was a work of brilliance, and as we said, it didn't just contain the full Christian Bible, but had chapters on history and medicine. There were even pages containing information on things such as exorcisms and how to repent for one's sins. But who wrote it? That's the question that's always confounded historians. You see, while it's written in Latin, it also contains Hebrew, Greek, and Slavic alphabets. So maybe a lot of people wrote the thing, thought historians. But on further analysis over the years, many historians agreed that the handwriting, the mood, and the illustrations must have come from just one person. Taking into account the work that went into such a book, that one author would have been writing and sketching in, day out for at least 20 years, maybe even 30 years. That or some chastised monk made a deal with the devil one night while awaiting an execution. But who was this guy? Well, as the legend goes, he was named Herman the Recluse, and he was a 13th century monk working in Bohemia, part of today's Czech Republic. So what do we know about Herman? Given his epithet, we know he probably didn't get out much. In Latin, his name was Hermanus Hermitus, which you can guess relates to the word hermit. So did Herman make a pact with the devil and get the book finished in just one night? Or did he live up to his name and stay home for 20 or 30 years until the book was complete? The answer is he most likely spent his entire life writing the manuscript, given that people didn't tend to live too long back then. But why did Herman give the Prince of Darkness a page all to himself? It's not exactly clear. But if you open the book with the devil exposed, the opposite page is an illustration of a heavenly city. Perhaps Herman was making a point. Live a life of sin and this is the fella you meet after you die. Or live a sinless life and you get a ticket to heaven. In the pages after the picture of the devil, the reclusive monk gives detailed instructions of how to exorcise the Prince of Darkness, either from people or inanimate objects. There were also some spells that were supposed to heal the sick, and 2 spells relating to conjuring the devil. The book is obviously anti-devil, so you might ask, why is there a conjuring spell? Well, historians now believe that the conjuring spells were there to protect people from the devil, not get into bed with him. As for the missing pages, some scholars believe they were intentionally removed. Why, you might ask? Well, that's where the conspiracy theories come in. Maybe the lost pages contained something that mortals like you were never meant to see, or maybe they were just stolen, or perhaps in the time the information on those pages was deemed offensive. We know that in 1697 the book was damaged. It was sitting in the Stockholm Castle in Sweden when the building caught fire. As the story goes, according to a vicar named Johan Erikssons, who wrote about the fire some 50 years later, the book was thrown from the building and it landed on someone. Imagine that, a book weighing the same as an adult male falling on someone's head. We guess the victim was severely injured. Codex Gigas was still intact at the end of the ordeal, although it said some pages went missing. In view of that accident, some people have said the Devil's Bible is cursed and will bring misfortune on anyone that goes near it. That's probably not true, since it's been sitting in the National Library of Sweden in Stockholm for a long time, and it hasn't seemed to have cursed the place yet. On top of that, thousands upon thousands of people have seen it in that museum, and we expect they didn't get cursed either. Denver International Airport, or DEN Airport, is shrouded in secrecy, riddled with weird statues and creepy art, and is a place of strange stories and myths. People even questioned why DEN Airport was built in the first place. The current airport opened in 1995, but there was a fully functioning one closer to downtown. This new version is twice the size of Manhattan, and the development went $2 billion over budget. But even before the current Denver International Airport opened, it was the subject of countless conspiracy theories. Is there any truth behind the rumors? That's what we intend to get to the bottom of in this episode of the Infographics Show. A cursed airport? The Denver Airport. A quick Google search on DEN Airport brings back numerous stories from both mainstream media and independent conspiracy sites, so something's clearly going on. Before we get into the conspiracy stories, let's first take a tour of the inside of this creepy, gigantic building. It's famous for its terrifying 32-foot-tall statue of a giant horse with fiery, glowing eyes. The Denver locals call him Blucifer, according to media outlet Slate. But even freakier is the odd story of the red-eyed statue called Blue Mustang that killed its sculptor Luis Jimenez. It fell on him and severed an artery. And inside the airport, there are more disturbing art pieces, including a mural of a devil jumping out of a suitcase and a statue of Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god of death. Some of the more controversial art pieces have now been removed, including a character that resembled a Nazi officer in a gas mask, children in front of a burning building, and kids gathered around a knife. Not the usual style you'd expect from an airport terminal building. So what about the conspiracy theories that surround DEN Airport? One that's talked about a lot is the shape of the runways. An aerial view of the runways at the airport shows that they resemble the shape of a swastika. And this is not a typical formation for an airport's runways. The explanation from an airport representative is that the runways are designed that way so that they can be used simultaneously regardless of the weather patterns. She told the UK newspaper The Telegraph, "We think the shape looks like a pinwheel." But in the same Telegraph article, it was also pointed out that New York's JFK and the Las Vegas and Miami airports all have very different layouts, so this certainly gives us something to think about. There are also dedication markers and plaques around the airport with some rather odd symbolism on them that looks like the Masonic Square. This has led to other conspiracies claiming that construction of the new airport was funded by the New World Airport Commission. However, when you search for that name, it seems to come up only in connection with DEN Airport, which has led others to draw the conclusion that the airport is actually funded by the Nazi group the New World Order. The date of the airport's dedication also happens to be March 19, 1994. If you add those numbers together, 191994, you get 33. This is the highest level one can achieve in Freemasonry, which represents perfection, and that Masonic Square also links to the Illuminati group, of course. So the book is out on this one. New World Order, Freemasonry, Illuminati, or just a coincidence? We wanted to find out the root of this conspiracy, and it seems the theory of the airport being the Illuminati headquarters gained ground when it was covered on Jesse Ventura's woke TV show Conspiracy Theory in 2010. It gained so much ground, in fact, that many of the mainstream news outlets have investigated the theory, and in 2016 the airport's CEO, Kim Day, had to make a statement in response to it. She said, "Whether it's because of our impressive size, expansive infrastructure, or robust public art program, Denver International Airport has long heard the rumors, innuendo, and internet chatter about being the center of conspiracies, from the absurd to the entertaining." She also announced that the airport will be dedicating the month of October to embracing that strangeness and sharing in the fun. The month-long celebration included all sorts of odd conspiracy activities, such as conspiracy art tours, conspiracy theories uncovered art exhibition, and even a conspiracy costume party. Can there be any more strange rumors about this conspiracy-ridden airport facility? Well, actually, yes. The plot thickens. There are also a number of theories about what lies beneath the airport. According to BuzzFeed, a former airport construction worker claims 5 multi-story buildings were built underneath the airport. This, he said, was the reason the airport was so far behind schedule. He also said that there was a complex network of tunnels beneath the airport. This claim has been made by many others and led to theories that these underground buildings were everything from New World Order command bunkers to post-apocalyptic fallout shelters for the global elite, including billionaires and politicians. One theory even claims there was a makeshift Federal Emergency Management Agency or FEMA concentration camp waiting to be used beneath the Denver airport. But the airport just isn't set up correctly for gassing people, so this theory seems far-fetched. There are so many theories on what's beneath the airport that it's hard to know what's true and what is not. The most plausible theory seems to be that these underground tunnels are used for the airport's rail system and the overly huge baggage system that was going to be deployed but didn't materialize. So what is the truth behind the Denver airport? There are literally hundreds of theories online, and many of them contradict each other. We know it's a huge and expensive construction that didn't necessarily need to be so big, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything shady is going on at the airport. And compared to similar international airports, it could be considered a bargain build, as Hong Kong International Airport, which was built around the same time, cost a whopping $20 billion. And though there is another airport, it is much older and poorly designed to serve Denver's growing needs. The tunnels, which have some conspiracy theorists excited, are used for transport and moving baggage. But the artwork? That seems to have most people stumped, as it's certainly strange for an airport terminal. Just after 1 a.m. on March 8, 2014, Malaysian Airlines flight number 370 en route to Beijing, China from Kuala Lumpur checked in with Malaysia Air Traffic Control. "Good night, Malaysia 370" were the last words anyone heard from Flight 370 before the Boeing 777 disappeared from the face of the earth, with 239 souls on board. Now, 6 years later, there are still more questions than answers about the Malaysian air mystery, and what we now know about the missing flight MH370 is truly shocking. Almost immediately after the last check-in, just as the plane was crossing from Malaysian airspace into Vietnamese airspace, flight MH370 disappeared from radar screens. In the confusion of the zone crossing, it took more than 18 minutes for air traffic controllers to even notice the plane was missing. Officials on the ground attempted to reach the aircraft numerous times over the next several hours, but the calls went unanswered. The official distress call alerting Kuala Lumpur's Aeronautical Rescue Coordination Center that an aircraft and its passengers might be in mortal danger wasn't made until after 6 a.m., more than 4 hours after the plane disappeared. Early search efforts focused on the South China Sea, but 34 ships and 28 aircraft from 7 different countries could find no trace of the plane. It quickly became apparent they were looking in the entirely wrong area. Within a matter of days after the plane's disappearance, analysis of radar and satellite data provided the shocking details of flight MH370's final hours. Almost immediately after the goodnight message, the plane veered dramatically off course. It first made an abrupt turn to the southwest and flew back over the Malay Peninsula, then banked around the island of Penang before heading northwest up the Strait of Malacca and out across the Andaman Sea. This maneuver took more than an hour to accomplish, but the most shocking revelation from the radar data was the fact that after the deviation, the plane cruised on autopilot for hours before it ran out of fuel and plunged into the Indian Ocean, thousands of miles away from the initial search area. There were 3 major investigations in the immediate aftermath of the crash. Australia led the main investigations and search efforts, as they were the closest to the assumed crash site, 1,200 miles southwest of Perth, and were well equipped to handle a major marine search. They began searching by air but found no trace of the plane. The time wasted searching the South China Sea likely cost them any chance of recovering the wreckage and the plane's black boxes. After 2 months of fruitless air searches, the team turned their attention to mapping and scouring the ocean floor in one of the deepest, most unexplored regions of the Indian Ocean. Unsurprisingly, their efforts failed to find any sign of the plane, and the investigation was closed after 3 years. The Malaysian police conducted their own internal investigation, which mainly consisted of background checks on the passengers and crew. The results were underwhelming, to say the least. The report was released in 2017, and it concluded that they were unable to determine a cause for the disappearance of flight MH370. It also cleared all passengers and crew of any suspicion. The third official investigation was an international accident inquiry, and it was a mess from the start. International cooperation in the immediate aftermath of a tragedy is difficult under the best of circumstances, but dealing with the autocratic and corrupt Malaysian regime made it nearly impossible to conduct a thorough investigation. It was clear that the Malaysians just wanted the whole situation to go away. It's unlikely they were covering up anything sinister. They simply didn't know what they would find if they looked too closely, and they couldn't risk uncovering anything that would reflect poorly on the government or its airline. It quickly became obvious that the Malaysians knew a lot more about the disappearance than what they shared with the world. A Malaysian military base picked up the plane on their radar after it deviated from its flight path, but they neglected to investigate the unexpected aircraft because it looked friendly. The Malaysians knew about the change in flight path early on and withheld that information even as rescuers wasted precious hours and days searching in the wrong area. In time, more details that Malaysian officials tried to keep secret would find their way to the public and help paint a picture of what had happened to Flight MH370 and why. But at the time, due to a lack of cooperation and reliable data, the third investigation was also unable to determine a cause for the disappearance and was closed. While official investigations proved inconclusive, the search continues to this day, and recent finds have led to many new revelations about the fate of Flight MH370. A group of volunteer engineers and scientists who met online and called themselves the Independent Group studied the available data and helped narrow down the search area. Using radar and satellite data, investigators and volunteers were able to recreate the plane's trajectory and pinpoint its last known location. As the plane cruised south over the vast expanse of ocean towards Antarctica, which was far outside of its range, it crossed paths with the satellite, and their electronic handshake provides us with a general idea of the plane's last known location somewhere southwest of Australia. Other investigators used a different tactic, working backward from locations where debris eventually drifted ashore and analyzing weather systems, drift patterns, and currents to recreate the debris' journey and find the plane's final resting place. This is a much bigger task than you might imagine, considering the millions of square miles of water and tens of thousands of miles of coastline in the Indian Ocean. Experts also had to worry about a phenomenon that they dubbed the Gibson effect. Searchers focusing their attention on areas where debris had already been found simply because people were already looking there can take focus off of other areas, particularly to the north, where debris might yet be found, and skew the data. The Gibson effect was named for Blaine Gibson, an American lawyer/adventurer whose goal is to visit every country in the world. Gibson also can't resist a mystery, and since learning the fate of Flight MH370, he's arranged his travels to allow him to help the search efforts. After visiting Malaysia and meeting some of the families of those lost on Flight MH370, Gibson figured the best way he could help was by being on the ground, and he began visiting coastal areas where debris might wash up and painstakingly combing the beaches for clues. Even though this amounted to searching for a needle in a haystack, Gibson's crazy idea actually paid off. On the advice of some Australian oceanographers about ocean currents and drift patterns, Gibson first visited Mozambique, where he asked local fishermen to show him where they'd often find washed-up nets and fishing equipment. Against all odds, there he found a scrap of metal that looked suspiciously like a plane part, and it was later confirmed to be part of MH370's horizontal stabilizer panel. More discoveries would follow, and Gibson built a network of locals all along the Indian Ocean coastline who would bring or sell him their finds. In the end, of the several dozen pieces of debris found that were confirmed or suspected to be from MH370, Gibson would be personally responsible for finding 1/3 of those pieces. And in case he ever forgot why he was doing this, he often found empty purses and backpacks washed up along with the debris, a haunting reminder of the lives lost. So what are the biggest things we've learned in the years since Malaysian flight MH370 disappeared? What do we know now that we didn't know back then? Well, first of all, we can rule out most of the prevailing conspiracy theories about flight MH370 that are kicking around online. There's a faction that claims the unusual signals picked up by radar and satellite were fraudulent, designed to disguise the plane's true flight, although proponents of this theory don't seem to have any idea what the point of that true flight was. There's also the British tarot card reader who was sailing near South Asia when she witnessed what looked like a missile or a plane on a suicide mission flying low overhead, headed for a nearby Chinese fleet. When she returned from her holiday and learned of the disappearance of flight MH370, she concluded that what she had seen must have been the missing plane and spread her theory across the web, despite being nowhere near the plane's path. There are even those who believe that the plane flew into some sort of time warp or a black hole. According to William Longoviscia, a writer for The Atlantic, none of those theories hold any water, and even less outlandish ones often ignore the satellite data, and in some cases also the radar tracks, the aircraft systems, the air traffic control record, the physics of flight, and the basic contours of planetary geography. And of course, there are also plenty of people who have looked to capitalize on the tragedy and mystery. One Australian man claimed to have found the plane's wreckage on Google Earth, sitting intact in shallow waters. Obviously, he refuses to give up the location of this monumental find until his Kickstarter campaign for an expedition is fully funded. If we ignore the straight-up conspiracies and frauds, what are we left with? Based on everything we've learned in the last few years, experts can make some assumptions about what had happened in those final hours on board Malaysian flight MH370. We know that when the plane deviated from its planned flight path, it was an intentional move. In order to make the tight maneuvers used to turn around, the plane would have to have been operated by hand. We also know that the plane then cruised on autopilot for 6 full hours in the direction of Antarctica before it ran out of fuel. Based on the dramatic final descent, the plane reached speeds of 15,000 feet per second before abruptly crashing into the water and exploding into 1,000 pieces. Experts have assumed that the final maneuver was intentional, since it was 5 times faster than we'd expect an unassisted descent to be. In light of this, it might be a relief to know that most of the passengers and crew on board had probably passed away long before the dramatic last moments of flight MH370. Flight data shows that shortly after the initial turn, the plane's electronic systems were disabled, including the cabin air pressurization system, and that whoever was in control of the plane executed a dramatic climb that likely accelerated the depressurization of the cabin, incapacitating and killing everyone on board. The onboard oxygen masks, which would have dropped from above in the dimly lit cabin, would have been no help at such a high altitude. Everyone outside the cockpit would have quickly passed out and died gently within minutes, with no choking or gasping for air. The cockpit, on the other hand, had an hours-long supply of oxygen. The most likely scenario to explain why flight MH370 disappeared is a dramatic case of pilot suicide. Although the official Malaysian report indicated no problems with either of the pilots, word eventually spread that the pilot in charge, Zahari Ahmad Shah, was recently divorced and had been facing some personal issues, and he was likely clinically depressed. He also had his own flight simulator at home on which he had practiced the exact route that the fated flight took. But these are still just assumptions. There's still plenty we don't know about the tragic disappearance of flight MH370. We still don't know for sure who was in the cockpit during the deviation, the long flight, and the ultimate end. And we don't know for sure why that person, whoever they were, decided to do what they did. We don't know why Malaysian military didn't intervene when they could, and why initial search and rescue efforts were so delayed. We also don't know what else Malaysian officials know that they haven't told us, or why they're so reluctant to share. And of course, although we know roughly where the plane was just before it ran out of fuel, we still don't know for sure exactly where the plane crashed. Sadly, we'll probably never have all of the answers to these questions, and the mystery of Malaysian Airlines flight MH370 may never fully be solved. But the search continues for the plane's wreckage, and we may know more in the future than we know right now.
The Bermuda Triangle is an area in the Atlantic Ocean. How much area it covers is not very specific, but it's thought somewhere between 1,300,000 to 3,900,000 kilometers squared, 500,000 to 1,510,000 square miles. If you look at it on a map, you can imagine a triangle whose tips reach Miami, Puerto Rico, and Bermuda. That doesn't mean there is an exact line down each side of the triangle, and after that nothing spooky can happen, but it's more or less an estimate of the area. Since the middle half of the 20th century, people have been saying something paranormal happens occasionally within this triangle, while others have said this is nothing but superstitious balderdash. First of all, no one is making up a story that ships and planes go missing or are destroyed in this area. That's not fake news or old wives' tales. It's just some people believe there is something otherworldly at work, and others just say the rotten luck of those that died was down to the whims of the weather or human error. This is also a very busy part of the ocean, and for the most part, people travel safely through it. We'll let you decide what happened. You can go back to the time of Christopher Columbus as to when the mystery caught fire. In his case, he actually saw a fire in the sky when traveling through the triangle. He even said his compass readings started to act abnormally. Perhaps the first big modern disaster that is on record was the loss of 12 men who set off from the U.S. on the U.S. Navy PBM-3S patrol seaplane. They went missing in the area and were never seen again. No wreckage, no sign of an accident was ever found. Then, just a few months later, something even stranger happened. 5 U.S. bombers carrying 14 men departed from Florida and disappeared. A plane carrying 13 men went in search the same day, and guess what? they disappeared too. No sign of the men or their planes was found. The U.S. Navy issued a report stating it was as if they had flown to Mars. The 40s were a bad time for U.S. planes in the Bermuda Triangle, with the largest loss of life being 39 people in 1948 when their Douglas DST airliner went missing. Again, this was somewhat of a mystery, being that the plane was never found. Now you are starting to get the picture as to why this part of the watery world has a devilish reputation. It was worse, of course, at sea, and many tragedies occurred through the 19th century. Then, on 4th of March 1918, the U.S. saw its worst naval disaster that wasn't related to fighting. That was when the USS Cyclops went down in the Bermuda Triangle, and yet again, the cause is unknown. 306 crew and passengers, as well as the ship, were never seen again. The strange thing is, the Cyclops had 3 sister ships, and they all sank. 2 of them met their fate in the area we are talking about today, and again, they vanished without a trace. So, not surprisingly, people began to wonder about the mystery of these disappearing ships, and this was in an era before fake news and interminable Reddit conspiracy theory threads. In 1964, a man called Vincent Gaddis coined the term Bermuda Triangle when he wrote a story about all the missing ships and aircraft. A decade later, Charles Berlitz wrote a book about this mysterious place, and since then, scores of writers have been penning works about the Bermuda Triangle involving aliens, monsters, underwater cities, and holes in time. More disasters have happened after the ones we have talked about, but they are too numerous to mention. Even moving underwater is a dangerous game. In 1968, the nuclear submarine USS Scorpion went missing, as well as the 99 crew on board. While those who like to believe in the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle have written this as another paranormal disaster, others have impugned this theory, stating it was outside of the area, and anyway, saying such a thing is insulting to the family of those that died. Still, it remains a mystery as to what actually happened. The wreckage was found, but people haven't agreed about what went down. Many theorists blame the Soviets and state it was destroyed by them. The last Bermuda Triangle event we can find was in 2017, when 3 people, including the well-known event space entrepreneur Jennifer Blumen, succumbed to what the New York Times reported was likely bad weather. Debris of the plane was found in this case, but not the bodies. So, what are the theories? In 2017, the UK's Independent wrote a piece with the headline, "Scientist Solves Mystery of the Bermuda Triangle." The scientist is called Karl Krzelnicki, and he said the only things you can blame are human error and bad weather, rather than aliens or the lost city of Atlantis. The number that go missing in the Bermuda Triangle is the same as anywhere in the world on a percentage basis, he said. Other British media wrote about the 75 planes and hundreds of ships that have gone down in the fateful area, and their conclusion was much the same: just bad bloody weather. On top of that, they offered a hypothesis of methane hydrates, which are underwater gas explosions, mostly due to drilling. These explosions release gas and reduce the density of the water. This could be a reason why so many ships sink. Another new theory is that of hexagonal clouds. These clouds, measuring between 20 and 50 miles, 32.1 kilometers and 80.4 kilometers, cause massive blasts of wind of up to 170 miles per hour. That's 273.5 kilometers per hour. One scientist explained, these types of hexagonal shapes in the ocean are in essence air bombs. They're formed by what is called microbursts, and they're blasts of air. So, they bring down planes and also cause huge waves. They seem to appear a lot over the area of the Bermuda Triangle. There is also something known as electronic fog, which, when it wraps around a ship, causes all the electrical equipment to malfunction. Another theory is the unusual seafloor that has massive crevices and craters and so affects the water above. That's what science says anyway. Some other people believe in the more fantastic. One such theory is that the lost city of Atlantis is down there, and still with it are the energy crystals the city needed to have power. These crystals are so powerful they can drag ships down. In the book we mentioned earlier by Charles Berlitz, he writes about the possibility of the disappearances being engineered by entities from inner or outer space. The thing is, there is just nothing out there to back this theory up. It's as credible as saying Mickey Mouse did it, or the ships were hit by a giant Toblerone. Still, Here at the Infographics Show, we believe in healthy skepticism and always to remain curious, and there's no doubt that this area of the world does seem to see a lot of mysterious events.
Few places in the world elicit the mystery and wonder that Stonehenge does. For hundreds of years, archaeologists and historians have puzzled over the ancient ruins, trying to piece together the truth behind its origin. At last, though, modern science has caught up with the ancient mystery, and we finally have a pretty good idea as to who created this wonder of the ancient world. For anyone living under a very large rock for the last 500 years and doesn't know, Stonehenge is an ancient site in the UK made up of pillars of rock laid out in a circle. The remains showed that the entire site was once ringed with massive stone columns, which were themselves topped with slabs of stone that completely encircled the monument. Inside, scientists suspect that there was once a smaller circle of stones, of which only a few pillars remain, also topped by a massive stone slab. While the site is relatively simple in its construction and certainly pales in comparison with wonders such as the pyramids of Egypt, what is impressive is that Stonehenge is estimated to have been built over 5,000 years ago, when humans were thought to have been largely using nothing more than simple bone and antler tools. The Neolithic monument is also thought to have taken 1,500 years to complete, with construction being taken up by various groups of people who continually added to the original site. The first stage was a massive circular ditch and bank dug on the Salisbury Plain by Neolithic Britons using deer antlers for tools. They also included deep pits inside of that circular construction, now known as the Aubrey Holes after John Aubrey, the 17th century antiquarian who discovered them. It's believed that the holes once held up a ring of timber posts standing upright, creating a circle of timber within the larger circular ditch. This site remained standing until a few hundred years later when more builders arrived and decided to remodel. Rather than use the timbers for their construction, they hauled 80 bluestones, of which 43 remained standing, and laid them out in either a horseshoe or circular formation around the site. Lastly, during the third and final phase of construction, which took place around 2000 BC, sandstone slabs were arranged into a ring formation around the entire site, with some being assembled into the iconic three-piece structures called trilithons. A few trilithons remain standing inside the formation today, and it's these structures that have become a visual representation of Stonehenge for millions of people around the world today. Work would continue for the next 400 years, with the large stones being repositioned as new people modified the original site. What's particularly impressive about Stonehenge is that the majority of the construction took place well before the invention of the wheel. That means that the sandstone blocks weighing over 40 tons had to be transported from up to 25 miles away, while the smaller bluestones, which weighed up to 4 tons each, were originally sourced from over 200 miles away. How in the world did Neolithic builders get these giant stones into position without even the use of the wheel? The longest standing theory is that the stones were transported using sledges and rollers made out of fallen tree trunks, with each stone riding atop a bunch of greased logs, which would be moved in front of the stone as it traveled over and past a section of logs. This would have allowed the builders to simply push or drag the huge stones over long distances, though it would certainly have been incredibly labor-intensive. They then could have transferred the stones into huge rafts and floated them along the Welsh coast and up to the River Avon toward the construction site. More modern refinements to the theory has builders using teams of oxen to drag the stones along grooved planks, or transporting them in giant wicker baskets or on all kinds of ball bearings. However, in the 1970s, geologists began to get in on the debate of how the mighty stones were transported. They suggested that it wasn't humans who lugged these stones dozens or hundreds of miles, but rather that it was ancient glaciers. Well known to uplift rocks and transport them hundreds of miles, these glacial erratics, as they're known, pop up all over the world and are remnants of the last ice age. They proposed that perhaps glaciers had deposited a large number of raw stones required to build Stonehenge, though the theory isn't particularly popular amongst mainstream geologists. Never mind how it was built though, who were the people that actually built Stonehenge? Back when mythology was considered history, it was believed that Stonehenge was the handiwork of King Arthur's friend and confidant, the wizard Merlin. Sometime in the mid-5th century, hundreds of British nobles were killed by Saxon barbarians and then buried on the Salisbury Plain, which was at the time made out of stakes. And in order to honor the fallen men, King Aureolus Ambrosius, the uncle of King Arthur, ordered that a memorial be built on the site to honor their deaths. The king thus sent an army to Ireland to fetch a stone circle known as the Giant's Ring, which ancient giants had built from magical African bluestones. The Irish, defending the ring, were defeated, but the men could not move the massive stones. Thus, Merlin used his magic to move the giant stones across the sea and onto the site they stand on today. According to the legend, King Ambrosius and King Arthur's father Uther remain buried there to this day. When people started believing in myths less and science more, the monument was attributed to the Saxons, the Danes, the Romans, the Greeks, and even the Egyptians. Eventually, in the 17th century, archaeologist John Aubrey claimed that the monument was the work of Celtic high priests known as Druids, and the theory largely stuck for hundreds of years. Even today, many individuals who identify as modern Druids gather at the site to hold rituals. Yet, sadly for them, modern science has at last determined that it was definitely not the Druids who built Stonehenge. Stonehenge, it turns out, has an origin as complicated as its construction, and after the careful observation of dating bones and tools and other artifacts discovered on the site, archaeologists now believe that there was actually no one people who are responsible for building Stonehenge, but that rather the monument was a community project of sorts, with various groups of people working on it at different times. First were Neolithic agrarian humans, likely the original inhabitants of the British Isles, though some genetic research hints that these original inhabitants were actually displaced by invaders from the mainland. Then the descendants of the original Britons likely added to the site, followed by immigrants from the European continent, with some hypothesized to have come from as far as modern-day Turkey. Stonehenge, it turns out, has no one source, but rather is a hodgepodge of different cultures who likely all appropriated it to suit their own needs. We might never know why it was originally built, but it's clear that as new groups of people came across the site, they were quick to modify or add to the construction in order to suit their own needs. The site is thought to have served purposes related to astronomy, calendar keeping, religious ceremonies, and even as a royal monument, with its function throughout the years as varied as its original builders. While today it serves as a tourist destination for people who come from all over the world to marvel at the ingenuity of our ancestors. This is, of course, the official story, and other sources claim that Stonehenge is, you guessed it, alien in origin. Some believe that Stonehenge is part of a global navigation network used by alien ships, with sites that include the pyramids and the Nazca Lines in South America. Apparently, ancient aliens needed visual signals by which to navigate the spacecraft that they traversed the galaxy with because they never quite developed GPS technology. A very curious technological misstep. Yet others believe that Stonehenge is the site of a major vortex which spews out some kind of energy from the Earth. These believers claim that ancient humans could identify and tap into these magical vortexes. Yet somehow, for some reason, despite being able to land spacecraft on Mars, modern humanity is apparently unable to discover the same magical vortices that primitive humans did. For our part, after careful examination by our team of leading researchers, archaeologists, and historians, we here at the Infographics Show have deduced that Stonehenge is an interdimensional aperture through which space aliens from the Zeti Reticuli Nebula will one day invade in order to feed on our delicious brains. And seriously, who are you going to listen to? Leading researchers and scientists or the internet? February 2nd, 1959. It's a bitterly cold night in the remote northern Soviet Union wilderness. 9 hikers make camp in an Ural Mountains pass near the peak known as Kolat-Syakhl, or the Dead Mountain. They are 7 days into a strenuous 16-day expedition and are slightly off course due to losing their direction in bad weather conditions. However, they are all experienced trekkers and should be fine, except the hikers never live to see another dawn. Sometime during the night, the hikers leave the safety of their tents and flee into the frigid dark, some of them half-dressed and barefoot. What happened to the 9 hikers on that freezing Siberian night? The bizarre and confusing circumstances of the last hours of the hikers' lives have caused much speculation. The Dyatlov Pass incident, as the tragedy has come to be known, is one of the most enduring and popular mysteries of the latter half of the 20th century. In late January 1959, 10 students and alumni from the Ural Polytechnical Institute, UPI, and an older ski instructor began a difficult trip, the climax of which was an arduous 7-mile trek to reach the northern Ural mountain of Otorten. With diaries and cameras found at the campsite, authorities were able to retrace the group's journeys up until the day before their death. The leader of the hiking group was 23-year-old Igor Dyatlov, a radio engineering student. Dyatlov was extremely passionate about the outdoors and an avid skier. The snowy, windswept mountain pass where the hikers perished will eventually come to bear his last name in his honor. Dyatlov's close friend, 23-year-old Yuri Krivonashenko, was a frequent companion on his hiking trips. Krivonashenko, the joker of the group, had studied construction and hydraulics, graduating from UPI in 1957. He was 5 days short of his 24th birthday when he died. There were 2 more Yuris among the trekkers, both aged 21. Yuri Yudin was an economics student with an interest in geology. Yuri Doroshenko was a radio engineering student with a reputation for being impulsive and fearless. Once during a camping trip, he had confronted a bear with a geologist's hammer. Zinaida Kolmogorova, nicknamed Zina, was 22 years old and also a radio engineering major. She was an experienced hiker who had once survived being bitten by a viper during a trek. At 20, Lyuda Dubinina was the youngest member of the group. She was an engineering and economics major. She loved photography and often took pictures during her mountaineering adventures. 2 years before the fateful Dyatlov trip, she had been accidentally shot in the leg by a hunter during a hike through the eastern Sayan Mountains. With great fortitude, she endured a long, painful slog back to camp. Then there was 24-year-old Alexander Kolevatov, a physics major. He was especially interested in nuclear physics. Rustem Slobodin, age 23, had graduated in 1958 with a degree in mechanical engineering. He was a quiet man who enjoyed long-distance running. Nikolai Thibault Brignol was 23 and had also graduated in 1958 from UPI. His degree was in civil engineering. Thibault Brignol was popular and had been very involved with sports clubs at the university. The final member of the expedition was much older and a stranger to the others. World War II vet Semyon Zolotaryov was 38 years old. He joined the trip as part of certifying for his master's certificate in ski instruction in mountain hiking. In fact, each member of the group were adept hikers with ski tour experience and would be receiving Grade 3, the highest level of hiking certification in the USSR, upon completing the trip. On January 23rd, the group departed by train from the city of Sverdlovsk, now called Yekaterinburg. Yekaterinburg is 1,036 miles east of Moscow, on the border of Europe and Asia. The hikers traveled by rail about 200 miles north to Ivdel, arriving at midnight on the 25th of January. The next morning, they traveled by bus to the northern frontier town of Vizhai, where they prepared to begin their trek. Dyatlov went to the local post office to send a telegram about their arrival to the checkpoint of the route. He had also agreed to send a second telegram on February 12th, once the group had completed their journey. After checking in with the Sverdlovsk Political Bureau of Extreme Sports, Dyatlov sent a postcard to his father, the last message he would ever write. From Vizhai, the hikers traveled by truck to a remote logging community. On January 27, 1959, the physical part of the journey began in earnest. The hikers skied along the Lovza River, hiring a local with a horse and sled to carry some of their provisions. They traveled to an abandoned mine, the last human settlement in the area, and spent the night there. Yudin, who hadn't been feeling well due to joint pain, took some geological samples for the university. On January 28th, an upset Yudin, whose condition was worsening, decided to turn back, skipping the rest of the hiking trip. This decision would save his life. In fact, Yudin lived to the age of 75, dying April 27, 2013. The remaining 9 hikers continued toward their goal of reaching Mount Otorten. They traveled along the river until January 31st. From diary notes, we know they estimated their travel speed to be about 1 mile per hour. At night, the temperature would drop to -11 degrees Fahrenheit. On January 31st, the hikers left the river. In a wooded valley, to lighten their load, they cached surplus food and equipment that would be used for the return trip. They then hiked about 1¼ miles to the base of Kolatsiakal Mountain. Because of a bad snowstorm and poor visibility, they went slightly off their planned route, deviating west. Realizing their mistake on February 2nd, they pitched their tents on the north slope of Kolatsiakal for the night. It was here that the 9 met their deaths. On February 12th, when Dyatlov didn't send the agreed-upon telegram, no one was too concerned. The hikers had planned a difficult route, and of course, travel times for expeditions were approximate. However, by February 20th, worried relatives of the hikers demanded that authorities mount a rescue. A volunteer search party made up of students and teachers from the university set out to find the hikers. They were soon joined by the Army and Militia, or Soviet police forces. On February 26th, 14 days after the hikers should have returned to Vizhai, searchers found the abandoned and damaged hikers' tents. Puzzlingly, it looked as if someone had cut a hole in the wall of the tent from the inside. In fact, the searchers found the whole campsite disconcerting. Many of the hikers' belongings, including shoes and clothing, were still inside the tent. 8 or 9 sets of footprints from bare feet or people only wearing socks or one shoe were still visible in the snow. Searchers followed the footprints northeast down the slope about a mile toward the edge of the nearby woods. At the forest's edge under a cedar, the searchers found the remains of a small fire. Huddled nearby were the frozen bodies of Krivonashenko and Doroshenko, shoeless and dressed only in their underwear. Broken tree branches as high as about 16 feet up into the tree suggested that at least one of the hikers had climbed up to get a bird's-eye view of the area. Between the forest and the campsite, 3 more bodies were found: Dyatlov, Kolmogorova, and Slobodin. They were found separately with poses suggesting they were attempting to return to the camp when they perished. An inquest was immediately opened after the first 5 bodies were found, but autopsies revealed that all 5 had died of hypothermia. Slobodin had a minor skull fracture, but it was not thought to be a fatal wound. It wasn't until over 2 months later, on May 4, 1959, that the remaining 4 hikers were found buried under 9 feet of snow in a ravine further into the woods. The 4 were better dressed for the weather than the others, with signs that clothing had been harvested from those who died first. Dubinina was wearing Krivonashenko's burned, torn trousers, and her left leg and foot was wrapped in a torn jacket. The state of their bodies made the authorities wonder if something more sinister had occurred during the incident. Curiously, 3 of the 4 hikers had suffered severe injuries. Dubinina and Zolotaryov were found to have major chest fractures, while Thibault Brignol had substantial damage to his skull. Oddly, while the hikers had extensive trauma to their bones, it was reported that there were no corresponding external injuries. The injuries to the bodies were caused by extreme force, quite similar to injuries suffered during the car crash. Also, Dubinina had facial damage. She was found to be missing her eyes, tongue, and part of her lips. Russian authorities quickly wrapped up the inquest, concluding that the cause of death was an unknown compelling force which the hikers were unable to overcome. Dubinina's missing body parts were explained away as simply decomposing. It's reported that she was found in a stream that ran under the snow. Public access to the Dyatlov Pass, where the hikers died, was banned for 3 years, and the results of the investigation were classified in a secret archive until the 1970s. The authorities suppressing information regarding the case had the opposite effect of what was intended. Over the years, odd details and rumors surrounding the deaths have leaked out. The skin of the deceased was said to be a strange tan color. Some claim that the bodies were prematurely aged. Some speculate the corpses were unnaturally manipulated or posed after death, due to characteristic livor mortis markings discovered during autopsy, as well as burns to hair and skin. Some of the hikers' clothing contained traces of radiation. Other clothing was a strange shade of light purple, the result of processing reagents for disinfection. The tent and camp were set up in an amateurish way unusual for experienced hikers. Soviet authorities removed items from the site, including some of the film. This evidence disappeared and was not entered into record. Circumventing the usual protocol, high-ranking Russian authorities came from out of town to watch some of the autopsies take place. Strange orange orbs or fireballs were seen in the sky above the mountain the night of the hikers' deaths. Some even claim that Zolotaryov was a secret KGB agent and was on the trek as part of a mission. As some of the searchers and lower-level officials involved in the case retired, they've drawn up their memories discussing how evidence was ignored, information was restricted, and the official statements they were instructed to say about the case. There have been documentaries, books, and even a fictional movie made based on the Dyatlov Pass incident. There are a number of websites dedicated to the incident, where users have painstakingly dissected maps, photographs, diaries written by the hikers, and any other details they could find. Over 75 theories have sprung up as to what actually happened on the mountain. The theories are wide-ranging. They run the gauntlet from the supernatural to the more mundane. The hikers were killed by aliens or a yeti. There was an animal attack, such as a wolverine. The hikers were killed by the Mansi people, a local indigenous tribe. The Ural Mountains are sacred to the Mansi, and the hikers were trespassing in a spiritually important place. Actually, the remains of a Mansi chum or nomadic tent was found relatively near the Dyatlov campsite. The authorities considered foul play by the Mansi in the beginning. However, the injuries to the hikers were determined not to be caused by humans. Another theory is that the hikers stumbled into an area where the USSR was testing a secret weapon program, and there was a military cover-up. Radiological weapons testing could account for the hikers' weird injuries and the feelings of warmth which led the hikers to stripping in the snow. The odd orange glowing spheres in the night sky were seen by another group of hikers who were camping approximately 31 miles south of the Dyatlov incident, and confirmed by meteorological services. Could these lights have been rockets or some other type of weapon testing? Probably the most commonly held theory is that there was a sudden slab avalanche in the middle of the night that partially buried the tent and woke the hikers. Slab avalanches occur when a sheet of hard, dense snow slides down a slope. After the avalanche, the hikers cut the tent open with a knife and escaped down the mountain into the nearby woods. Disoriented, they couldn't make their way back to the camp and ended up splitting up. However, experienced hikers were unlikely to react to an avalanche by rushing out into the freezing cold, wearing only minimal clothing and without shoes. Nor was the area known for avalanches. The terrain on the slope is craggy with boulders sticking out from the ground, making an avalanche here very unlikely. There were also no signs of a recent avalanche found by searchers at the campsite. There are also theories that the hikers experienced temporary insanity, made irrational choices to leave the campsite, and simply got lost in the woods. Their distressed mental state was brought on by a bad drug trip from ingesting shrooms or a potent Mansi liquor. Recent research suggests another explanation for potentially temporary insanity in the hikers. A wind phenomenon called a Kármán vortex street could have produced a petrifying sound which is known to induce irrational fear in humans. Due to the unique topography of the area, the fierce winds that blow through the mountain pass could have twisted into a series of small but powerful tornadoes. The tornadoes whipping through the pass would have created a deafening noise. Also, under certain circumstances, the wind could produce a subtle vibration phenomenon known as infrasound. The opposite of ultrasound, infrasound has a frequency below the human hearing range of 20 Hz and cannot be picked up by the human ear. However, studies have shown that infrasound can affect the human body in many ways, including loss of sleep, nausea, shortness of breath, feelings of anxiety, and severe dread. Some locations known for being haunted by ghosts have been found to have infrasound phenomena, natural or man-made, occurring there. Exhausted and stuck in a claustrophobic tent on the pitch-black side of a mountain, with a growing sensation of foreboding, even the most stalwart of experienced hikers might freak out. Once the hikers panicked, they frantically fled the campsite without properly dressing for the elements and ended up lost in a snowstorm. As the hikers succumbed to hypothermia, they probably suffered paradoxical undressing, or the effect of cold-induced paralysis on the nerves in the vessel walls, which caused the sensation that the body temperature is higher than it really is. As a result, the victim undresses because they feel burning warmth. In February 2019, some 60 years later, Russian officials have finally agreed to reopen the case due to pressure from relatives, the media, and the public. The Russian Prosecutor General's office is eager to put all the theories about hikers' deaths to rest. They plan to involve a team of expert investigators, inspect the site, review the original case files, and interview those still alive that were originally involved. Also, they plan to utilize modern technology which was not available at the time. However, from the start, the officials have discounted the majority of the theories, saying that the Dyatlov incident was caused by an avalanche, a snow slab, or a hurricane. So it seems as if from the start of the new investigation, once again the Russian authorities are already attempting to limit the truth of what could have happened on that bitter night in the Ural Mountains so long ago. Imagine this scene. The cops pull you over as you're driving down the freeway. An officer asks you for your license, and you obligingly pull it out and hand it over. You tell him it's an international license, adding that you're originally from Scotland. R. MacDonald, the cop says. You can call me Ron, you tell him. Okay, Mr. Ronald McDonald, the cop says. We have a reason to believe this car has been involved in a serious crime. We'd like you to come with us. After the cops have stopped laughing at you down at the precinct, they discover that you're actually not Ronald McDonald, and you're probably not Scottish. You are, however, all over that serious crime scene. You outright refuse to tell them who you really are, so the question is, how do they actually convict you of the crime? It sounds like the plot of a TV crime show, but as you'll find out, this is all based on a true story. The real story involves a man who's been given the name Unknown Man, and he's been sitting in a Canadian prison for more than 6 years. He says his name is Herman Emmanuel Fancom, and that he's from France. But an investigation found that to be an outright lie. When asked who he really is, he says things like this: "You can go to hell, that's all I have to say to you, go to hell." So what can you do with a man that's so stubborn? Let's first look at what he was accused of. He was involved in a pretty serious fraud case back in 2013. A Toronto man put an ad online for a commercial property and 5 guys responded to that ad, one of them being our unknown man. They said they could pay for the place, but there was a catch. They said a large sum of money was on its way from South Africa and that the cash was coated in a kind of black ink. That's the only way they could get the money out, they told the man. They told him that the coating wasn't that hard to remove, but you needed a very expensive chemical to remove the ink. They then produced a huge chunk of cash and showed the guy how this chemical could remove the coating. They told the guy that they needed his help to bring in more money and buy more chemicals, and no doubt the guy was going to get quite a bit of cash out of the deal. He ended up giving the guys $450,000, and later he discovered that the cash he'd already had was fake. The men disappeared, of course. After this happened, the cops said these guys were experts at this kind of scam, and they said they preyed on various people. The police claimed that they were good at their job, telling the press many of the suspects in this scam are very good at building rapport with the victim. victims. They're very clever, they're very devious, and they practice this. Those early reports said a 32-year-old man from Montreal had been arrested, and his name was Fankum. We now know that this is not true, and he might not have even been 32. So how did he even get to Canada? Well, we know that he got on a flight from Cuba and arrived in Montreal on October 28, 2012. He had a French passport. At immigration, he was asked what the intention of his visit was. He said that he'd been to Canada before and had friends here. He added that he was visiting again because his buddy's sister had died and he'd been asked to attend the wake. Okay, Mr. Frankham, enjoy your stay. But then he was there to meet his crew and to start scamming wealthy Canadians. Things looked okay on the outside. He had a reservation at the Days Inn in Montreal. He had over $3,000 in a bank account and had a return ticket home. If you didn't know, some immigration officials in many countries will ask you for those 3 things if they suspect you're not a genuine tourist: proof you have cash for your stay, hotel reservation, and a return ticket. This man was given a 10-day visa, and that was that. Except he had no intention of staying 10 days or using that return ticket. He was also intending to fatten that bank account of his. After the crime was committed, an investigation pointed toward the unknown man, and he was found in a hotel. The thing was, he had ID, but not the ID he had showed at the airport. He told the cops that his real ID, the Fankham passport, was someplace else. Since this case involved a foreigner, the Canada Border Services Agency was called in. He got lucky too, because he wasn't actually convicted in the fraud case. Canadian prosecutors said just deport him. Simple. But it wasn't that simple. The unknown man actually told the cops that he wanted to stay in Canada and face the music. The authorities wanted to send him packing back to his own country, but where in hell's name was that? Fankham explained why he wanted to stay in Canada. I asked for a trial so that I could settle the allegations against me. My right is to prove that I am not guilty, he was reported as saying in the National Post. If he went to trial and he got cleared, then he'd be Mr. Fankham, a free man. Now he's an imprisoned imposter, and he's done more time than he would have if he'd been found guilty 6 years ago. So what to do with an unknown man? Well, time has passed and he just stayed in prison. He wouldn't play ball and tell the authorities who he was. Years passed, and during that time, investigators revealed that his fingerprints pointed to fraud cases in many countries. His fingerprints matched a fraud case in the UK, while they were also owned by 2 different men in Cameroon and 1 guy in Haiti. It seems Mr. Fankham has used quite a few names before, but still the authorities didn't know where to send him. It seems now his mental health is suffering, but he's still a stubborn man. Maybe he just can't say who he really is, because that might lead to some serious crimes. He's stuck with Fankham and as an imposter, and it's not clear what the authorities should do. This is how stubborn he can be. The Canadian Immigration and Refugee Board asked him, "I will listen to what you have to say, sir, but I'd like to know first of all, am I speaking to the right person?" The reply? "I don't care, go to hell." He's certainly not who he says he is, because the French police did a massive bust of a ring that had been counterfeiting passports, and they discovered that one of the fakes was none other than a Mr. Herman Emmanuel Fankham. The French told the Canadians that they believe the unknown man is Cameroonian. The Cameroonian authorities believe that he used to sell clothes in the country and then moved to the UK, but they didn't know what his real name was. The British said his fingerprints were on file under a Cameroonian national named Boun Emmanuel Fabil. He was convicted of having fraudulent documents and did an 8-month sentence in London lockup. After his release, he stayed in the UK and created a new identity, after which he was arrested again for fraud under a different name and served another year. This globetrotter might also be wanted in Germany. The United States Department of Homeland Security said, okay, let's use facial recognition technology. That seems to have happened, and the Canadian Immigration and Refugee Board appealed in 2018 to get the man released. That didn't happen, and he's still in prison today. A man died brutally in Japan around 3,000 years ago. When archaeologists uncovered his bones, they found almost 800 traumatic lesions on the skeleton. And this wasn't the worst part. His left hand and right leg were completely missing. Who or what would mutilate someone in such a horrible way? Scientists have finally solved the mystery behind this 3,000-year-old cold case. When the remains of the victim were found, archaeologists named the man Tsukumo number 24. The bones were radiocarbon dated, and it was concluded that the man lived between 1370 and 1010 BC. This was during the Jomon period of Japanese history. The word Jomon means cord-marked or patterned and comes from the designs on pottery from this period in time. During this period, the peoples of Japan were Neolithic hunter-gatherers. The body was found near the Seto Inland Sea, where there was access to plentiful sources of food from the ocean. The Jomon period was a nomadic time. However, there has been evidence uncovered showing that people were beginning to harvest from the land. The technology used during this period was basic stone and wooden tools. They used knives and axes axes along with bows and arrows to hunt. This will be important later on when the analysis of number 24's wounds is discussed. When the mutilated skeleton was first found, archaeologists didn't know what to make of it. At first they thought that the body must have been scavenged by animals after the man had died, but upon further inspection the remains were found to be undisturbed from their resting place. Whatever happened to number 24 happened while he was alive. Researchers wondered if this may have been one of the most brutal murders of all time. Unfortunately, murder cases tend to go cold after only a few weeks, and number 24's murder had occurred almost 3,000 years ago. After scientists examined the bones more thoroughly, they were left with more questions than answers. Who could have committed such a gruesome murder? Some of the lesions into the bones were deep, and they couldn't explain why number 24 was missing his arm and leg. Was this an act of vengeance? Or maybe there was a vicious creature that had hunted down number 24 and fed on him before his body was recovered by his people. Scientists from Oxford University and Kyoto University have finally uncovered the answer to who it was that killed number 24, and how they figured it out is crazy. One of the first theories of what happened was that number 24 had been brutally murdered by another human. Like at all times in human history, there was conflict. People in Japan were competing for resources, and there would have been rival settlements around the Seto Inland Sea. This doesn't mean that the different settlements were constantly at war, but it was inevitable that conflict would arise from time to time. As scientists examined the skeleton further, it seemed unlikely that 790 deep serrated lacerations would come from human-on-human violence. If an enemy stabbed number 24 790 times, it would show real hatred. This wouldn't have occurred during a battle because by the time the assailant was finished inflicting that many wounds, the battle would have long been over. Along the same lines, if this was a crime of passion, it still seemed unreasonable that someone or even a group of people would stab a victim 790 times. It also seems unlikely that this was an assassination attempt, because although number 24 was given a burial, it was not a very lavish one. There were no artifacts associated with the burial, meaning that number 24 was probably not wealthy or overly important. An assassination of this magnitude on a common person seems highly unlikely. The wounds in the bones themselves were also not consistent with the tools and weapons of the time period, so human conflict could be completely ruled out. And even if it was a human, why would someone take number 24's left hand and right leg? It just didn't make sense. All evidence pointed to something else killing the man. So the scientists ruled out homicide. This meant that the killer must have been an animal, but what type of creature could cause 790 serrated gashes into the bones of a fully grown adult human? Number 24's body, along with other bodies found from this period, were found in a community burial ground called the Tsukumo Shell Mound Cemetery Site. It's important to note that the shell mound part of the name literally refers to a mound of shells, along with other refuse that was used to bury the bodies. The shells themselves held another clue as to what happened to number 24. As scientists continued to study the bones of number 24, they began to run into some problems. The traditional ways of recording and cataloging the bones and the damage to them was done on paper in a two-dimensional space. However, number 24's wounds were so numerous that this posed a problem for visualizing the remains. The researchers on the project needed better technology and more holistic ways of looking at the remains, so they decided to use the relatively new technique of 3D scanning. By scanning each individual bone and then uploading the data to a computer, they can reconstruct the skeleton and more quickly identify the location and size of each puncture in number 24's bones. When they did this, a new picture arose. The scientists were getting closer to discovering what was really responsible for the brutal killing of number 24. When researchers looked at the skeleton as a whole, they could see that the injuries were mostly concentrated on the arms, legs, and the front of the body along the chest and the abdomen. Also, the lesions were created by something that had serrated edges. They used this information to rule out common land predators in the region that might have attacked number 24, but here's where things got really interesting. By the distribution of the perforations on the skeleton and all the evidence gathered from the burial, the scientists finally came to a realization. They knew who the murderer was. All the clues pointed to an apex predator, something that was to be feared and respected. It should come as no surprise that people along the Seto Inland Sea spent a lot of time in the ocean fishing and gathering resources. In fact, the diet of the people in the region almost certainly consisted mainly of fish and other seafood. Since scientists ruled out terrestrial animals and scavengers from being the attackers that killed number 24, could it have been a predator from the sea? It turns out that this was absolutely the case. The suspect had finally been identified. The murderer was a shark. The serrated edges along the lesions in the bones were consistent with sharks in the area. This means that number 24 had been killed and torn apart by one or more sharks. Now, scientists needed to uncover what type of shark committed the brutal murder, and if it was just a single creature or multiple. 790 perforations to a skeleton is a lot, even though a shark can have hundreds of teeth, so there may have been more than one attacker. Based on the size and shape of the gashes in the bone, scientists narrowed down the shark's species. The first suspect suspect was the tiger shark. These fish can reach sizes of 16 feet and weigh well over 1,000 pounds. They also have row after row of serrated teeth that closely match the lesions on the bones of number 24. The other suspect is probably the most feared predator on the face of the earth. It haunts every ocean-goer's dreams and is responsible for the most attacks on humans of any shark. The other possible murderer of number 24 was the great white shark. This predator can reach lengths of 20 feet and weigh over 4,000 pounds. Whether it was the great white or tiger shark that attacked number 24, it was now clear why the murderer was so vicious. Scientists also concluded that it was possible there was a feeding frenzy after the initial attack of number 24. The amount of bites and the tearing apart of the body suggests that after the man was first attacked, multiple other sharks went in for a bite. The feeding frenzy could have been responsible for the loss of number 24's left hand and the removal of his right leg. From the skeletal analysis, scientists found one other gruesome detail to the man's death, something that is both shocking and terrifying. All 790 wounds inflicted on number 24 happened perimortem. This means they happened while number 24 was still alive. Obviously, it was the shark attack that killed the man, but the fact that all of the injuries happened before he died is a scary one. This suggests that the man was swimming in the water when he was attacked, and then other members of the fishing expedition had to pull him out soon after or while the shark was feeding on him. It's not out of the realm of possibility that number 24 was still alive when he was pulled away from the shark. He was probably in a state of shock as blood flowed from the 790 puncture wounds and the stumps where his left hand and right leg used to be. It's a gruesome explanation, but it's the one that all the evidence scientists uncovered points to. The reason that the researchers believe the bites all happened while the man was still alive is that there are no signs of healing or injury to living bone. This means that the man had died before his body could repair the wounds, or they could degrade further. Therefore, the attack occurred and death soon followed. The scientists took the analysis a step further and hypothesized that number 24 was attacked from underneath while he was at the surface. He was probably bitten in the legs first, and then as he tried to defend himself using his left hand, the shark got hold of it and tore his hand off. After the initial attack and the loss of his hand, number 24 most likely passed out from his wounds. Somehow, other people in the water with him were able to pull number 24 away from the shark, but the fact that the left hand and right leg went missing from the burial suggests that the shark swam away with it in his belly. It's the way that number 24's body was buried that allowed scientists to uncover so much information 3,000 years after the man was brutally murdered by the shark. The calcium carbonate in the shells of the burial preserved the bones incredibly well. It protected them from decomposition that would have made the analysis of the remains by scientists at Oxford University and Kyoto University impossible. But thanks to modern technology and the dedication of the scientists who analyzed the remains, this 3,000-year-old murder mystery has finally been solved. The murderer was a shark, either a tiger or great white. Number 24 was alive when the shark attacked him. He lost his left hand and right leg, probably while trying to fight off the shark, and somehow his people were able to recover his body before the creature or creatures tore it completely apart and consumed him. This is the first ever recorded case of a shark attack on a human. If you had picked up a copy of the New York Times on November 22, 1963, you would have seen the historic headline, "Kennedy is killed by sniper as he rides in car in Dallas." The article explains that the 46-year-old president of the United States, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, died from an injury to the brain. If you look at the timeline of events that day, you'll find he made his last public speech at 9:25 a.m. He grabbed some breakfast after that. Then at 11:20 a.m. he boarded Air Force One and headed to Dallas. Somewhat sadly ironic, he landed at a place called Love Field where he was greeted by admiring fans. Surrounded by bodyguards, JFK smiles and shakes hands with people waiting behind the fences. In approximately 45 minutes, his life will be over. This event in some ways changed the course of U.S. history. As most of you know, a man called Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested for the murder. 3 minutes after the assassination, he left the Texas School Book Depository building. Around 30 minutes after the president was shot, doctors at Parkland Hospital announced that indeed, the beloved president to many was no more. At 1:22 p.m., police found a rifle hidden in the building where Oswald exited earlier. He was arrested soon after, but by that time, he'd already shot and killed a police officer on the street. He'd hidden in a movie theater after that, but was picked up by cops for the police officer slaying. Some hours later, he was charged with killing the president. Oswald himself wouldn't live much longer, being shot and killed by a nightclub owner called Jack Ruby in the basement of the Dallas Police Headquarters 2 days later. This is the bare-bones account of what happened that day and soon after, and we're not going to attempt to investigate what might have happened. Something called the Warren Commission concluded that Oswald acted alone and fired 3 shots. The FBI and Secret Service agreed. Nonetheless, many Americans didn't agree and still don't. There are numerous theories as to what happened that day, where the bullets came from. who did the firing and who, if anyone, sanctioned the hit. This isn't a show about the multiple theories, but a show about a missing body part, namely the president's brain. If you look at the death certificate, you can find that JFK died from a shot to the skull, but he was also shot in the back. Part of the report written by JFK's personal physician reads that what happened was a shattering in type causing a fragmentation of the skull and avulsion of 3 particles of the skull at a time of the impact, with resulting maceration of the right hemisphere of the brain. In the crudest terms, he literally had part of his head blown off. You can see a diagram drawn by the House Committee of what damage the bullet to the head did, and after seeing that, you will surely agree that it would have taken a miracle to survive such an injury. That said, even though the impact was devastating, his brain didn't just explode. The skull was indeed fragmented, but it remained held by flaps of skin. This isn't a story about pieces of tissue or bone going missing in the street that day or on the way to the hospital. What we're saying is that President Kennedy's brain is literally missing, the full item. What we want to know is, where is it? You see, JFK's brain was removed during the autopsy and stored in the National Archives. 3 years after that autopsy, it was gone. The president's brain had mysteriously sprouted some legs and taken off. That or someone had taken it. The fact that this brain had disappeared, of course, has sparked numerous conspiracy theories. Word on Conspiracy Street is that someone had sequestered the dead man's thinking organ because, had they not, it would have been revealed that he was not shot in the back of the head, but actually in the front, which would have somewhat challenged the Oswald did it alone theory. By the way, it's not a conspiracy theory that the brain vanished. It is absolutely true. If you were around in 1978, you might have seen a paper written by the Congressional House Select Committee on Assassinations, and in it, you'd have read that JFK's brain was officially missing. Okay, so what really happened? It's the million-dollar question. Some doctors at the hospital who were around for the autopsy would testify that they witnessed First Lady Jackie Kennedy holding the brain at one point, but not taking off with it. Others would say the organ was put inside a stainless steel box and then handed to the Secret Service. It was supposedly stored at the White House, and then JFK's brother, Senator Robert F. Kennedy, ordered that it be held in the National Archives. Is that true? Well, in 2016, the National Archives, under the Freedom of Information Act, released 3,063 documents that had been fully withheld since the assassination. The problem is, none of those files tells us where the brain is, and some sources tell us that the National Archives inventory didn't have JFK's brain on it. Anyway, if it was there, it's not there now, that's for sure. How an assassinated president's brain can just go missing seems totally absurd, especially when it's a piece of a puzzle that has conjured up so many conspiracy theories. Let's face it, the fact it's missing is enough to pique the interest of the least skeptical person. You don't have to believe the moon is made of cheese or that a spherical Earth is a joke to be very curious about where the brain went and why it vanished into thin air. There is a theory, though, that the missing organ may have been down to the brother. There was a book published in 2014 called End of Days: The Assassination of John F. Kennedy, and the author James Swanson said the brain might have been removed by Robert Kennedy, perhaps to conceal evidence of the true extent of President Kennedy's illness, or perhaps to conceal evidence of the number of medications that President Kennedy was taking. He said it could have been a face-saving operation by the sibling to protect his brother's name. It wouldn't be the first time a brain of a famous person went missing. Albert Einstein, one of the biggest brainiacs ever to walk the earth, had his organ taken by the pathologist who performed the autopsy, even though the family didn't know about it. He kept it for years, but now it's partly at the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia. Body parts of other geniuses and renowned people have gone missing in time and turned up again, such as Mozart's skull, Galileo's fingers, while the writer and revolutionary Thomas Paine was exhumed in the USA and then taken back to his native England, only to go missing. Still, this seems more like ancient history, and the JFK assassination is still busy toying with conspiracy theorists' minds. In an interview with the Boston Magazine in 2013, that author we just mentioned, James Swanson, said he had meticulously researched the JFK assassination. He said there is no doubt whatsoever that President Kennedy was buried without his brain. The government records and reports prove that it's so. He added that he hates to say it, but it's just totally bizarre. The reason he doesn't like saying it is because there are so many myths and conspiracy theories about the assassination already. But the missing brain is real, make no mistake about it. He He said documents show that it was at the National Archives, but it wasn't alone. His exact words were that it was placed with dozens of medical glass slides from the autopsy, tissue samples, blood samples, and bone fragments. Then it was discovered on all days of Halloween on 1966 that not only the brain but the entire locker and autopsy materials had vanished, and those materials have never been seen since. As you know, he thinks the brother took it, and he certainly doesn't think it was taken because there was evidence pointing toward Oswald not doing the killing. He thinks what happened is the official version of events. In his words, this is why Robert Kennedy took the brain. To preserve his brother's legacy and image and legend, John F. Kennedy was very sick through much of his life. He was in great pain. He was taking multiple medications. That was never known to the American people. Still, a cleanup operation by the brother to ensure the American people's bubble didn't get burst regarding their legendary leader might be a hard pill to swallow for a lot of people. On April 30th, 2018, people all over the world awoke to complete darkness, even though, according to the clocks, the sun should have already risen. Initially, most people likely assumed there was some sort of freak weather event, until news broadcasts revealed the horrifying and impossible truth. It was happening to everyone. For all intents and purposes, the sun was gone. Mass pandemonium erupted in all major cities. News outlets reported on looting and rioting, with the president issuing an order for all American citizens to stay in their homes. However, no more official information was ever shared, because soon after the sun's disappearance, all TV signals stopped. Thankfully for us, in this new sunless world, the internet still works, and there's one Twitter account dedicated to spreading as much information as possible on how to survive, as well as providing possible clues to what or who might be behind the sun's disappearance. If you're afraid of the dark, you might want to give this video a miss, because today we're going to be talking all about the sun vanished, the terrifying alternate reality that unfolded on Twitter before our very eyes. Could this Twitter page be a kind of gateway into a different nightmarish dimension? We don't know. All we know is that something horrifying has been happening on there, and we're just along for the ride. The Sun Vanished started tweeting around the same time that the sun disappeared. Their first tweet was simply the word help. Over the course of the day, the Sun Vanished, who we're going to call TSV for short from now on, explained his situation. The sun hadn't come up that morning, and although he could clearly hear the tornado sirens blaring in the next county over, the local weather radar was completely clear. Seeking answers, he turned on the TV and recorded the local news report on the situation. The video posted on TSV's Twitter would prove to be the only record left of those news reports, because by the next day the channel had turned to static. TSV describes hearing gunshots and screams coming from the streets outside his home throughout the night of April 30th. Though he was terrified, on the morning of May 1st he ventured out into the world for the first time since the sun's disappearance. When he returned, he revealed that during his short trip outside, he'd made a chilling discovery. First of all, not only was the sun gone, but TSV was unable to see a single star or planet from where he was standing. At the time, the power grid was going out periodically, so there were no streetlights or lit-up buildings providing the normal amount of light pollution. You might not think anything sounds odd at all about this, but that's because most people aren't aware of just how much light pollution can block out the stars in the sky. If you've ever been camping in a really remote part of the world, you'll know that in areas without light pollution from nearby cities, the entire Milky Way is visible from the Earth on a clear night. So the fact that TSV was unable to see a single star on a clear night with no light pollution indicated one of two possibilities. Either every star, the sun included, had gone out, or there was something blocking the Earth's view of them. The first option, though terrifying, was unlikely, since the distance between stars is so vast that even if they all somehow stopped emitting light at once, the light from many of them would still reach our solar system for billions of years after the light had stopped. As for the second option, how could it be possible for anything to completely block out the sun and stars across the entire Earth? TSV wondered the same thing, and he very quickly got an answer. In a video he posted on May 2nd, TSV films the trees in a wooded area around his house, showing the sky to illustrate the lack of stars. The video is silent aside from his footsteps and the faint sound of crickets. Suddenly, around 45 seconds into the video, he hears a mechanical buzzing approaching his location. TSV switches the light of his camera off, but keeps filming as a blinking red spotlight approaches. Later that day, TSV tweeted that someone had just run past his house, chased by two red spotlights, just like the one he saw in the woods. Whatever these things were, it was no doubt that they meant business, and they were connected to whatever had blocked out the sun. Over the next few days, TSV continued to document the state of things around him. The temperature had started to lower. This was an ominous sign that the end was coming. Even before the sun's disappearance, scientists had theorized about what might happen in such a situation, and their prediction, according to popsci.com, was that without infrared radiation from the sun to heat it up, the Earth's average surface temperature would likely only take a week to drop below freezing. When the sun actually vanished, it seemed like the freezing process was taking a little longer than expected, but scientists had been wrong before. But the day after TSV tweeted about how cold it was getting, something weird happened. On March 3rd, he posted a video featuring the droning sound of something large and mechanical flying over his house. TSV said he had heard helicopters fly over his neighborhood before, and that definitely wasn't a helicopter. According to his tweets, as the craft flew over, he felt a wave of heat, which increased the temperature in the room by at least 10 degrees. Now the pieces were starting to come together. The sun's disappearance wasn't a natural event, it was planned. The big question was, by who and for what reason? TSV managed to get back into contact with his friend Daniel, who was driving to come and get him. Daniel provided TSV and his followers with some very important advice. Keep the lights off and keep away from the windows. If you see a person standing outside, don't let them in, and most importantly of all, if you see a flashing light, hide. That was when TSV noticed a man in his driveway. Taking Daniel's advice, TSV armed himself with a baseball bat and hid, but he could still hear frantic knocking from his front door. TSV called for anyone online to share any information at all about what was going on. He posted screen caps of a direct message he'd gotten from an unnamed informant from British Columbia, Canada, who added to Daniel's previous advice about avoiding the lights. Don't look into the red light ever. If you do, you'll become like the guy who was at your door. While he waited for Daniel, TSV grew increasingly paranoid. He claimed to hear screaming outside but could never seem to capture it on camera. He began to have strong suspicions that someone was breaking into his house at night while he was asleep, and became convinced that the person texting him from Daniel's number was an imposter. On May 8th, he posted a video of another drone flying past his window. At first, the light is white, but once it gets close to where TSV is standing, it turns bright red. Daniel texted a photo to TSV later that day. It was a wall with "Beware the headlights" spray painted onto it. Similar graffiti had been documented all around the world since the sun disappeared, headlights being the most common nickname for the strobing spotlight drones. On May 9th, TSV posted messages from another Twitter user nicknamed Tucker, who had been documenting his experiences and discoveries. According to Tucker, he and another survivor named Flynn had been traveling together until Flynn had looked into one of the red headlights, reducing him to a violent, mindless state. TSV continued to feel increasingly paranoid after finding his front door open one day after he woke up. After a few more days, he decided he'd had enough and left, taking only the most essential supplies with him. First, he had hid out in a neighbor's house that had been abandoned. To his surprise, when he compared the tap water at his neighbor's house to some he'd brought from home, the water from his house looked darker. Could it have been whoever broke into his house had tampered with his water somehow? Hallucinations brought on by drugged water could explain why TSV seemed to be unable to capture the screams that he heard on camera. While looking through the house, TSV found a note listing some key information. Don't look into the light. Don't move, they see motion. Don't produce light, they will see. Another note found in the same house confirms why the house was left empty. It finally happened. I was reckless and I looked into the red light. The sun is back. All the pieces started to come together at this point in TSV's documentation. Whoever or whatever was behind this seemed to be engaging in a kind of psyop, weakening humanity through a mixture of drugged water, sleep schedule disruption, and vitamin D deprivation. The motion-sensing headlights were sent down to hypnotize and enslave anyone who was caught outside, and these hypnotized humans would then attack other survivors. However, if the entities in charge of the headlights intended to kill us, they could have done so just by letting the planet freeze. The artificial temperature control seemed to indicate that they had some purpose for the human race, and they needed us alive, at least for now. Reports of a new blue type of headlight started popping up in late May 2018. TSV details his encounter with one. It started with what he thought was one of the temperature control crafts hovering completely still over the house, where he was hiding, producing vibrations strong enough to shake the house. It remained there throughout the night. After TSV finally managed to sleep, he woke up to see a blue light shining under the door. There were agonized screams from outside, then the blue light left. Tucker had his own encounter with a blue light, and after tweeting about it, he went silent for 2 months. TSV noticed the water in his new location had turned black, just like the water at his house. He began to hear banging on the doors and windows. Once again, he'd been found out. From the 17th to the 18th of June, TSV struggled to stay hidden as zombified people searched the house for him. On the 19th, he heard a car horn and a gunshot outside his house. Danyan had finally made it. TSV and Danyan traveled together from place to place, avoiding capture. While camping in one remote location, a storm started to roll in, and illuminated against the sky by the lightning was a huge hovering craft. The craft seemed to be getting closer. TSV and Danyan packed up and left for another campsite, but on July 12th, Danyan went to look for fuel and never came back. He texted TSV coordinates for his new location, but they were a long way away. On July 1st, 2018, another Twitter account, Lost Sun News, joined the effort to document events, opening her DMs to anyone with information on how to survive. Much of the advice she documents on her page was already common knowledge by this point. Stay still and low to the ground if the headlights are near. Don't drink the black water. Don't let anyone inside. On July 15th, she posted a message from a man stationed at an Air Force base in Florida. He explained that the military had so far been unable to find an effective method of attacking the headlights, and all contact with other bases had been severed. Similar reports were sent into Lost Sun News from military personnel in Turkey, Poland, and Russia. A Russian soldier claimed that they'd managed to shoot one of the smaller ships out of the sky with an anti-aircraft gun, but a larger mothership was above the base that would easily destroy the entire area if it crashed to Earth. Through all of the reports, one core survival method became clear: avoid hot spots. Since the ships were artificially raising the temperature, colder areas indicate less activity and were therefore safer. After Danyan's disappearance, TSV found a new car and started looking for cold spots. His advice for his followers: dead trees in an area is a good sign that the ships haven't been through. TSV spent from October 2018 to March 2019 traveling to Danyan's coordinates, dodging headlights and light zombies and restocking on supplies wherever he could. Through those months, there was one mystery more than any other that was on everyone's mind. Why did these invaders want us alive? Right now, it's impossible to know the answer, but if you want to stay up to date on the state of things in the sunless world, Lost Sun News, Tucker, and The Sun Vanished are all still updating, even 2 years after the sun's initial disappearance. Maybe someday their efforts will uncover a way to destroy the ships and eventually bring the sun back for good. But for now, all we have are mysteries, darkness, and fear. This is not a happy video. It does not have a happy ending. It's a ghost story, but not your typical ghost story that ends with the hero saving the day and overcoming evil. No, this is the story of a ship called Mary Celeste, and it is a tragedy. The Mary Celeste was a wooden ship whose crew was lost and never found. A ship that sailed by itself toward the coast of Europe. The voyage you're about to embark on is full of mystery, betrayal, and lost spirits. Be careful as you watch this video, and maybe for this one, you should keep the lights on. The Mary Celeste did not start out with the name that would go down in history. Instead, the ship was built in 1861 in Nova Scotia, Canada, and was named the Amazon. There are numerous ghost stories to come out of the depths of the Amazonian region of South America, but we'll leave those for another time. Instead, let's focus on the ship that would become the Mary Celeste and discuss if the ship itself was cursed from the moment it was created. The Mary Celeste was a brigantine, a two-masted wooden sailing ship. From the beginning, it seemed that the ship was doomed. During its maiden voyage, the captain of the ship began coughing, had shortness of breath, and a fever. The crew tried to hide their anxiousness, but every time the captain would yell orders, he would go into a coughing fit. Rumors started among the crew that when he pulled his handkerchief away from his mouth, it would be covered in bloody mucus. As the Amazon continued to sail along its planned route, the captain died of pneumonia. Perhaps his spirit was incorporated into the wood of the ship. Then in 1867, another mishap happened to the brigantine. The Amazon crew ran aground in Cow Bay off the coast of Nova Scotia. The hull of the ship was cracked and splintered, and the Amazon was brought into the shipyard for repairs. Not too long after this first accident, the ship collided with another vessel in the English Channel, chalking up another catastrophe for the books. The current owners were fed up with the cursed ship and sold it to an American named Richard W. Haynes. It was Haynes who renamed the ship to Mary Celeste. He made several structural changes to ensure that the ship remained seaworthy. It may have also been for peace of mind. The tales of the ship's mishaps was enough to put anyone ill at ease, but due to the past tragedies and perhaps the unsettling nature of the ship, Haynes eventually decided to sell the Mary Celeste. It was finally bought by Captain Benjamin Spooner Briggs, and it was under his command that the crew of the cursed ship went missing without a trace. On November 7, 1872, the Mary Celeste set sail from New York Harbor, bound for Genoa, Italy. The ship carried a crew of 10, including Captain Benjamin Spooner Briggs, his wife, their 2-year-old daughter Sophia, and 7 crewmen. The ship was also loaded with 1,700 barrels of crude alcohol for transport to Europe. Once the ship departed from New York City, none of the crew would ever be heard from again. The Mary Celeste sailed across the open Atlantic. According to all of the evidence and captain's logs that were later recovered from the ship, nothing had gone wrong. Yet, on December 4, 1872, the Mary Celeste was found floating off the coast of the Azores Islands, located approximately 930 miles west of Portugal. All 10 members of the crew had disappeared. The Mary Celeste was spotted by a British vessel called De Gratia and captained by David Morehouse. Accounts provided by Morehouse claimed that the Mary Celeste seemed to be sailing aimlessly and erratically through the ocean waters. The De Gratia maneuvered close enough to the seemingly abandoned ship that Morehouse and his men could board her. The sound of creaking floorboards could be heard as the crew searched the ship, but other than their footsteps and the occasional seabird, there was dead silence. No other living souls were on board. The accounts of the British sailors stated that the most unusual thing about the Mary Celeste was not that the crew had all vanished, but it seemed that all of the cargo was intact with nothing missing. Also, navigational instruments were still operational on the ship. The eyewitnesses stated that there were a few broken casks of alcohol, a single missing lifeboat, and a frayed rope trailing behind the ship. Curiously, there was 3.5 feet of water sloshing around in the bottom hold of the ship. This may have been due to a broken water pump. There was no life aboard the Mary Celeste at the time the De Gratia crew spotted it. Documents recovered from the ship provided evidence that the Mary Celeste had been drifting on the ocean for 11 days without any crew to guide her. Food and water was still stored aboard the ship. It seemed as if nothing had been touched. There were no clues left behind as to the fates of the 10 people on board the Mary Celeste when it had left New York. The only remnants of the original crew were the spirits that may have been haunting the ship, if you believe in that kind of thing. Some of the men from De Gratia remained on board the Mary Celeste, and the two ships sailed back to mainland Europe. Once docked, Captain Morehouse contacted Frederick Solly Flood, the Attorney General in London. Under maritime law, a derelict ship must be examined before the salvagers can claim it as their property. This is to ensure no foul play was involved before or during the discovery of abandoned ships. Without an investigation by the authorities, Morehouse and his men could not collect the insurance money or do anything with the ship and the cargo. Frederick Solly Flood launched an investigation into what happened to the crew of the Mary Celeste. It took 3 months and a number of interviews before the Attorney General concluded there had been no foul play on the part of the De Gratia crew. The salvagers received payment, but not the full worth, suggesting that the authorities were not totally convinced the De Gratia crew were completely innocent. Many theories have been suggested as to what happened to the crew of the Mary Celeste. There's no conclusive evidence to prove any one theory is correct. So let's go on a voyage on the ghost ship Mary Celeste. Maybe we can uncover what happened on the day that 10 souls were lost to the sea. Imagine you've been hired on as one of the 7 deckhands for the Mary Celeste voyage. Your mission is to bring 1,700 barrels of denatured alcohol from New York to Italy. You board the wooden brigantine from a dock that sways back and forth with the waves of the incoming tide. You ascend the gangplank, and an uncomfortable feeling overcomes you as you step onto the slightly damp wooden planks of the Mary Celeste. You glance over your shoulder and wave to your family and friends who've gathered to watch you depart on what should be a routine expedition. Little do they know it will be the last time they ever see you. The ship sets sail, and your trek across the Atlantic Ocean is uneventful. Then, on November 25, 1872, approximately 3 weeks after leaving New York, tragedy strikes. You spot land straight ahead, which the captain makes note of in his log, but then a giant tentacle erupts out of the water, pulling the crew one by one into the murky depths. The screams of your crewmates fill the air until they're silenced by the frigid water. You run for cover, but before you can get below deck, a suction cup sticks to your back and pulls you overboard. You and the rest of the crew are lost to the depths of the ocean as a sea monster consumes you. It leaves everything else on the ship untouched. This seems unlikely, yet it is one of the theories of what happened to the Mary Celeste. Let's try another one. November 25, 1872. You sight land just ahead of the ship, but approaching swiftly is another ship. You take out your spyglass and extend it. You look through the eyepiece, and much to your dismay, the ship coming toward you is flying the Jolly Roger flag. A black flag with a white skull and crossbones smiles back at you. "Pirates!" you yell, but it's too late. Their ship catches up to the Mary Celeste and they swing aboard. The pirates capture or kill all the members of the crew. They then steal a lifeboat and a water pump, but leave the rest of the cargo intact. They're either not very good pirates or just picky about what they plunder, so again, this theory seems unlikely. The story of the Mary Celeste is known far and wide in the 1800s. Even Sir Arthur Conan Doyle tried to explain what happened to the ship's crew. He wrote a short story entitled J. Habakkuk Jeffson's Statement. In this fictional story, the author of Sherlock Holmes attributes the disappearance of the crew to the acts of a vengeful ex-slave. The ex-slave snuck aboard the Mary Celeste and killed all the passengers, throwing them overboard. Then he stole a lifeboat and rowed away into the sunset. You would want revenge too if you were forced into slavery, so who could blame him? This story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle was purely fictional, but it led to more legends and theories about what happened to the Mary Celeste's crew. Let's focus on more plausible theories. It's the morning of November 25, 1872. The sun rises over the horizon. Someone yells, "Land ho!" The crew wakes up from their slumber, but as they begin to rise and ascend the steps to the top of the deck, the captain smells alcohol fumes. There must be a leak in the containers. Your captain immediately calls for the crew to abandon ship. The alcohol fumes can be deadly in the closed-off hull of the ship if inhaled, and they are highly volatile. The last thing you want is the whole Mary Celeste going up in an explosion of splintered wood and flames while you and your crewmates are still on board. Everyone piles into one of the lifeboats and descends into the choppy ocean water. You tie a rope to the Mary Celeste to make sure that your lifeboat doesn't drift too far from the ship. The thought is that after the ship airs out, you and the crew can reboard. But due to bad weather or the poor integrity of the rope, it snaps. Your lifeboat begins to drift out into the middle of the Atlantic, never to be seen again. Or perhaps the weeks go by slowly. Since you've left New York, all you've seen is open ocean and the same 9 faces on the ship. You're going stir crazy, and you're not the only one. The other crew members are starting to become restless as well. You eye the casks of denatured alcohol. Sure, it's not made for drinking and it could cause you to go blind, but to get away from the boredom and the monotony, it is worth the risk. You and your crewmates drink some of the alcohol, and things are starting to seem better. You think, hey, I could run the ship just as good as the captain, and you discuss this with the other men and the decision is made. It's time to mutiny. You take control of the Mary Celeste. You are the captain now, but you aren't quite as prepared as you thought. You know very little about navigation and how to captain a ship. The crew starts to become unsettled. Just when things seem to be at their worst, you spot land. You order the crew into a lifeboat so you can row to the island. You launch, but never make it to shore. Your crew and captives are lost to the currents and never heard from again. Perhaps the theory that has the most evidence is the one proposed by Anne McGregor, the investigator that created the Smithsonian documentary, The True Story of the Mary Celeste. McGregor and her research team provided evidence that the crew to the Mary Celeste were most likely lost due to a miscalculation in navigation. Using ship logs and computer modeling of currents during the time of the Mary Celeste, they reconstructed the voyage. It would seem that the ship was 120 miles off the course when the ship was abandoned. This panic could have led to mistakes that cost the crew their lives. It was claimed that a series of problems all occurred at once on the Mary Celeste. One of the water pumps stopped working and needed to be dismantled and repaired. The ship was also not in the location it was supposed to be, which meant that the maps and charts misled the decisions of the captain. Bad weather then might have caused the ship to take on water, and without pumps, Captain Briggs could have ordered the crew to abandon ship, afraid that the Mary Celeste was doomed to sink. The lifeboat and crew was then lost to the ocean forever. The story of the Mary Celeste did not end with the loss of crew and the discovery of a ghost ship. After the Mary Celeste was brought back to England and its contents were deemed the property of the salvagers, the ship was sold to a new owner. The ghost ship sailed under different captains for 12 years before it was deliberately run aground by Captain G.C. Parker in 1885. He steered the ship straight into a reef near Haiti as a plot to defraud the insurance company and collect the insurance money. Perhaps there's more to the story. Perhaps Captain Parker was haunted by the spirits of the lost crew and he knew the ship had to be destroyed so that it didn't haunt anyone else. Perhaps not. All evidence points to insurance fraud, but that's the funny thing about ghost ships. They are not always what they seem. The Mary Celeste was damaged beyond repair, but it did not sink. Instead, it was left on the Haitian reef to deteriorate from the sands of time. The ghosts of the past crews may have been watching from her deck as the ocean that claimed them eventually claimed the ship that cost them their lives. Whether the 10 souls who vanished from the Mary Celeste in 1872 were lost to a sea monster, pirates, mutiny, or miscalculations, the fact remains, when it was discovered floating in open water, it was a ghost ship. It's a calm, clear night, and you're lounging on the grass, staring up at the twinkling stars, wondering about the vastness of space and the mysteries of the universe. As you stare in awe at the cosmos, your mind is filled with questions about the universe and our place in it. How many stars are there? How much of space can we even observe? Are we really alone in the universe? It may seem like we're well on our way to understanding the cosmos, but in reality, we've explored less than 0.1% of the entire known universe. And there are still countless mysterious space events that astronomers can't explain. Humans have been watching the skies for millennia, observing cosmic events and trying to interpret and predict their effects on the events of Earth. After centuries of stargazing, we now know more about space than our ancestors ever could have dreamed. We know that Earth is a planet in the solar system that orbits our sun. We know that our solar system exists in the Milky Way galaxy. And we know that there are countless other galaxies, stars, and planets in the universe. We know that stars can die in spectacular ways, and we know that our universe is constantly expanding. Perhaps more importantly though, we know how little we actually know about the universe, and we know that we will never know everything about the cosmos. As impressive as humanity's knowledge of the universe is, there are many more space mysteries than cosmic answers when it comes to our universe. Take, for example, the recent discovery of the Cow, a mysterious explosion in deep space first observed in 2018. Astronomers and hobbyists alike were mystified when they looked up into their telescopes on June 16th and saw an unusually bright glow in the sky that definitely hadn't been there the day before. Even seasoned astronomers thought this was super weird. At first, experts thought they were looking at a fairly common event somewhere in our galaxy, perhaps a white dwarf, the burnt-out remains of a star that was consuming material from a nearby star, causing it to flare up. But once astronomers analyzed the Cow's light spectrum, they realized that the thing they were seeing was not in our galaxy at all. It was actually much farther, up to 200 million light-years away. A white dwarf would never be visible from that distance, and the object wasn't displaying the hallmark changes in brightness that we'd expect from a supernova. Experts were transfixed. The Cow didn't behave like any space events they were used to. It just appeared one day and continued to burn hot for nearly 3 whole weeks. The unusually long and steady duration of the light pointed to some sort of massive explosion deep in space. We just have no idea what caused it. Some think it was an unusual kind of supernova where the star's core collapsed inward after it exploded. Others think it was a tidal disruption event, a star being ripped apart by a black hole. But black holes big enough to tear apart a star are usually only found at the center of a galaxy, and the bright lights of the Cow were coming from the outer edge of the galaxy's spiral arm, leading some to theorize that a smaller black hole is responsible. But we're not sure if those kind of black holes even exist. Anna Ho, a researcher from the California Institute of Technology, finally decided to try observing the Cow using a submillimeter array, which sends short-frequency radio waves into space. This wouldn't normally work because the phenomenon we're trying to observe usually disappears before the radio waves can reach it, but the Cow's unusually long and bright existence gave the waves enough time to reach it, allowing researchers to monitor the event for several days before the signal dramatically dropped off. Based on this data, Anna theorized that the light we could see was the result of the shockwave from some unknown giant explosion traveling through a cloud of dust and gas, emitting light as the gas is heated. If you're surprised by the fact that scientists can't agree on an explanation for an event that we can clearly see with our own eyes, you may be wondering what else we don't know about space. Well, it turns out there's plenty we don't know. Take, for example, black holes. Common in both sci-fi and real scientific theories, you might think we have them all figured out, but it's actually shocking how little we know about black holes. Black holes are giant masses of cosmic quicksand that are formed when a giant star collapses and all of its mass implodes into a tiny area of such intense gravity that even light gets sucked in. Because no light can escape from a black hole, we can't see them with our own eyes. We only know they exist because we can observe how the stars and gases closest to them behave. The black hole's super strong gravitational force pulls any nearby objects toward it. When a star is close to a black hole, it also creates a type of high-energy light that can't be seen with the naked eye, but can be detected using special satellites and telescopes. The types of black holes caused by an imploding star are called stellar black holes, and they can be up to 20 times more massive than our sun. Some black holes are as small as a single atom, but have the mass of a large mountain. At the center of each galaxy in the universe is a supermassive black hole, which scientists believe were created at the same time as the galaxy they're in. Sagittarius A is the name of the supermassive black hole at the center of our galaxy, the Milky Way, and it has a mass greater than 4 million of our suns. Before you start panicking about how Earth is slowly being sucked into the black hole at the center of our galaxy, let's move on to some other less stressful space mysteries. We talk a lot about all of the different stuff that makes up the universe, the planets and stars and solar systems and galaxies, but we don't often think about the absence of stuff in space. During the Big Bang, all of the matter in the visible universe that had been compressed into a single point began rapidly expanding outward. More than 13 billion years later, what started out as small variations in the density of matter have turned into huge empty voids in space. The largest one that we know of, the Great Void, is 1.5 billion light-years away from us and measures more than 1.3 billion light-years across. To be fair, these voids aren't totally empty. They are filled with dust, gas, and even dark matter, but the density of matter in a void is less than 1/10 of the average for the rest of the universe, making them quite unusual. So what is this dark matter that's floating around in these space voids? With all the talk about dark matter and energy in recent years, it may seem like we're well on our way to understanding these dark forces, but much like black holes, we can't actually see dark matter or dark energy, and what little we do know about them is purely guesswork. We know that the universe has been expanding since the Big Bang, and for decades astronomers theorized that the rate of expansion was slowing over time due to the effects of gravity. However, all their theories went out the window in 1998 when the Hubble Space Telescope made a shocking discovery. By observing a very distant supernova, the Hubble proved that the universe had been expanding more slowly in the past than it was today, meaning that the expansion of space was actually speeding up, not slowing down. This discovery stumped the experts. No one was sure exactly why the expansion was accelerating. Perhaps it was a problem with Einstein's theory of gravity or the existence of some unknown energy fluid in space. Even though astronomers couldn't explain this phenomenon, they gave it a name: dark energy. We know that dark energy exists and how much of it there is by how it affects the universe's expansion. Scientists have estimated that up to 68% of the universe is made up of dark energy. Some experts also theorize that dark energy is evenly distributed through both space and time, meaning that as the universe expands, it creates more dark energy. Dark energy does not have its own local gravity, but instead has a repulsive effect on the universe as a whole, causing the expansion of the universe to accelerate. Scientists need much more and better data to make any headway in understanding dark energy. If dark energy makes up 68% of our universe, dark matter makes up another 27%. That means all of the so-called normal matter that we can see and observe even with our most sensitive equipment makes up only a measly 5% of the entire universe. That's a little bit unnerving to think about. Like dark energy, dark matter is invisible. It does not interact with electromagnetic forces. It doesn't absorb, reflect, or emit light. So the only way we know it exists is by observing the effects of its gravitational pull on other matter. If dark matter were created during a controlled particle collision at CERN's Large Hadron Collider, the dark matter would escape undetected by their equipment. But scientists could infer its existence by measuring the amount of missing energy after the collision. One of the most interesting theories about dark matter is the existence of a hidden valley, a parallel world made entirely of dark matter. If imagining an entire parallel world made of dark matter is making you uneasy, wait until you hear about the evil twins of outer space. Subatomic particles like protons, electrons, and neutrons all have an evil twin, antimatter. Antimatter particles have the same mass as normal particles, but the opposite electrical charge. As a result, antimatter destroys normal matter on contact. And that sounds terrifying, but don't worry, there's very little antimatter in the universe, and it can actually be harnessed for good. PET scanners work by creating anti-electrons and using the energy that's released when they're destroyed to create sophisticated images. Even more wild than evil twins is the theory of quantum entanglement. In quantum entanglement, two particles in completely different parts of the universe can actually be linked to one another and will mirror the state and behavior of their partner over great distances. At first, this seemed to break some pretty fundamental laws of physics, since they thought that the signals sent between particles would have to have traveled faster than the speed of light. But eventually, as scientists began to unravel the puzzle of quantum mechanics, they started to understand how this spooky action at a distance, as Einstein called it, actually works. It would take a whole other video to begin to explain quantum mechanics, but the basic idea is that unobserved particles exist in all states simultaneously, and takes on one state only when it's observed and measured. It's like that old riddle: if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? As you lay back on the grass and take in the marvel above you, there's still one space mystery tugging at your curiosity. Are we really alone in the universe? This is yet another mystery of space that continues to stump scientists. According to the Fermi paradox, the universe is so massively huge and so unimaginably old that all probability points to a high likelihood of extraterrestrial life. And yet, we have no evidence of life outside our own planet. Enrico Fermi, the Italian physicist credited with sparking this debate, theorized that any civilization with modest rocket technology could colonize an entire galaxy within the span of 10 million years, the blink of an eye in the timeline of our universe. It's entirely possible that life has existed outside of Earth, and that the lack of evidence is more of a problem of right place, wrong time than proof that we truly are alone. If you really want to have your mind blown as you gaze and wonder at the stars, consider the multiverse theory, the possibility that our universe is just one of many possible infinite universes. The fact that this is a valid theory currently being studied by renowned scientists just goes to show you how very little we really understand about the nature of the universe. As fascinating as space mysteries are, the lack of definitive answers can be frustrating. Your best bet is just to enjoy your time laying in the grass staring at the cosmos. And if you're lucky enough to see a shooting star, maybe you can wish for an answer to these space mysteries that astronomers can't explain. So there you are, sitting at home, totally broke and lost for ideas as to how to make a bit of cash to get out of your small town. The local farm down the way needs a laborer, but it's not worth putting your back out for $10 an hour. You could go online and start filling out surveys, but it'll take weeks to earn enough to get where you want to go. You want cash in hand, and you want it fast, and no, you're not so desperate you'd resort to holding up the grocery store with your plastic toy gun. That great brain of yours is ticking away, and suddenly you come up with an elaborate scam where no one gets hurt. It's a world-first con. You're a genius, a certified mastermind. And maybe that's what was going through the mind of the English scammer we're going to talk about today. To be honest, we have no idea how anyone can come up with what he did. Maybe he was desperate, maybe he was a joker, maybe he was a con artist who spent days working on his art. All will be revealed, but let's start at the beginning. The date is the 22nd of June 2019, and it's a warm and wonderful day in the small town of Wollaston in southwest England. This rural village is straight out of postcard England. A picture-perfect example of historical hamlets where locals enjoy a couple of traditional pubs, an idyllic village green, and a dainty post office that doubles as a convenience store. That's shock to the people of Wollaston. Walking through rolling fields, you pass houses hundreds of years old that have views of the famous River Severn. This is what poet William Blake was referring to when he talked about England's green and pleasant land. It's the kind of place retired American tourists turn up to dressed in khaki shorts, a polo shirt, sandals, and knee-length white socks. And that's exactly how one American man was dressed when he and his wife arrived in Wollaston on that day in June. Armed with an expensive camera, they visited the village's St. Andrew's Church and learned that it dates back to 1131. Last time they saw a number like it, that was on the receipt for their last iPhone. This pastoral paradise was the home of their ancestors. How sweet! So imagine their surprise when they turn up to the village fete that summer of 19 and find that all is not what it seems in this rural Eden. There are dark forces at work here. The Village of the Year will reveal a nasty secret, one that will perplex the one police constable in Wollaston and the rest of the country. That summer day was the day of the local fete, a small carnival of sorts where the locals get together to enjoy entertainment and warm ale. A man suddenly arrived on the scene that day dressed in a black and white checkered morph suit. He did not speak and communicated only through mime. In his hand was a bunch of leaflets, and he handed them out to the fete-goers. They read the leaflet, and on it was printed, "Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Wollaston's Mystery Man." The American man took a leaflet and thought, how quaint, an English game of Guess Who. But how would they know who he was? They knew no one in the village. One of the locals noticed their confusion and told them that it's likely just the retired local vicar raising some more money. That's because to make a guess, you had to pay £1, about $1.30. The Americans thought, okay, and wrote down on the form retired vicar, and they handed over that gold nugget. Lots of people were waiting in line to take a guess, so the jackpot could be quite a good payout. They took a selfie with the mystery man before they went to a stall to taste some locally made cider. While they were there, they talked to some folks who informed them that the winner didn't actually take the jackpot, but the cash was all going to a local cause. It seemed a bit un-American, but what the hell? If the village gets their pound, then they're good with that. But then, as the evening came to an end, the mystery man just seemed to disappear. And what's worse, he was gone with the cash. The locals thought he would come back in a while and reveal his identity, and that he'd whip off his mask and talk about the good money he'd raised. But no, he was gone. The Americans were having a pint of ale in the Wollaston Inn the next day, and the place was alive with gossip. It turned out that the mystery man had come down to town to scam the locals. He was an imposter. A hustler had been in their midst, and the Americans had been duped. Good Lord, the couple thought, how could this happen here? The perception they shared of pleasant rural England was shattered. A few days later, they were visiting relatives up north in Manchester, and it seemed street hustlers were everywhere. They were handing out quids on the street like they did candies on Halloween. This was not so much a green and pleasant land anymore, and the scammer was now all over the English tabloid media. The man picked up one of those wretched rags and saw he and his wife in the background of a photo. He read something the fake coordinator said. When he disappeared, it left a bad taste because people thought they'd been giving money to charity. The couple were now thinking they couldn't wait to get back to Detroit. The man kept reading and scowled when he saw the lines. It was a beautiful day and everybody was having a good time, but later on toward the end, when everybody thought he was going to climb on the stage and do the big reveal, nobody could find him. He just disappeared. It was just unacceptable, and the couple agreed to cut short their trip, even though they wanted to visit relatives in the quaint northern town called Burnley. As they sat on the plane eating a tasteless chicken Kiev, they too had a bad taste in their mouth. They were confused, downhearted, and let down, you could say. England was nothing like they'd expected after watching Downton Abbey. It was full of men behaving badly. They couldn't wait to get back to the peace and quiet of downtown Detroit. Once settled at home, the man's curiosity got the better of him. Even though he wanted nothing to do with England ever again, he needed to know if they'd arrested this cruel con artist. It turned out that there'd been a twist in the tale. Reading an online newspaper story, the man was informed that one of the event organizers was about to talk about the mystery man in an interview on British radio. A few minutes before she was going live on the air, her doorbell rang. She ran downstairs to answer the door. It was the retired vicar. Ah, thought the man, I was right. He wasn't. The vicar told her that later that night before he'd been called on the phone, and a man who wouldn't give his name told him to check the contents of an envelope that had been put through his letterbox. He told the retired vicar to deliver the contents of that envelope to the event organizers, and they could do with it what they wanted. That envelope contained over 100 pounds, over 130 bucks. That included the American's money. The American, his eyes glued to the computer screen, read that the word soon got out in the village of Wollaston, and the locals were overjoyed. But still, they did wonder if the mystery man would have kept the cash if his scam hadn't made the headlines. Maybe he came good out of guilt, out of fear, or maybe he always had good intentions. To this day, the identity remains a mystery, and he's always the topic of hot gossip in the Wollaston Inn. As cars burned in the streets of Detroit and cannibal gangs roamed the streets, a man and his wife smiled and, dare we say, even shed a tear or two. Goodness had prevailed, and even if the man was a sinner, he'd seen the light in the end. Okay, said the man, next year we're going to Burnley, and everyone lived happily ever after. There's nothing like checking into a hotel. You can kick back, relax, and let others take care of everything. Just don't go nuts at the minibar. Those little bags of pretzels add up. But when you check into a hotel, above all, you're trusting the hotel to provide safety and security. Your room is your sanctuary. This made it all the stranger when a man was murdered in the safety of his hotel room in the middle of one of America's oldest and most prestigious hotels. The year was 1935 in Kansas City, Missouri, and the hotel president was one of the crown jewels of the city's Power and Lights district. Less than 10 years earlier, it had even hosted the Republican National Convention, nominating Herbert Hoover for president. The hotel was best known for its Drum Room Lounge, which hosted legendary entertainers including Old Blue Eyes Frank Sinatra. Anyone who was anyone in Kansas City knew that the hotel president was the place to go people watching. Their most infamous guest, however, was still to come. Roland T. Owen was an unassuming man walking into the hotel president and asking for an interior room on the upper floors on January 2nd. He claimed to be from Los Angeles, and those who saw him during his stay at the hotel mostly remembered him for a nasty scar he had on his temple and a deformed ear. That led many people to assume he was a professional boxer. An odd, quiet man, he talked to the bellhop Randolph Probst on the way to his room 1046 and claimed to have just been staying at another hotel but wanted a cheaper one. But Probst noticed something odd. For a man who had been traveling, Roland T. Owen barely had any baggage, just a hairbrush, a comb, and toothpaste in his pocket, and no suitcases to be seen. Mr. Owen was a mysterious guest, but a bigger mystery was about to put the hotel president in the history books. Mr. Owen continued to puzzle the workers at the hotel as he stayed there for 2 days. Maid Mary Soptic was shocked when she entered the dark room and found Owen sitting there in the dark with the shades closed and only a dim lamp on. He told her to go ahead and clean, but something felt odd to her about the room. No one ever saw Owen turn the lights on in his room, and he always seemed nervous. He left and asked her to leave the room unlocked, as if he was waiting for someone. Roland Owen stayed at the hotel for 2 days, and the first night was when things started to get really eerie. When Mary returned, she found Owen lying on his bed fully dressed, and he had left a note on the bedside addressed to someone named Dawn. It read, "Dawn, I'll be back in 15 minutes, wait." But no one had ever seen anyone else enter the room. Whoever Dawn was, Owen seemed to communicate with him more than any of the guests or staff. Mary Soptic reported many strange things, like the fact that Owen's room was locked from the outside at one point, but the door could only be locked from the inside. When she entered, she heard the phone ring, and Owen said, "No, Dawn, I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry. I just had breakfast." "No, I'm not hungry." Owen seemed to be planning on a long-term stay, asking Soptic about the president's residential rates, but his stay would be a lot shorter than anyone expected. When Soptic returned to furnish Owen's room at 4 p.m. on the second day, she heard 2 men talking inside. When she knocked, she heard a deep voice speaking, definitely not Owen's. She asked if they needed towels, and the mysterious man said they didn't, but she knew there were no towels in that room. Jean Owen, who was staying in the room next door, said she heard many people talking in room 1046, shouting and cursing, and as the night went on, the behavior around the hotel only got stranger. A woman believed to be a prostitute wandered the halls looking for her client. She expected him in Owen's room but came out empty. Outside, a city worker observed a man wearing only an undershirt, pants, and shoes run into the street looking distressed. He was ranting, saying he would kill someone and looked wounded. Whether he was related to the mysterious goings-on in room 1046, no one was able to answer, but he disappeared into a taxi and was never seen again. The next morning, everyone would be looking for answers. It was an ordinary day on January 4th when Della Ferguson came on shift as the switchboard operator at the hotel president. She made her planned wake-up call to room 1046 when she noticed that the phone had been taken off the hook. She contacted Rudolph Probst to check on the room, and he found the door locked with a Do Not Disturb sign on it. When he called out, a voice inside told him to enter, but the door was still locked and no one was letting him in. He yelled to hang up the phone and left. Another bellboy, Harold Pike, had a key and let himself in after the phone wasn't hung up. He found Owen alone in the dark, naked and unresponsive. There was no sign of anyone else, and Pike put the phone on the hook and left. It was only 2 hours before the phone was off the hook again, and when Probst entered the room, he found something very different in the isolated, locked room. Owen was on the floor, on his hands and knees, and his head was bloody. More disturbing, there was blood all over the walls and on the bed and in the bathroom. Probst ran downstairs to get help, but when he returned, the door was blocked. Owen had fallen in front of it, barring entry with his body. They talked to the wounded man, and he eventually forced his way up and let them in. Doctors were called to examine him, and what they found was terrifying and impossible to explain. Owen had been tied with cord around his neck, wrists, and ankles. His neck showed signs of strangulation, and he had been stabbed multiple times in the chest. He had a nasty skull fracture from blows to the head, with the damage being so serious that blood splatters could be found on the ceiling. When Dr. Harold Flanders, a local doctor, asked him what happened, Owen insisted that he had fallen in the bathtub. When he was asked who hurt him, he said nobody. His injuries were serious and he was rushed to the hospital, but the mysterious Roland T. Owen would not be giving away any more of his secrets. By the time they arrived at Kansas City General Hospital, he had slipped into a coma and died soon after. No one had seen anyone enter the room that morning. There was no sign of a struggle in the room. Owen had been alive, if drunk, when Probst had entered the room. How did he get brutally murdered in a locked hotel room? That's what the Kansas City Police Department wanted to find out. Jean Owen was briefly detained and interviewed, but when her boyfriend backed up her story, she was released. An autopsy of Owen revealed that he had been fatally stabbed and bludgeoned. But one of the oddest things was that he had apparently been wounded between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m. based on the dried blood. That meant Owen had already been dying when Pike entered his room and found him lying in bed. A thorough search of the room found a few articles belonging to Owen, but they also found no evidence of the knife used to kill him. That ruled out suicide. But other odd items were found in the room, including a bottle of diluted sulfuric acid and a clothing tag from New Jersey. The crime scene team looked for fingerprints and found a set belonging to a woman that didn't match anyone at the hotel. Was this mysterious visitor the one who spelled the end for Roland T. Owen? The murder was front-page news, and detectives soon believed that Roland T. Owen was not who he said he was. A phone call to Los Angeles for the next of kin came up empty, and fingerprints of the deceased were sent to the Justice Department to await a match. But the case seemed to be going cold, until the hotel president received a mysterious phone call. a woman phoned the front desk to ask what Owen looked like and claimed to know him from a town named Clinton only 50 miles away. Sightings from around the city came in, and the Mulebach Hotel, which the deceased had left due to the high rates, reported that he had checked in under another name, Eugene K. Scott. The LAPD confirmed that this was also likely a fake name, and the mystery only deepened. Soon, people from all around came, claiming to know the mysterious Mr. Owen under all different names. Was he the cousin of a man who came to see the body? No, that cousin died 5 years earlier. Was he a pro wrestler named Cecil Werner from Little Rock, Arkansas? No, the wrestling promoter couldn't make the match. New murders in the city soon stole the spotlight, and the mysterious death of Roland T. Owen, whoever he was, slipped away from the headlines. The body was going to be laid to rest in a potter's field when the funeral home received a mysterious phone call saying they would pay for a grave and service at a nearby cemetery. The funeral director asked what they knew about the death, and the person said that the man had been involved in a sordid affair while engaged to another woman. He said cheaters usually get what's coming to them, and hung up. Was the mystery man of room 1046 killed in a lover's spat gone wrong? And who was he? The answers would be a long time coming. It was over a year later when the next break in the case would come. The images of the man were circulated around the country, but it wasn't until a friend of Ruby Ogletree in Birmingham, Alabama saw him in the paper that the truth came out. Ruby quickly identified the man as her son, Artemis Ogletree. Her boy had hitchhiked to California in 1934, and he hadn't been home since, but she knew the details around the case that proved she was telling the truth. She quickly identified the cause of the distinctive scar on his temple as an accident with cooking grease he had as a child. She even showed the investigators letters her boy had sent her. There was just one problem. Several of the letters had been postmarked after Artemis Ogletree was murdered in Kansas City. Not just that, but Artemis was a simple boy who didn't know how to use a typewriter and used plain language. Several of the letters were typewritten and used literary language. She also had received phone calls from people who claimed to know Artemis, including one with a wild story about being in Egypt with him and Artemis saving his life in a fight. The man gave Ruby his name and she gave it to the police, but it's never been released. Who had been writing letters to a dead man's mother for years? With a new heap of evidence, courtesy of Artemis's grieving mother, the police reopened the case and soon they had their top suspect. Joseph Martin was arrested in 1936 in New York after killing his roommate and trying to ship the body to Memphis. When they found his wallet full of fake identification, they also found some handwriting that matched the letters received by Ruby Ogletree after Artemis's death. But no charges were ever filed and the case went cold. Who killed Artemis Ogletree in that locked hotel room in the Hotel President? Was it Joseph Martin as a part of his long career of crime? Was it an organized crime killing, and who was Dawn? Was it not a name at all and instead a title of a mob boss Artemis Ogletree had crossed? Or was it a lover's spat gone horribly wrong as Artemis's broken engagement came back to end his life? Or was there something else lurking in room 1046 of the Hotel President? Something unnatural that Artemis Ogletree was terrified of, that could stab a man to death with no knife to be found from behind a locked door. The mystery is still unsolved, and investigators still puzzle over it today. But the Hotel President is still taking guests to this day. Canada has long been haunted by the mysterious murder of billionaire Barry Sherman. Some argue the Toronto police were overwhelmed or stretched too thin. There were dozens of homicides they needed to solve, and a serial killer to stop before he killed again. It is possible under these circumstances that corners were cut and evidence overlooked or missing. This is certainly the opinion of Sherman's family's private investigation team. Police error may have cheated the victims of justice and the family from a sense of closure. Let's see who could have murdered Barry Sherman and his wife and why in this episode of The Infographic Show. The mystery of the murder of billionaire Barry Sherman. 50 Old Colony Road in Toronto, Canada is now the scene of a crime. But once not so long ago, it was just another home. Though, to be fair, it was far from your average type of house. Rather, it was a 5-bedroom, 9-bathroom mansion of concrete and steel, sprawled out over more than 12,000 square feet. It had an indoor and outdoor hot tubs and pools, a sauna and tennis court, an outdoor kitchen area, and an underground 6-car parking lot. The Shermans had spent 20 years as residents of Old Colony Road. However, by 2016, 17, they had decided to move closer to the city, in an elite neighborhood. They purchased new property in Forest Hill and demolished its original house. Honey Sherman then began to plan the custom-designed home of her dreams to take its place. On December 13, 2017, the Shermans met with architects to discuss these plans. When the meeting ended, Honey left, but Barry stayed behind for 2 more hours. Estimates are that while Honey made it home by 7, Barry arrived closer to 9. Whatever time it was that they made it inside, they would never make it out alive again. 2 days later, on December 15th, a real estate agent stopped by. With him were wealthy clients interested in buying the $6.7 million Sherman home. They began a tour of the property, starting on the main floor and then making their way upstairs. They then headed back down, but before they left, they stopped briefly at the basement area pool. The pool wasn't really a point of interest, so they didn't stick around for long. But everyone was puzzled by what appeared to be bodies sitting by its steps. The real estate agent later explained that he didn't understand what he really saw. He thought it was some kind of strange rich person joke or something left over from Halloween. He never, in a million years, thought that he had stumbled across real bodies or was one of the first at a crime scene. It wasn't until later, after they left, that someone dialed 911. Both Barry and Honey were half-seated with belts around their necks. They were partially suspended as the other end of the belts were attached to a 3.5-foot pool rail. Both were fully clothed with their backs toward the pool. Their winter coats had been pulled from their shoulders to hold their arms in place behind them. Honey, an athletic 70-year-old with a signature blonde bob, appeared to have been hit and was slumped to one side. Oddly, Barry, who was 75 and heavy-set with graying hair and glasses, was positioned with his legs stretched out in front and crossed at the ankles. Word of the couple's death spread quickly in Canada and beyond. The Shermans had been married 40 years and had made a large impact not only in Canada, but around the world during this time. Barry's fortune amounted to $3.6 billion, but it was not their wealth that set the Shermans apart. It was their generosity with their money and their support for countless charities and other well-intentioned organizations. For these reasons and more, what took place next was an injustice for both the victims as well as their friends and family. The police who saw the bodies misread several obvious clues, and without taking into account either the character of histories of those involved, came to a quick, inaccurate, and outrageous conclusion. In a speech to reporters outside the home, they said that there were no signs of forced entry. They then added that they were not actively looking for any suspects. To those who know anything about murder investigations, this disclosure meant just one thing. The next day, the media, based on the police's report, began reporting the crime as a murder-suicide. They alleged that Honey had been killed by her husband Barry before he then killed himself. The couple's 4 children were enraged, with good reason. Still mourning their loss, they now found it necessary to release a statement defending the characters of their parents. Even those who didn't particularly like Barry agreed that the thought of him as a murderer was absurd. For one, the couple got along well, and Barry had never before in his life been violent. He was also not in the best physical shape and had limited strength. It was Honey who was athletic and by comparison much stronger. Some friends pointed out with rather dark humor that if it was a murder-suicide, Barry would not have been the aggressor, but more likely the victim. Having lost faith in the police, the Sherman children took action. They hired their own set of private investigators and paid another pathologist for a second autopsy. All came to the conclusion that the police had failed to notice several things. This included something as incredible as impressions of ties left on Barry's and Honey's wrists, indicating that they both, not just Honey, had been restrained. In addition to this, experts found other clues to prove Barry's innocence. The length of belt Barry was hanging from prevented him from getting the leverage necessary to have killed himself. He also had not moved around violently, as those trying to hang themselves would do. Unlike Barry, victims of suicide are not typically found with their glasses still on straight or their legs folded neatly in front of them. Eventually, the police agreed, but it took them over a month to change their opinion. Reports at this time reflected this change and began to report the crime as a targeted double homicide. As the police investigation went on, the Sherman children, for obvious reasons, continued with their own at the same time. It was not long before their private investigators found yet further task force shortcomings. They had not vacuumed around the bodies to collect fibers or hairs that the assailant may have left behind. They did not fingerprint anyone present in the house at the time to help identify a possible culprit. They even failed to examine the home for a point of entry beyond an absence of broken locks or windows. There were as many as 9 ways to enter, as well as a lockbox with a key left outside for the real estate agent. Then there were the dozens of apparently unnoticed palm and fingerprints left at the scene. With so much forensic evidence overlooked or lost, the case dragged on and eventually grew cold. By fall of the year that followed, only one officer was still investigating it full-time. It didn't help that though 2017 had been a bit crazy, 2018 was crazier still. There were a record number of homicides that year, and the officer's attention had by necessity turned elsewhere. Many looked to motive in an attempt to make headway with the case. But just who would want to kill Barry and his wife? As previously mentioned, both were generous participants in society and gave multiple millions to various organizations and charities. However, they were not without their enemies. In fact, Barry, an aggressive businessman in the pharmaceutical field, had many. Barry made his fortune in the genetic drug business, but his career started out small. He first worked for Empire Laboratories, a company owned by his uncle, as a driver during his summers. He was finishing his PhD in engineering when his uncle later died. He then bought Empire Laboratories and ran it for a few years before he sold it to a buyer. The money from the sale was used to create Apotex, a business of his own. Through hard work and determination, Barry turned it into a lucrative multi-billion-dollar company, and in the process earned himself a fortune. He had 10,000 employees who many said he treated more like family than staff. In fact, he would cut checks out to a total of millions for those who came to him with their problems. But that's pretty much where the good feelings surrounding his company end. Unfortunately, by nature of his business, providing cheaper alternatives to name brands had made him several ambitious and well-funded enemies. The drug companies whose medications Barry copied lost billions as he sold knockoffs based on theirs. Needless to say, they did not take this well, and occasionally things got ugly. Bayer AG, for example, at one point believed that Apotex was in violation of its protective patents. It's alleged that those working on behalf of the Bayer company tried to get Apotex employees to reveal inside information. There were even accusations that Bayer had considered planting some drugs in Barry's car. Unsurprisingly, true or not, the company claimed to have no knowledge of any of this. Barry had quite a few questionable connections from other business dealings as well. An example of this was an investment he had made in a conman's chartering company that it turned out had no yachts. Another was a nutritional supplement that he had backed that was thought up and pitched by a two-time felon. Then there was an online trivia game that led to Barry pressing charges when his investments went missing. Overall, Barry was quite open-minded and gave support to those who most others wouldn't. Whether this was actually a good thing or not is still a source of debate. His friends believe that by seeing the good in sketchy people, he may have also unnecessarily put himself in danger. All the same, while he could be trusting and kind, Barry could be shrewd and spiteful as well. While he was often in court fighting for the rights to create drugs, he also fought for things that were unnecessary and even unethical. For example, he battled a hematologist in court who rightly questioned the safety of an Apotex medication. In the process, Barry involved her school, and she lost her position as a clinical program director at the university. However, in a rather hollow victory, she won the case. Aside from tumultuous business relations, there was bad blood in Barry's family as well, specifically in the case of his uncle's children. As he had been known to do, he had been providing checks to help out more than one. However, they wanted more, possibly because he had at least one nephew and niece addicted to drugs. They joined in a suit against him, alleging that because he created Apotex with money from their father's company, that they were owed some of its profits. Litigation drew out for a decade before they finally lost. Animosity and resentment only grew once a verdict was reached. After all, the nephews and nieces had been ordered to pay Barry's legal expenses. Very soon after this, the Shermans were strangled in their home. Was this merely a coincidence, or could his own family have killed him for revenge? Whether they did or not, they will continue to suffer the consequences of their betrayal. Barry's lawyers filed an appeal requesting they pay more money than what they already owed, the same day he was buried. While there's a lot of speculation about just who killed Barry and his wife, there's even more about what will happen following their death. Currently, Barry's wills are sealed by the order of the Ontario Superior Court. In the interests of protecting their beneficiaries, their contents will remain undisclosed for 2 years. No one, including the Sherman estate lawyer, knows the specifics of what either contains. Shockingly, it is possible that Honey never made a will. No one was asked to hold one on her behalf, and nothing turned up during a property search. This complicates matters somewhat, as order of death is important. One possibility is that they were killed together, or in legal terms, that they died simultaneously. Or when Honey returned home before her husband, that she was killed first. Then again, there is no way to prove that Barry was not the first one strangled. Reports claim that the exact time of death cannot be determined, and therefore it will remain a mystery if one outlived the other. If Honey was the first to die, Barry's will could divide the estate between their kids. However, on the event that Barry died before his wife, his estate could be left to her. If she was then killed without a will of her own, who knows what this would mean? But whatever does happen, it's bound to get nasty. Sources allege someone has already stepped forward not long after Honey's death, saying she was promised them money. Though Barry and Honey were generous with money, Barry, and by extension his wife, also had many well-known enemies. It's the middle of the night. You're sound asleep when suddenly your eyes pop open. You're not sure why. You didn't hear a noise, but you feel something. Is it in the air? Your room does feel colder than usual. You look around your room. Nothing. Relief washes over you and you start to close your eyes when there is something there. A shadow in the corner. Something that wasn't there before. You can't quite make it out, but it looks human. It's so dark you can't tell. You pull the blankets up just below your eyes. It must just be a weird shadow, right? Or your brain playing tricks on you. You close your eyes and count to 3. You know when you open them, it'll be gone. 1, 2, 3. It's gone. No, it's on the other corner now and it's coming towards you. Its eyes open, glowing red in the dark and staring at you. You're so scared you can't scream. You can barely move. It's getting closer and closer. You reach out, and just in time, you hit the switch on your lamp and see your coat rack. You laugh to yourself. It does look a little like a person in the dark, and maybe the eyes you saw were just the lights reflecting in from the street outside. Do a quiet search just to make sure there's nothing in your room, but you can't shake that feeling that a few minutes ago you weren't alone. It's not going to be easy to fall asleep again, but you assume you're safe. The strange shadow person at the corner of your room begins to fade from your mind, but you can't help but feel like it's not the last you've seen of it. It's a week later when you're on the bus home. It's been a long day and you're very tired, trying to keep awake, but you keep dozing off when then, out of the corner of your eye, there it is. On the side of the road, you see the same shadowy figure that was in your room, glowing eyes looking right into yours. The bus is moving fast and you only have a second to glimpse it before it disappears, but your heart is pounding. You try to put it out of your mind, but there it is again on the side of the road. Is it following you? Or is there more than one of these shadowy things chasing you? You don't want to keep looking, afraid of what you'll find, so you close your eyes and you wait for your stop. As you get off, you don't see anything around you, but you're not taking any chances as you run to your home. Who are these shadow people? Or more accurately, what are they? Are you just hallucinating and seeing them when you're tired? Or is something more sinister going on? You're definitely not going to sleep anytime soon. So you turn all the lights on and get on the internet to search. You Google shadow people and start clicking through the results. You're not sure what you're hoping to find, but you learn that you're definitely not alone. Lots of people report seeing these things, which is good since it means you're not losing your mind. And the reports aren't new either. You feel your chest get tight as you see that people have been talking about shadow people for hundreds of years, with these mysterious creatures appearing in countless religions, legends, and belief systems. There's lots of different theories, but whatever they are, people have been scared of them for a very long time. You're starting to feel a little better actually, knowing that you aren't alone in having seen them. When you click on a website and your heart nearly stops, there, staring back at you, is a picture of the shadow person from your room. So, what are the shadow people? Not many mainstream media outlets have talked about them or the possibility that they are real, usually dismissing them as urban legends. But there's no shortage of information on alternative radio devoted to cryptozoology and the supernatural. The shadow people first broke into the sort of mainstream in 2001 on the conspiracy theory-centered radio show Coast to Coast AM, when Art Bell introduced the concept with Native American elder Harley Swift Deer Reagan. Bell decided to spice up the show by inviting listeners to submit their own shadow people stories, and was stunned when hundreds of people wrote in, sending drawings of the supernatural shadow beings they had supposedly encountered, drawings eerily similar to the being you yourself encountered multiple times. The shadow people gained a new investigator only a few months later, when paranormal investigator Heidi Hollis published her first book on the shadow people. Hollis went further than Bell and Reagan, who normally portrayed the shadow people as neutral entities. Hollis argued that they were hostile alien entities that were stalking us and claimed they could flicker in and out of peripheral vision, getting close enough to jump on people's chests and choke them. Many people say they feel a strong hostile energy from these beings and believe them to be angry spirits from beyond the grave, stalking the living. while others think they might be the psychic remnants of inhabitants from another dimension, and that they're either trying to make first contact with us or trying to warn us about something. A theory advanced by the late paranormal writer and researcher Rosemary Ellen Guiley is that there's something else entirely, a supernatural being known as a jinn. These creatures frequently appear in Middle Eastern mythology and are more commonly known as genies. Yes, that kind that grants wishes. But jinns aren't bound to a lamp or a bottle and are filled with magical energy. These shape-shifting beings can take any form they want, and many believe the shadow people are remnants of jinns from ancient times. Whether they're a genie spirit or from another dimension on a spirited journey, the abundance of evidence from shadow people is quite disturbing. The internet is full of stories of people recounting their experiences with shadow people. Paranormal investigator Chad Stombaugh even claims to have captured video footage of shadow people, but the footage is blurry and inconclusive. A still photograph of a basement in the supposedly haunted Gaslight Inn in Indianapolis shows a creeping black mass in an otherwise brightly lit room. The most disturbing story of the shadow people comes from the sleep study GR16, which was supposedly conducted in 1971 at Camden College. A brief clip claiming to be from the study shows a group of people who said they were haunted by shadow people in their dreams. The experiment aimed to track their brain patterns, but according to the story, something went horribly wrong and the shadow people killed the subjects. But no records of this study exist beyond some unsubstantiated video clips. The more you look into shadow people, the more you're left with questions and no answers. One of the strangest elements of the shadow people is how closely one person's description matches that of another. They're almost all the same, a shadowy, vaguely human-like figure lurking just far enough away from the person that it can't be made out clearly. Many people report glowing red or yellow eyes staring at them. Some of the shadows look more like an amorphous blob, as in the case of the famous phantom at the Gaslight Inn, which resembled a creeping mass slowly expanding over the basement. But many others report a clearer, more disturbing figure, which has come to be known as the Hat Man. This is a distinctly humanoid figure dressed in a black three-piece suit, wearing a black hat. His eyes glow red and he holds a pocket watch that he occasionally checks, as if he's waiting for something or someone. He's very tall, at least 6 feet, but he's also been described as being up to 10 feet tall. Many people believe the Hat Man could be linked to the popular urban legend Slender Man, another abnormally tall, sharp-dressed monster with ties to supernatural terror. Most people thankfully only encounter the shadow people for brief moments, seeing them out of the corner of their eye or in the dark corners of rooms, only for them to disappear when the light falls on them. But some people have had longer and far more terrifying experiences that suggest there may be some truth to these encounters. Author Daniel Penchbeck, a paranormal expert, reported that he began seeing other dimensional beings that resembled the shadow people. Penchbeck believes that he was able to see into another dimension and that somehow these creatures came back with him, haunting him for weeks before they stopped and he was able to return to his normal life. But not everyone believes that the shadow people are a supernatural entity. Scientists who have analyzed the sightings propose a much more down-to-earth explanation, that these shadow beings are a product of our mind playing tricks on us. The most common times for people to see shadow people are when they're under intense emotion, isolated, or very tired. The mind is experiencing heightened stress at this point, so mundane things like a coat rack or a shadow become a potential threat. Sleep paralysis, which is where the body's motor functions take longer to wake up than the mind, also causes hallucinations that can take the form of shadowy demonic figures and may be the origin of the mysterious figures. Two more factors that might be influencing shadow people sightings include sleep deprivation and addiction. Dr. Jack Potts has studied those addicted to substances that keep them in a heightened state of awareness and keep them from falling asleep, and he observed that they became paranoid and conspiratorial. They kept reporting hallucinations of people following them and believed them to be supernatural beings that posed a danger to them. While descriptions of these beings varied, many of them matched up with the descriptions we see over and over for shadow people. Potts believes the shadow people are our body's natural reaction to stress, albeit a terrifying one, rather than a true supernatural phenomenon. But if that was the case, why have so many people, even those who have no substance abuse issues or bouts of sleep paralysis, seemingly spotted them out of nowhere? One thing's for sure, the shadow people have captured the attention of everyone who loves ghost stories and paranormal phenomena. These mysterious creatures have shown up in countless movies and TV shows, with perhaps the most famous appearance being in an episode of the rebooted Twilight Zone in 1985. In the episode titled The Shadow Man, the shadow person lived under the bed of a teenage boy and was a danger to everyone besides him until the twist ending. The 2013 film Shadow People spun out of the legendary GR16 sleep study, dramatizing it with terrifying results. And plenty of popular video games have you encounter the Shadow People as enemies, giving gamers a brief taste of these terrifying beings without letting them get too close, we hope. Sightings go back decades, and hundreds of people are giving very similar reports of encounters just like the ones you experienced. But as you give up on your internet investigation for the evening, what still hasn't been answered for you is whether this is something mundane or truly a supernatural encounter. Was your mind playing tricks on you, or are there actually otherworldly beings stalking you? It's late, and you have an early start tomorrow, so you turn out the lights and get into bed. Your eyes are heavy, and you can feel yourself drifting off to sleep when your eyes fall on the corner of the room again. Is that your coat rack or something else? No, you tell yourself it's just the coat rack. Or is it? Is it a shadow person or just your mind playing tricks on you? You pull the cover over your head and decide it's best not knowing. Well, you think maybe just a peek. You slowly lower the covers and open your eyes. You will yourself to roll over and look at the coat rack in the corner. As you turn your head, you see it. 2 glowing red eyes, inches away from your face. Some of the world's most famous unsolved disappearances have happened in the mysterious Bermuda Triangle, but none are as baffling as the unexplained vanishing of the USS Cyclops. In 1918, the USS Cyclops set sail from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil to Baltimore, USA, making a brief stop in Barbados. After the vessel departed from Barbados on March 4th with 309 people on board, both the ship and its crew were never seen again. To this day, not a single piece of debris from the ship has been found. So how exactly did the massive USS Cyclops disappear without a trace? Let's go back in time and discover what happened. Built in 1910, the USS Cyclops was known as the largest collier in the U.S. Navy. Colliers were coal-carrying ships that were used to transport the coal used for fuel to other ships. At around 540 feet long and 65 feet wide, the Cyclops was so big that it was the size of 1.5 football fields. The massive steel-hulled collier was appropriately named the Cyclops after the fabled one-eyed giants of Greek mythology. In April of 1917, the U.S. entered World War I, and the Cyclops was commissioned on May 1st, 1917, to join the U.S. war effort. During the war, the ship was used to transport troops and resources and help refuel warships of the Allied forces. On its last trip, the USS Cyclops left Rio de Janeiro loaded with between 10,000 to 11,000 tons, the exact tonnage is disputed, of manganese ore, a much heavier and denser cargo than it usually had to carry. Some port officials in Rio at the time believed the ship had exceeded its carrying capacity and appeared overloaded. It's also important to note that the crew had no familiarity with the ore, as this was the first time the USS Cyclops was carrying such cargo. Before the ship left Rio on February 15th, the ship's commanding officer reported that the starboard engine appeared to have a cracked cylinder and could no longer function. This reduced the speed and performance of the USS Cyclops from an average maximum speed of 15 knots to about 10 knots. A survey board that inspected the ship agreed with the commander's observation about the engine and recommended that the Cyclops return to the U.S. for repairs. So the ship departed, making another stop in Bahia before leaving Brazil. Today, the Navy believes that there were 309 people on board, though contemporary accounts of the ship's disappearance list 293 people on board, including 15 officers, 221 crewmen, and 57 passengers. The passenger list included prominent figures such as Alfred L.M. Gottschalk, the American Consul General at Rio de Janeiro, who was returning to the U.S. after a long-term post abroad. Though the USS Cyclops was supposed to head straight to Baltimore, the ship made an unscheduled stop in Barbados on March 3rd to resupply. To this day, it's still somewhat unclear why the ship made this stop, as the Cyclops should have had enough supplies to continue to Baltimore. Some think the captain was worried about the ship's cargo. A few inspectors in Barbados stated that the cargo wasn't stowed correctly. Instead of being level, it was piled up higher in the middle rather than spread out evenly. Additionally, the water was over the ship's plimsoll mark, a line on the ship's side which indicates the legal limit of submersion, meaning the ship was overloaded. The USS Cyclops left Barbados the next day, March 4th, and was supposed to arrive at the port of Baltimore a week and a half later on March 13th. After sending out a transmission of weather fair all well just after clearing the port of Barbados, the USS Cyclops seemingly vanished, never to be heard from again. In the days after the ship disappeared, hundreds of American ships nearby made repeated radio calls to the USS Cyclops to try to establish its whereabouts. All the calls went unanswered. As the days passed, publications immediately started throwing around theories about the Cyclops' disappearance and what might have caused it. Did a freak storm sink the enormous collier? Or did an enemy German U-boat torpedo the USS USS Cyclops and send it to a watery grave. Multiple magazines at the time, including Literary Digest, even suggested that a giant octopus might have risen from the sea, entwined the ship with its tentacles, and dragged it down to the bottom. Perhaps understandably, the Navy spent little time investigating this last theory, much to the relief of Cthulhu. What was the actual fate of the Cyclops? Could a simple tropical storm have sunk the ship? After all, one of the reasons the Bermuda Triangle has so many disappearances is because the weather in the area is notoriously unpredictable, and storms can become very violent very fast. Most experts believe that the storm theory doesn't hold water, pun very much intended, because the Cyclops made no distress calls, and there were no major storms reported in the area at the time of its disappearance. Others point out that there are smaller thunderstorms known as mesometeorological storms that are unpredictable and hard to identify, especially with 1918 technology. Storms like those can start at sea and completely dissipate before they ever approach land. According to meteorologists like Joanne Simpson, these storms form very quickly, especially over the Gulf Stream, which happens to travel right through the Bermuda Triangle, and they may just last a few minutes before vanishing. However, while the thunderstorms are brewing, they are particularly violent, causing giant chaotic waves to form that put any nearby ships in danger. The lack of any distress call might be explained by these storms, as they sometimes also cause electrical disturbances that interfere with communication systems, such as the radio transmission on the USS Cyclops. Without any thunderstorms definitively identified in the area, however, this theory remains just that, a theory. How about the Germans? Is it possible that they sunk the ship? The USS Cyclops was a great asset to the Navy during World War I, and it would have made an excellent target for Germany. However, there was no evidence that any German submarines were in the area of the Bermuda Triangle at the time. Furthermore, no proof has ever emerged that Germany was involved, even after the US forces intercepted German communications and acquired German military intelligence. This makes it seem highly unlikely that a German military attack took down the USS Cyclops. However, part of the reason the theory about Germany destroying or capturing the Cyclops persisted is because of the ship's captain, Lieutenant Commander George W. Worley. Despite his English-sounding name, Worley was born in Germany as Johann Friedrich Weichmann and changed his name after moving to the United States. Reports came out that some crew members referred to Worley as "damned Dutchman," a derogatory reference to his German heritage, as the word Deutsch, meaning German, was confused with Dutch. Even while he commanded U.S. naval ships, some thought he might have supported Germany during the war and turned over the Cyclops to the Germans. However, as with the theory of Germans destroying the USS Cyclops, this seems unlikely. The U.S. military combed through German records after Germany was defeated in World War I, and no record of the Cyclops being captured or Worley working as a double agent was ever found. Even though Worley most likely wasn't some sort of German 007, the captain had other problems that attracted investigators' attention. At some point shortly before the ship vanished, there were unconfirmed reports of a mutiny against Captain Worley. Crew members allegedly accused him of being a drunk and completely unsuitable to steer the ship, both pretty undesirable traits in a sea captain. Several books and articles have described the captain as a strange character who had a habit of pacing the quarterdeck wearing just a hat, a cane, and his underwear. After the alleged attempted takeover of the ship by the crew, Captain Worley was said to have reacted harshly, imprisoning the mutineers and even executing one. It's unclear whether he dressed up for the occasion or gave out the execution orders in his hat and underwear. In a letter to the State Department after the USS Cyclops' disappearance, even the U.S. consul in Barbados said that the rest of the officers on the ship seemed to deeply dislike the captain. Offering their own theory on the disappearance, the consul wrote, "While not having any definitive grounds, I fear fate worse than sinking, though possibly based on instinctive dislike felt toward the master." In addition to the consul, many other sources suspected a mutiny on the ship during the time of its disappearance. They assumed the crew of the USS Cyclops, tired of their captain's strange behavior and harsh punishments, decided to seize control of the ship. However, even if a mutiny occurred and the crew were able to take control, it still doesn't explain why the ship was never seen again. The fugitive crew would still have had to dock somewhere, and no records exist of a stolen U.S. naval ship showing up anywhere. There is also the possibility that the USS Cyclops' disappearance stems from a flaw in the ship's design. Some naval experts believe that the fate of the two Cyclops' sister ships provide the most support for the design flaw theory. The USS Cyclops had three sister ships: the USS Jupiter, the USS Nereus, and the USS Proteus. Sister ships are the ships of the same class that are built following almost identical designs. So if there was a structural flaw in the design of the Cyclops, there would likely be one in its sisters as well. The USS Jupiter was sunk by a Japanese aircraft in World War II, so the cause of its demise is known. But the other two ships suffered similar fates as the USS Cyclops, albeit decades later, both vanishing somewhat mysteriously in the Bermuda Triangle in 1941. At the time, U.S. Navy Admiral George Van Deurs thought the ship might have sunk because their design was incompatible with their cargo. Both ships, like the USS Cyclops, were designed to carry coal, yet while they vanished again like the USS Cyclops, both the Nereus and the Proteus were carrying ore, though it was bauxite instead of manganese ore. Some thought this cargo might have weakened the ship's structures. Additionally, Van Deurs believed that support beams of the ship might have been eroded after years of carrying acidic coal, exacerbating any weaknesses in the design. No matter what happened to the USS Cyclops, one of the most perplexing pieces of the puzzle is the lack of any debris or trace of the ship's wreckage, even decades after its disappearance. Thanks to better technology and search tactics, more historical shipwrecks are being discovered year after year. Yet, the USS Cyclops still evades detection. Some scientists think it's possible the Cyclops disappeared in the Puerto Rico Trench, which is the deepest point of the Atlantic Ocean. Located at the southern tip of the Bermuda Triangle, the trench reaches down to 27,500 feet below sea level at its deepest point, just 1,500 feet shy of the height of Mount Everest. Shipwreck aficionados believe that not only the USS Cyclops, but many other shipwrecks have been lost in time to this deep sea trench. However, because the exact day and time of the Cyclops' disappearance is uncertain, Navy investigators aren't sure if the wreck is actually in the trench or someplace else along the Atlantic coast. Relatives of the 309 people lost on the USS Cyclops are still searching for answers to this day. They are hopeful that the Cyclops will turn up as search technology continues to improve and give them some answers for what happened to their relatives over a century ago. In fact, in the 1960s, an experienced Navy diver named Dean Hawes stumbled upon a massive wreck off the coast of Cape Charles, Virginia. Hawes was reportedly stunned by the enormous size of his find and claims to have seen, among other things, a bridge on steel stilts while exploring the wreck, which is consistent with the design of the Cyclops. He surfaced with the hope of going back down and re-examining the wreck along with his dive team, but bad weather forced the crew to abandon the area and sail back to shore. After a few years, Hawes happened to read an article about the USS Cyclops and recognized the ship in the photo as the wreck he had found off the coast of Virginia. Excited by his discovery, Hawes convinced the Navy to lead another investigation at the site of the shipwreck he had found all those years ago. Unfortunately, a follow-up search of the area turned up a different wreck altogether, and no evidence of the USS Cyclops was found. There are also some, like astronaut Gordon Cooper and treasure hunter Daryl Miklos from the Discovery Channel, who believe that aliens may be abducting ships in the Bermuda Triangle. Using maps of the Earth drawn from space that his friend Cooper gave him, Miklos found a giant submerged object in the triangle's waters in 2018, which he couldn't definitively identify as a shipwreck or a natural formation. He believes it may be an alien craft. In Miklos' view, the Bermuda Triangle is an alien abduction hotspot, which explains why ships like the USS Cyclops go missing. What happened to the USS Cyclops remains a mystery for now. However, regardless of the reason for the ship's sinking, the disappearance of the Cyclops was undoubtedly a huge tragedy. According to the U.S. Naval Institute, it remains the largest loss of life for the U.S. Navy in peacetime. On April 7, 1935, Kootenai aquarium owner Bert Hobson thought he struck gold when he and his son Ron caught a 14-foot-long, 1-ton tiger shark. With its profits dwindling thanks to the Great Depression, Hobson thought this deadly sea creature would turn the tide for the struggling aquarium, especially in the midst of a spate of shark attacks in Australia. So he put the shark on display. 8 days later, as families wandered around the shark tank around 5 p.m., the tiger shark started to convulse. In front of a huge audience, it vomited a rat, a bird, and eventually a human arm. The shark was killed and the rest of its stomach searched, but no other human remains or parts were found. The arm would eventually be identified as belonging to former boxer and current saloon keeper Jim Smith. But was this a shark attack? Or had Smith been brutally murdered and thrown into the ocean, where the shark had found his severed arm and mistaken it for a lunch? If so, by who? Born in England, Jimmy Smith had moved to the Balmain suburb of Sydney, where he lived for many years with his wife and child. At the time of his disappearance, he was 40 years old. Smith managed a billiard saloon that attracted a shady cast of characters. It's perhaps here where he met a man that would change the course of his life, a criminal boss named Reginald Holmes. To all outward appearances, Holmes appeared to be a respectable member of the community. He was happily married, a member of his local Presbyterian church and the Royal Sydney Yacht Club, and father to 2 children. In his professional life, Holmes followed in his family's footsteps by running his own boat-building business. However, at some point he realized he could use his boats to make more and less legal money. Realizing there was a higher demand for drugs than boats, Holmes hired men to take speedboats out into the water and collect packages of smuggled illegal goods he arranged to have thrown overboard from incoming ships. A man of many criminal skills, Holmes also dabbled in other shady ventures like insurance scams and check forgery. Jim Smith began working as a builder for Holmes in the early 1930s, where he initially helped Holmes with small crimes like scamming other builders out of supplies. Eventually, he moved into Holmes's smuggling operations and was even put in charge of Holmes's prized boat, the Pathfinder. Because crime apparently requires a good division of labor, Smith brought in one of his old pals, Patrick Brady, to help out with some check forgery scams. Brady would forge checks from Holmes's rich clients to steal their money. Things were going well until an incident with the Pathfinder boat. Holmes overinsured the boat and sent Smith out to sink it, but accidentally reported the sinking as suspicious to the police. The insurance fell through and led to Smith blackmailing Holmes. On April 7th, Smith and Brady met up for a night of drinking at the Cecil Hotel. This was the last time Smith would be seen alive out in public. Brady then took Smith to a small nearby cottage he owned at the beach community of Cronulla. A cab driver remembers encountering Brady later that night. He says he drove a terrified Brady from his cabin near Cronulla to Holmes's house that night. The driver also noted that Brady was hiding something under his jacket, although he probably didn't guess it was someone else's arm. Smith's wife Gladys became concerned after her husband failed to reappear from the fishing trip he told her he was on, and reported him missing. A mysterious man called her sometime later and told her that Jim would return in 3 days' time. Since Jim's arm was coughed up by a shark a few days later, that turned out to be a lie. When the arm was found, it was easily identifiable as Jim's because it had a large tattoo of two boxers fighting inside the forearm and a unique tattoo of Smith's. Fingerprint analysis confirmed that the arm belonged to Smith. When the authorities determined that the arm had been cut off rather than chewed, they realized that this was not a Jaws prequel, but murder. Additionally, the arm had some rope attached to its wrist. As sharks are not known to tie up their victims before killing them, this made police reasonably sure that they were looking at a homicide. While looking for a possible killer, authorities uncovered Smith's connection to both crime boss Holmes and forger Brady. They arrested Brady and took him in for questioning, but after 6 hours of interrogation, Brady still refused to admit any involvement in Smith's death. Eventually, Brady agreed to speak to the police and immediately pointed the finger toward Holmes, stating that he ordered Smith's murder. Holmes was questioned about this but denied even knowing Brady. A few days later, with police still trying to determine what had happened to Smith based off a shark saliva-covered arm, things took an even stranger turn. Holmes took one of his speedboats out on a ride on Sydney Harbor. With him, he had a bottle of brandy and a pistol. Unsurprisingly, he got drunk. Surprisingly, he shot himself in the head. Even more surprisingly, he survived a direct gunshot wound to his head and kept driving the boat. As you can imagine, navigating a boat with a hole in his head proved to be difficult for Holmes. His boat driving was so risky and erratic that he almost hit another boat out on the harbor. The driver of the second boat called the police and told them to be on the lookout for Holmes. When asked how they'd identify Holmes and his boat, the witness reportedly told police, "You won't mistake him, he has a bullet hole in his forehead." Since relatively few captains speed around Sydney Harbor with air whooshing through their skulls, police found Holmes fairly quickly. However, the crime boss appeared to have little intention of surrendering. After shooting himself in the head and surviving, maybe Holmes imagined himself to be completely invincible. It's also possible his decision-making skills weren't great after his blood loss and the still open bullet hole in his brain. Police had to chase him for 4 hours before catching up to him. Holmes, now either completely delusional or just lying, said that someone else had shot him and that he hadn't stopped for the police because he thought they were the people that had tried to kill him. Holmes went on to make a weird semi-confession to the police, reportedly saying, "Jimmy Smith is dead and there's only another left. If you leave me until tonight, I'll finish him." Since the police weren't keen on letting a bleeding man wander around Sydney until he found another victim to murder, they arrested him. After a few weeks back in the hospital, where they patched up his head, Holmes pointed the finger for Smith's murder back at Brady. He told authorities that Brady had murdered Smith and blackmailed Holmes for 500 Australian pounds, showing up to Holmes's house with a severed arm and threatening to pin Smith's murder on him. Holmes went on to say that Brady cut up Smith's body, put the pieces in a trunk, and threw the trunk into Gunnamatta Bay. Even though this may seem like an excessively cruel and brutal way of disposing of a body, it was quite a common practice in Sydney in the 1920s and 30s. It was so common, in fact, that it had a nickname, the Sydney Send-Off, which goes to show you that the good old days were rarely that good. People just look at the past through rose-colored glasses and forget about all the body dismemberment that happened. Holmes told police he paid Brady off, after which Brady naturally left the arm with him and Holmes decided to throw it in the ocean. Authorities pressured Holmes to testify against Brady at the inquest on June 12th. This was made difficult by the fact that on the morning of June 12th, Holmes was discovered in his Nash sedan with 3 bullet holes in the chest. As Holmes's chest apparently had less internal Kevlar than his head, he was now officially dead. Though Brady's trial continued without Holmes's testimony, there was no solid evidence to pin him as the murderer. Brady's lawyer also pointed out that with no body and just an arm, no one could even be certain that Smith was dead. Brady was eventually released, though most of Sydney believed him to be guilty anyway, making him the O.J. Simpson of Sydney. Which leaves us with a few interesting and contradicting theories as to what could have happened to Smith. The most likely and obvious theory is that Holmes, who was running a huge criminal enterprise and was supposedly being blackmailed by Smith, ordered Brady to kill him to get him out of the way. However, there are a few problems with this concept. If the killing was done at Holmes's request and Brady was just a hired hand and underling, who killed Holmes while Brady was in prison awaiting trial? Why did Holmes withdraw 500 Australian pounds right before he drove out of his house and was killed? Did he lie about paying off Brady and was going to pay him off then? Or was he paying off someone else? If Brady had someone else murder Holmes, a feared criminal under his orders, perhaps he occupied a higher position in the criminal food chain than the authorities thought. This made it possible that Brady was the one who orchestrated Smith's murder as well. However, there's an alternate theory about Holmes's death that lets Brady off the hook. Before he was shot, Holmes had taken out a generous life insurance policy that would benefit his wife and children. As his name was being dragged through the mud during Smith's murder investigation and Brady's criminal trial, it's possible that Holmes, keen on saving his family further embarrassment, ensuring their future, and not seeing a clear way out of his troubles, arranged for his own death. Professor Alex Castles, who has extensively studied the case, believes that Holmes hired a hitman to kill himself. So what if Brady killed Smith without being ordered to by Holmes? There are a few problems with this theory as well. First of all, Brady was only 5 foot 4 inches tall. It would have been hard for him to take down Smith unless, of course, Smith was really drunk and unable to fight. Also, why was Brady so scared in the cab ride leaving his cabin? And why did he go straight to Holmes's house after the murder to blackmail his dangerous crime boss? The most unusual but not so far-fetched theory is that Jim Smith wasn't even dead. The only part of Smith that was found, after all, was his severed arm from the elbow down. It's a strange coincidence that the only limb found was one that featured a unique identifying tattoo, which would immediately tie the arm to Smith. Perhaps Smith had realized that he was in too deep with Holmes's criminal activity and wanted a way out. Either by himself or with the help of his wife, he could have severed his arm at the elbow and thrown it into the ocean. That way, when it was discovered, he would be presumed dead by Holmes's criminal ring, who would then leave him alone. Even though the arm was also confirmed to be Smith's via fingerprinting technology, so in theory, Smith could have just cut off a finger or two and still been ID'd. This technology was relatively new at the time and not commonly known. Since there weren't 7 versions of CSI floating around making everyone an amateur forensic specialist, Smith may not have known that he could even be identified via fingerprints, and thus wanted to make sure his whole forearm, tattoo included, was found. However, this theory has a couple of holes too. First and foremost, if Holmes wanted the arm found so he could be presumed dead, why would he throw it into the ocean? It would make more sense to leave the arm somewhere conspicuous, where it would be found almost immediately, rather than hoping a shark would get hungry, find it, and chew it up. Then again, perhaps Smith had left his arm somewhere more conspicuous, and then it was thrown into the ocean, either accidentally or by a passerby who found it and didn't want to report it or deal with it. Years later, it was discovered that Smith had been working as a fizz gig. This was not a failed soda brand, but Australian slang of the time for a police informant. Strangely, this information could still support multiple theories of Smith's death. If Holmes or Brady discovered that Smith was leaking information about their illegal activity to the police, it gave both men the reason to want Smith dead. However, if Smith saw himself working as a double agent and was dealing with increased stress from two-timing his friend and boss while also collaborating with the police, he may have thought disappearing by faking his own death was the only way out. Being called a fizz gig could only add to that stress. However, this new evidence of Smith's role as an informant also added another suspect in Smith's possible murder, Eddie Wayman. At the time, Wayman was one of the most dangerous and infamous bank robbers in Australia. Smith had leaked some information to the police that led to them catching Wayman and his partner in a bank robbery in progress. So, did Wayman break into Brady's cabin that night and kill Smith? If Brady was truly the amateur criminal it appears he was, Wayman could have threatened him into silence and told him to bring Smith's arm to Holmes's house to show the crime boss that Wayman meant business. After all, if Wayman knew Smith had ratted him out, He could have easily believed it was done on Holmes's order, and that would also make Wayman a good suspect for Holmes's later murder as well, and could explain both why Brady seemed so terrified after leaving the murder scene and why Holmes tried to run away and kill himself. To his dying day, Brady continued to deny that he had any involvement in his old friend Smith's murder. Whatever may have really happened to Jimmy Smith, the most interesting thing to note is that in this mystery, a shark probably ended up saving lives. If the tiger shark in Kooky Aquarium hadn't thrown up Smith's arm, it's unlikely that Holmes's criminal empire would have come crumbling down so soon. That means it's possible many others would have been murdered thanks to Holmes's scams and drug smuggling if it wasn't for one shark's upset stomach. What we can all agree on is that no matter what, that tiger shark did not deserve to die. A shark getting food poisoning from a nasty human arm and then being killed after it throws the arm up is a horrible way to go. We here at Infographics demand justice for the Kooky tiger shark. How would you feel if after wolfing down what you thought was a delicious chicken tikka masala, you'd actually consumed a tikka masala alright, except it contained German Shepherd rather than one of our feathery friends? Or what if you found out that the bits of meat in your noodles wasn't actually prime pork, but strips of sewer rat? Or worse, you discovered that the tasty beef fillet you just enjoyed was a few days before your meal a living, breathing human being. Is that far-fetched? Well, the Smithsonian tells us that human meat looks like beef, but taste-wise it's closer to pork. Here's what one journalist said after trying human meat in West Africa in the early 20th century. It was like good, fully developed veal, not young, but not yet beef. So, had any tasty veal recently? Welcome to this episode of the Infographics Show, most horrific things ever served by restaurants. The Unstoppable Pest. Okay, so we're gonna start light and finish with meals that will make you want to vomit. When we say light, we mean one horrific thing served that happens time and time again and will keep happening just because some restaurants can't keep out invaders. You guessed it, we're talking about people being served cockroaches. There's no shortage of news stories telling us that customers have been less than impressed with something they ordered because it came with a cockroach. You'd think this happens to shabby restaurants with perhaps lax cleaning policies, but that isn't always the case. In 2018, it was reported that a restaurant in Oxford, England, which had been praised by food critics, had been investigated by the local council's environmental health unit. They found an unclean kitchen, but also food ready to be served that contained bits of roach. In 2009, one well-known critic had said this place served the best Chinese meal I have eaten in years and years, better than anything I've ever found in London. The restaurant was closed after Roachgate. How did that get there? Sometimes things end up in food and we just don't know how they got there. This happened in Japan in 2018 when a customer was shocked to find his sausage egg McMuffin contained bits of human teeth. Following the incident, McDonald's released a statement saying this is an isolated matter and the local team will continue to liaise directly with the customer as the investigation is carried out. A similar thing happened in Japan in 2015 when someone found a human tooth in their McDonald's fries in Japan. The thing was, none of the staff had lost a tooth and it remained a mystery as to where the rogue molar came from. This is just another issue of quality control and cleanliness. But you can be sure that sometimes restaurants secretly add disgusting things to your food. We'll talk about that too. Randy Burger. Do burgers make out? We doubt it, but there have been cases when humans found unwrapped condoms in their sandwich. One such case happened in 2007 when an American man found a prophylactic in his burger at a Burger King in Rutland, Vermont. He told the press that after he bit into his Southwestern Whopper and found the condom, he sustained pain and suffering, vomiting, nightmares, mental and emotional distress. Of course he did, and that's why Burger King settled with him out of court. It gets worse. If you're going to discover an errant condom in any sort of food, then you'd think that clam chowder would be the most suitable dish. This happened to a woman in 2002 when she was dining in the seafood restaurant McCormick & Schmick's. She said she was enjoying her thick, creamy soup when she bit into something very rubbery. She thought it was a bit of tough calamari, but it turned out to be a condom. I ran into the bathroom with another friend of mine and I started throwing up, she told the press. In 2004, CNN reported that she had settled out of court. I'll take some lettuce, tomatoes, onions, jalapenos, and a big fat dead mouse. What a surprise a Subway customer had in 2015 in the USA when he found his baguette contained not just what he asked for, but also a large dead mouse. Subway apologized for the incident, saying it was unfortunate. The guy who bought the sandwich said he was lucky in that he didn't actually bite into the mouse. He told KGW it was wet and dead. His tail was curled up and you could see his two front teeth. He said he found it funny as well as gross. He didn't sue the company, but he did get a refund. Finger licking good. Our last fast food nightmare, there are too many to choose from, involved the restaurant Arby's in 2011. It was reported that a 14-year-old boy got more than he bargained for when he found a bit of human finger inside his sandwich. "We are deeply concerned and apologetic to the guest involved in this unfortunate incident," said Arby's later. This time an investigation proved to be fruitful, as it turned out that the staff member had been using the slicer and had lost a bit of her digit. She survived but had to get some medical attention, and the young boy took the finger find in stride. Rat in a can. No one likes saucy baked beans as much as the British do. Beans on toast has been a staple of mainly the working-class Brits for many years, with the meal sometimes getting additions such as cheese. But we can say for sure that most Brits wouldn't be up for a dead rat with their beloved beans. That almost happened when a dead rat was found in a can of beans. The photo is gross to say the least. The rat had come to an untimely end, but was not possible to say if it had died before or after it got into the beans, investigators said. We will now move on from things found in food, but just to let you know that some things found in food have been syringes, bullets, animal heads, hearts, gloves, and tampons. Man's best friend. We all know that in some countries you might find dog at the menu at specialist restaurants, or perhaps when you venture into the countryside of developing nations. But you might also have read reports over the years that some restaurants serving up dog and pretending it was something else. In 2015, the British press told us that 6 restaurants in the Mexican city of Tijuana had been closed for apparently serving up dog and saying it was pork. When investigators arrived at one place, they found a headless puppy in a trash can, as well as caged dogs in some of the kitchens. The Daily Mail reported that at one place, police found the owner himself in the process of decapitating and butchering a canine carcass, putting the meat in a cooking pot. Caught red-handed, literally. Mystery meat. In 2013, the British press said investigators were stumped after looking into a dish at one restaurant that was supposed to have been lamb curry. Investigators had decided to buy a bunch of meals from restaurants and takeaways in London, following Britain's great horse meat scandal. At one place, they found that they couldn't identify the meat using a DNA test. They said it was definitely not lamb, but also not pork, chicken, or beef, or horse, or even goat. It's absolutely terrifying because if it isn't any of the meats we know, what is it? Said one of the investigators. This was all part of a documentary on British TV. That film also told us that investigators found meats containing no actual meat, but innards and the blood of animals. Things we don't often eat or don't think we're eating. Rat kebabs. There are many rumors that some Chinese restaurateurs will pass off dog or cat meat in Western countries as regular meat. These stories are 99% fiction, but in China it's a different matter. While some people might actually want to eat dog, Hong Kong's South China Morning Post said in 2013 that there was proof that street hawkers have at least been serving up rats as lamb kebabs, but also possibly dog and cat meat. Investigators found that it's very likely rat meat that had been used, as people had been hospitalized in mainland China and doctors had found that they had fallen ill because they had consumed rat poison. SCMP also wrote, the inquiries showed that rat, fox, and mink meat had been sold as lamb in Shanghai. It said many Chinese people were outraged when news hit that their beloved kebabs were not what they thought. China's Ministry of Public Security also made a number of arrests after the investigation. How to tell if you're ever served up rat? Foreign policy tells us it's easy, as it smells like rat and tastes like rat. Apparently, you should just know when rat's in front of you. The problem is, in China and other parts of Asia, eating meat on skewers at night is often accompanied by a skinful of alcohol. Vegetarian cannibals? This bit of news is easily the pièce de résistance today, although there are a few takes on the story. Many well-established news outlets wrote in 2018 that customers at a Bangkok vegetarian restaurant had been outraged when they found out that their dish had included some small pieces of human. They had unwittingly become cannibals. The British tabloids wrote that people were horrified when they found out that a murdered customer had ended up in their ethical meal. Police had been called, and at the restaurant they found spatters of blood in the kitchen, as well as a deceased 61-year-old man who had been stuffed into a septic tank. The Daily Mail wrote, police alleged the owner's intention was to get rid of Praset's corpse by grinding it up and serving parts of it to customers. You might find many more instances of media reports saying humans were served as meat, but you can also find counter-reports proving most if not all of these stories are just lies or bad reporting. With that in mind, the Bangkok restaurant story, even though widely reported, may not have been as bad as we first heard. Yet a man was murdered and hidden in the restaurant after making someone lose face. That's hardly big news in Thailand. But was he served up and eaten? It seems it never went that far according to some reports. But would he have been if the cops hadn't arrived on the scene? We'll never know. Let's finish the show on a lighter note and let's talk for just a few seconds about how we make these videos, since it's a very common question. Besides using Adobe After Effects to animate the videos, we help speed up the process by sometimes using pre-made assets or even templates from Envato Elements. I'm sure you already know websites like Audio Jungle, Video Hive, and Graphic River. Well, Envato owns all of them, and what they did now is pretty awesome. They've compiled almost 1 million assets from all of their sites and are making them available for a small monthly fee. They keep adding more every month. And if you sign up using our link in the description, you'll not only get an unlimited amount of downloads, you'll also support us in the process. Quick note, some vectors and music used in today's video were from Envato Elements. Check them out. What's the worst thing you've eaten, found in food, or have heard people have eaten? How would you feel about being served a bit of rat, dog, or cat on a skewer? Or on a deeper note, why is it okay to eat some animals and not others? In the realm of conventional ethics, at least. Tell us in the comments. Also, be sure to check out our other video, The Loneliest Country in the World. Thanks for watching, and as always, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you next time.